Classic Kismet stream already off the rails, everybody. Press the stop stream button. Welcome, everybody. Oh, man. It's always something like that. You know, when you make a mistake in life, you know what you do? You just admit it and say, I screwed up. I screwed up. Sorry, everybody. I meant to press the go to my office button, and I accidentally hit the stop stream button. But I'm back. So let's get into it, everybody. Oh, man. I have not been so excited to play Satisfactory as I am today. What an insanely amazing day we had yesterday. Oh man, we have really found a whole like heaven of pure nodes. Some of them are normals, the limestone, but the rest of them are awesome. Also, finalizing my setup, finalizing some other videos that I've been trying to work on forever. Oh, absolutely crushing it, still being good. I was very tempted by root beer yesterday, but I did not have any. I've not had any soda in a long time. You know what? Holy mackerel, I feel better. I feel so much better without that, roller coaster of sugar all the time. With soda, at least. I still have sugar because I am a sugarholic. I am a real bad problem with sugar. That's like my worst thing, is that I love sweets like M&Ms and Snickers and all of that. That's probably my only vice in life, is candy. But I have been doing very, very well. Still back down about 10 pounds, but I always find that that's kind of my plateau, right? I always have that last 20, 30 pounds to work on, and I can't go to the gym. I don't like to go anywhere. I'm partially disabled, so I don't want to, I don't want to have any problems at this point. Start talking, I start coughing. So we're trying to get into it. Trying to get it going today. And I appreciate each and every one of you for being here this morning. Good morning. I think you're in for an awesome show today. I think we're going to get into it. Now, good morning to you. Welcome to the stream. The awesome Rotisserie G coming in. Say afternoon. It's afternoon for a happy Animation and Plus Lovers Day. Oh, Animation Day. Well, guess what? I got some animation going right down there in the mega stream. There we go. And we're going to have a little animation of Norbert and other stuff. Oh, man, I wish there was like a clone of me so I could do all these other things that I really want to do. See, that's the great thing about when you do something you're inspired about, is that you dream about all of these things that you wish you could do. And you always have something, on tap that, if you're like, okay, I don't have anything to do today, which rarely ever happens to me. But, if you don't have anything to do, you go, oh, man, I can work on that thing that I've been wanting to work on for a long time. I'm that type of person. I don't like to lay around and do nothing unless I'm exhausted, which I pretty much am every day. But I don't like to lay around and do nothing because, when you have to do that, then it's different than when you want to do that, right? When you want to just chill out at the beach and, hang out there and, go surfing or do whatever you like to do, or, just chill out, that's fine. But when you have to do it, when you're forced to do it, because you have a condition like mine where I have vertigo all the time, that sucks. When it's just like when you're stuck inside, right? During the pandemic here, being stuck inside, I never thought about it because I'm usually inside anyway. I'm inside working, I'm streaming, or I'm working on stuff on my computer or designing stuff, things like that. Never thought about it. But when you can't do it, then you think about it all the time, right? When that privilege is taken away, you never think about it again. Like when I go up and down stairs now, I think, man, I never thought about stairs ever. I never thought about stairs. I run up and down stairs. I go up and down stairs, never hold the handrail. But every time I go up and down stairs, I think this could be the one right here. I just topple over face forward, and that's it. I'm dead. I'm dead, bro. I'm talking it's that bad. Every time I go up the stairs, I have to have my hand by that handrail because I have fallen many times going up the stairs as well. So even more dangerous, but definitely down the stairs. I've actually fallen on the stairs going up the stairs. Down the stairs, I get a death grip on the handrail, on the handrail on the way down. So yeah, it's amazing how, if you're inspired to do all those things. And I have a lot of things finally, after finishing all this other stuff, it did, work out. Now, also I worked out, thanks to you guys. You guys inspired me to go and put my VODs and all my clips and stuff like that over on YouTube, even though it is a massive undertaking, insanely massive. I've been doing it since 2016, about a year into streaming. And I've had some other random clips over there too. But I'm backing up and recording and processing and uploading every single stream and putting it up on YouTube is a giant undertaking. It is absolutely massive. Now, I've created my own production system for doing it because I'm a production guy. That's why I did graphic design for many years. So I set up a whole system of me recording it every day, and then I have titles for it, and I have a whole spreadsheet that goes in and actually, I say, okay, this is the number, the best stream ever, right? That's what BSE stands for, by the way, for those who don't know. Best stream ever, number 1089 is the one today. And I put that in there, and then I put what game I'm playing, and then what my title is, and it actually, the spreadsheet will take it and combine it in a way that I can use in my title here in Twitch. And then I have another part of the spreadsheet, which is for after the stream, for when I put it in Final Cut Pro, and then I edit it down, and I put the bumper at the end, and I might cut out me being AFK and stuff like that. I actually stop my recording whenever I go AFK, so I don't have to cut that part out now, so you have smarter upgrades. And then I put all those together, edit it, let it run for 2, 4, 5, 10 hours, because you got to think my streams are somewhat long as videos go. So I let that process, then I upload to YouTube, then I wait for it to process up there, then I queue up and put in all the information and the date and all that stuff. Now, the date of my stream is also recorded in that spreadsheet, and I have another section for when I'm actually putting it up on YouTube. Now, all of the stuff that I'm talking about, I would love to do a series on this. You guys let me know in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you'd like to know the deep detail of how I run my stream and how I set up my production, and how I record, and how I set up beautiful flesh tones and beautiful lighting and all that stuff. If you're interested in that, if you're interested in all the streamer secrets that I've learned over the last going on 6 years now, you let me know. I would love to do a series on that. I like to take knowledge. See, some people, they hoard knowledge, and they're, oh, it's my knowledge, I don't want to let anybody else to know it. Me, I feel like that's always a foolish thing. The exchange of knowledge is the greatest part of being a human being, right? Whether you agree or disagree with someone else, trying to learn something from somebody else makes you better at what you do, I feel. And you guys are much younger and stronger and probably way better looking than me. At least most of you. I know some of you are a little bit older than me and probably still better looking than me, but still. So I could talk a lot about that because I have a 40-year history in all of that. And I could just download all that knowledge to you, and then that knowledge is not wasted, right? It's not gone in the ether when I'm gone. It passes on to someone else, just like the Kismet love train. We take that love and we pass it on to somebody else. Same thing with knowledge. You take that and you pass it on to somebody else. Oh, a whole bunch of ones in the chat. Bunch of ones. All right. Well, if you guys are interested in it, you want to see behind the scenes. Now, I'm already going to do a tour of my my final setup, or my ultimate setup that I've been working on for literally 6 years, one piece at a time, and trying to get it all set up in such a way to do it. Now, it might seem a bit extreme to you guys, but it all serves a purpose. I only purchase things when they serve a purpose. Like when I buy a microphone, it serves a purpose. Now, I think I've got my microphone now. I can actually move it onto the screen. Here it is right here, the Blue Yeti. The wonderful Blue Yeti. I can snuggle up. Hey, everybody, this is Kismet. Let me just snuggle right up. Now, I don't like to have the microphone in the shot. A lot of people go, hey, everybody, it's me. I'm streaming. Let me just get right in your face. Let me just have the microphone in your face. Now, I just keep it just off to the side. You can actually see the shadow of it on my shoulder there. I don't like to have it in the shot. That's just me. But I talk loud anyway. You don't want me up against that microphone. I am a loud talker. Now, I'm not screaming. This is my normal volume. And I had to explain that to my kids as they got older. They're like, why are you talking so loud? I'm naturally talk loud. I have to physically think about keeping my voice down. Anybody else like that in the chat? Put a 1 in the chat if you have a bit of a loud voice, or a voice that carries. I have that kind of voice. And so does some of my kids. One of my twin daughters, man, when she used to cry, it was like on a glass breaking level, man. Her octave is way above everybody else. I'm telling you, wow. Wow. I tell you, when she yells or gets upset or anything like that, holy mackerel. Way beyond me. But yeah, so that's why I don't have the microphone right up there. So I can show you all that kind of stuff. This is actually a Yeti caster, so it's an arm, the thing, shockproof. So if I'm, by it, it doesn't, when you hit your keyboard. And I used to have that problem with the Yeti. I had it on my desk. And then every time I bump the keyboard or I press the thing on the keyboard, I highly recommend the shockproof mount, this thing right here. This thing right here is awesome. You guys don't hear all the tapping and tip-tap, all that stuff all the time. And it really is directional, too. So I just aim it right toward the face. So that's a little behind-the-scenes stuff there, too. So let's see. Yeah, lots of ones in there. Let's see, especially the lighting. All right, well, I'll definitely get in the lighting. Lighting is probably, other than audio, which you wouldn't think would be the hardest thing, but it actually is the hardest thing to do, the audio in your streams. And I love what I've got set up now. I got set up what I call master pages. In printing and publishing, when you're setting up a page, maybe it's something like a header, and that header is always the same, right? It's in every single page. It's going to be on your left side and your right side, but it's called facing pages, by the way, for those who are into graphic design. And then you'll have things like your page numbers, right? And then you actually set up a special code, and it actually puts the numbers in there for you automatically. So page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, if you've ever looked at the bottom. And that stuff that repeats, there's no point in putting that on every single page manually. That's a lot of work, bro. So you put it on a thing called a master page. When you put it on that master page, it applies to every single page that it's been applied to. It automatically puts in the page numbers. It repeats all of those headers and footers and all of that stuff, and it just saves you an insane amount of time. And so you can reuse the same elements, and then if you change the master, it changes it through the whole thing. So if they change their logo, they want their logo smaller, well, guess what? Just size it down, and boom, the whole entire thing changes throughout the entire book. That's awesome, bro. I've done lots of books that are 50 pages, 100 pages, 500 pages, sometimes like manuals that were literally 1,000 pages. I mean, huge suckers. And I'm like, God, is anybody going to read this thing? Man, 1,000 pages, bro. That's a lot to read, but there's techies out there who read that stuff. Me too. I read more techie stuff than I do anything else. There you go. Rotisserie G says, I'm not a streamer, but it's nice to be able to see everything behind the scenes and how much actual effort is required to do what we see. Oh, yeah. I go way above and beyond. I feel like my stream, I put about 50 times efforts into it. Because, one, I feel like because of my age and because of, I'm not a comedian. I'm not that stuff, though I do laugh along the way. I am just a regular Joe, just a regular guy, just having fun, talking to you guys. And I do it not for money or fame or those things. And I've had those things. And I can tell you, you're not going to be enough without it. If you're not enough without it, you're not going to be enough with it. You still got to live your life. I do it because it keeps me alive every day. I'm talking the basics, bro. I'm talking like food, water, shelter, and staying alive. Probably should put staying alive first, but still, that's what I do it for. It fills me up with joy every day, and hopefully I bring little moments of joy to you. So thanks for being here, everybody. I hope you enjoyed a little bit of my opener there. I do like to inspire people every day and know that I'm working very hard behind the scenes. So if you enjoy the stream, consider hitting that follow button. All right, let's play some Satisfactory because I'm pretty excited. Also, some Stream Raiders all day. We're about boss right now, too. Let's go. Stay hydrated, everybody. Ice cold water is so good. I mean, when you transition from soda and all that other stuff, biddies, get those biddies. Man, that water is just so good, man. It's just like your body starts to crave that water, and then your body's like getting stronger and stronger. You're like, boom, watch the gun show. Watch the gun show, everybody. Yeah, I know. Poor little gun. Poor little gun deprived. There was a time I was in incredible shape, by the way, when I first met my wife. It's probably why she liked me. I had lots of money, convertible, in great shape, young man. Yeah, that could have been it. Or it was a magical moment. There was a zing there. There was a zing that happens. When you meet people, it's like being struck by lightning. You feel it, man. It's like all of a sudden, whoa, there's something way different about this one person than every person that I've ever met. Still together 27 years later. She's still as wonderful as ever. Still as feisty as ever. That's what I love about her. She's so feisty. She's a feisty woman, but she don't take nobody's crap. And that's what I like about her. And I don't either. I'm too old to take people's BS. I'm not here to be everybody's papa. Right? I don't mess around. All right, so let's go ahead and play some Stream Raiders, though. I'm going to remember to do it at the top of the stream. Look at this, everybody, and hopefully we have enough peeps. I suggest jump right in, everybody. Jump right in, and we're going to pull out the big guns. We're going to pull out Norbert here. I got it down here at the bottom now. I have my chat up at the top. I feel like that's pretty good. 39 years, Ozzy. Congrats. Holy mackerel. That you are a boss level, bro. I feel if you get past the 25 years, you are boss level. That is for sure. That's something I talk about all the time, is the fact that me and my wife don't fight about stuff. Sometimes she gets grumpy, and I just agree with whatever she says when she's grumpy. And then I'll be like, well, maybe we should do this over here after she calms down. But we work together toward solutions. We don't fight versus each other. I don't have to be right. See, when you discover in your life that you're not less of a man if you're not right all the time. If you can make mistakes and say, you know what, I screwed up. If you can say that in your life, I feel like you've leveled up in real life. You're like level 2. Now, level 0 doesn't care about anybody. I talk about this all the time. Level 0 doesn't care about anybody but themselves. Level 1 is like you care at least the bare minimum. You don't run people over. You have some empathy for other people, that kind of thing. Level 3 is like you can actually make mistakes and admit your mistakes, right? That's pretty tough. That's probably one of the hardest things to do as a human being, is because when you're young, you're making mistakes, and sometimes you feel embarrassed because you make mistakes, but you still give yourself the freedom to make mistakes. You fall, you slip on the ice, you jump into puddles, you jump into leaves, you're doing all that fun stuff as kids, and you have the freedom to fail at stuff, right? Maybe you start riding your bike and then boom, you crash, right? And then you get up and you're like, I'm going again. And then, oh, okay, now I'm riding my bike, I'm riding much better. And then, of course, like me, you start riding with no hands. Well, I actually did that the other day. It was really scary. Really scary to do. I only did it for like 5 seconds because I used to do that all the time. I would literally drive from place to place without ever holding the bike, because I learned to do it so well that I could actually just use my body to turn the wheel and do whatever I wanted to do. And never crashed, by the way. Never crashed. Just doing it. So yeah, that's the way to do it, everybody, is to reach that level where you can make mistakes. I make them all the time. I'm 50 years old. I'm telling you, I make them all the time. I make bad choices, not big bad choices, but bad choices that, hey, I'm going to do this. And then I'm like, oh, I should have done this first, right? I should have done this first and then done that. But in the moment, I didn't think of that other one. See, if I didn't think about it, I didn't think. You don't think about things you don't think about, if you know what I mean. But and if I make a mistake or I take a bad take on something, and my wife says, hey, we should be doing this, I'll be like, all right, well, let's do that. My bad, let's do it. And then it's over. And then it doesn't go on. It's when it goes on forever. And I've had girlfriends that were crazy, bro. Crazy. And who they wanted to fight all the time. I'm like, I don't want to fight. I just want to chill. I just want to chill out. I want to fight about, whatever. I don't know. I used her pencil, or I moved something that was hers, or something. It's like finding stuff to fight about all the time. Those people, while great when you're young, all the crazy ladies, much love to all you crazy ladies out there, are great when you're young, but when you get a bit older, you're like, okay, this is just too exhausting. It's too exhausting every day to do that. My wife's very much not like that. She's very much like, we got to get this done and run over there, do this and that. And then it's like, okay, we can chill out, watch a movie. We can chill out and, go out to eat. We can chill out, go do that kind of stuff. Or we go through the drive-thru. That's our big go out to eat now, is we all get in the car and we all go through the drive-thru. And then we bring it home and then we eat it at home. That's a great way to do a little family thing, by the way, if you want to do a family thing. Or if you have the type of car, which we've done before with our kids when they're smaller. Not now, they're huge now, compared to being little babies like they were. Like we would go and get, food or whatever, and then we would take it and we put the tailgate down and just sit in the car and eat it. And that's something real special for them, because you put all the seats down and they sit in the car, and you put blankets down so it doesn't get all over your car and whatnot. Because my wife's a little dirt. Anti-dirt prone, if you know what I mean. All right, let's go ahead and come and join me here at Stream Raiders, everybody. Find the link right in there. If we have enough peeps, we're going to win. And then we'll go on to a boss win right here at the top of the stream. Be awesome. Bam, right there. And look at that. I got Satisfactory ready to go because Kismet is on point. Right now, by the way, I can switch my Xbox, my PS4, my Switch. I can switch to mobile all at the same time. Right now, I just press a button. Bam. There we go. Easy as that. because I'm at that level. I'm gonna show you guys too. I feel like I'm gonna get that series going after I finish these other videos that I'm finishing up now. But I finally feel like I'm progressing forward. You ever feel like, you know, you're getting stuck in the mud? You're slow and you're like, come on, I just want to get these things done. And then every time you start to work on it, oh, well, you got to go work on this thing. And the car breaks down. Like my wife needed a new spare tire the other day. So I'm like, okay, now I got to, not do the stream. I got to take care of. I think it was Monday. Yeah, Monday is when I took off for the stream because she had what happened? Her whole front end came off. It came off like the whole thing snapped, and it grinded up the interior of the tire well. So I had to get a new tire rim and the actual tire. And that was a whole ordeal because I don't like to go outside. I'm really, really paranoid about dying. So I go out there and I'm sitting there. I got the mask on and I'm sitting away from everybody else. And I'm sitting at the place. And there's people coming in now without masks and whatever. And I'm like, bro, I know it doesn't mean anything to you, but it means something to me that I could die. Because I have really poor health. So, if I get it, I'm high chance of dying. And, it doesn't mean anything to people who feel like they're immune to it, but it means something to me that I don't want to die. And I don't want all the people that I know who have medical conditions like cancer or who are recovering from other medical conditions to die. So I care about other people, at least at that level, right? I feel like that's the basis you could do as a human being, just care about others. But that's just me. Now, if people are rude or obnoxious or whatever, hey, that's on them, bro. That's not on me. How I act is on me. How they act is on them. That's all them. Remember that about people, everybody. Don't wait until you're 50 years old to figure that out. When people are being rude, obnoxious, and negative and trying to bring you down, that's on them. That's not your fault. You don't have to put that here on your shoulders and carry that around. It's not you. It ain't you. It's them. You don't have to do it. Now, of course, be kind to other people, obviously. Don't be mean to others. Maybe you did deserve it if you're being mean. But you don't have to carry the weight of their troubles on your shoulder all the time. Now, if it's family and things like that, well, it's up to you. But just random people who are just rude to you or, extended, that third string friend that who are just like, oh, you're stupid, oh, this, that, and the other thing. Like people come in my channel when I first started off, and still do occasionally, every now and again. I come and say, oh, Kismet, you old, Kismet, you suck, blah, 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 blah. Those type of people, I'm just like, bye, ban. I don't mess around because I'm too old for that. I'm too old for that kind of messing around and acting like a child and doing all of that. There's no benefit to that. It actually poisons and stains your soul when you're cruel and mean to other people. And you carry that around whether you know it or not. You really do. Kismet getting all kids talk up in here today. We're going to play some today. Congrats, 39 years. Awesome. Learn the art of compromise and have a happy marriage. Remember, happy wife. I just said that when I was over there getting that tire fixed. There was a lady over there. She'd been together with her husband for 44 years. When I went to get my wife's door got broken by the redhead because one of my daughters is a redhead and she slams that door all the time. I got that fixed too. And he was over there and he was 44 years with his wife. And his parents said it would never last. And so out of spite to his parents, he stayed together. That's what he said anyway. But, he loves his wife. I've met his wife. He's a really nice guy. So they've been together 44 years, despite their parents saying it's never going to last. So pretty awesome. Hey, Dark, what's up? Thanks for being here. I wear a mask outside out of respect for other people. Yeah, the mask is not just for you. The mask is for other people. To not die. Like me. See, it means something to me. It means something to me both so I don't die and so the people that I love and know and even extended people that I don't know don't die. I mean, that's the least I can do. I mean, come on. That's basic. That's basic human being, right? If you're not a basic human being, bro, come on now. It ain't all about you. I know that's another life lesson. That's probably level 4. Level 4 of a human being is knowing that it's not all about you. And that took me into my late 20s, early 30s to figure out that it's not all about me, right? When you're with somebody like I'm with my wife, I had to make a choice. Do I want to be with this person, or do I want to have money and excess and all that other stuff? Or do I want to have a life with this person? And you're going to run into that moment. Hopefully you all do, because that's a wonderful thing. Now, I could have took the easy road, just been all about me, no children, no thing. That's how I was going to go. I had never even thought about having children. Never even thought about getting married, ever. Never. I was like, nah, it's never going to happen. I'm not into it. Don't want to be part of it. No thanks. And like, people would hand me their babies. I would go, like, don't hand me no babies. I don't want to I don't want to be responsible for no one else's babies. That's the way I was when I was young. I didn't care about that. Didn't care about other people. Didn't care about, I was level 0. I didn't care about anybody. That's just the truth. And if I look back at it, I'm a little cringy, bro. When I look back at myself, how I was then, I was very focused. I wanted to be a graphic designer. I wanted to be the best one. I wanted to make lots of money, and GG. That was it. Those are my goals. Retire at 40, all of that kind of stuff. And boom, I went to it. Man, I worked all the time. I was a workaholic. I was all into it. And then you meet that special someone. And then it changes your perspective. You're thinking, I really like this person. Wow, man, maybe, right? That maybe starts to creep in your head, right? And that's maybe. And then I was with my wife, and I was like, okay, no, this is the one. This is the one. And you just know it. I can't explain it to you, because if it doesn't happen to you, I wouldn't believe it either. If it didn't happen to me, I'd be like, whatever, bull crap, right? That magic does exist. I tell you, it does. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing, and I hope it happens to each and every one of you, that you find that bit of magic in your life, and that you'll find that special someone that makes you a better person, makes you level up, right? Sometimes other people are your XP, your real life XP. They're going to challenge your thoughts and ideals, and they're going to tell you from different perspectives, and you'll gain a different perspective as well. Great example is when I had my kids, right? I gained a perspective on how hard it is to raise children. Holy mackerel. It's one of the toughest things you'll do in your life. Incredibly difficult, because it really tests your patience. It drains your strength. That's why you get white hair. It's because of your actual force is being drained out of you into your children. That's what's happening. If you're ever wondering why you're so tired, you're ever wondering why your hair is going gray, why you're so exhausted all the time, it's micromanaging other human beings, because it is tough, because you're trying to teach them to make smart choices and to do smart things, because you've already been there and done that, right? You already done those things. You already did all of those things, and your parents have already done those things, and your friends have done those things, and your older friends have done those things that you're going through right now. Right? They're already been through those things. So it's kind of great, because you can lean on them in those moments and when you're going through those tough times. And that's what's so great about, I've had lots of people that I've known. I'm usually the oldest of my group of friends. And then I have friends that are way older than me. But of my group of friends that I grew up with as a kid, I was always the oldest. But I know people who are older and who've already gone through this stuff, and they're like, this is what's going to happen, bro. And guess what happens, bro? That's exactly what happens. And so at some point I said, I choose being with this person, right? And that's when I leveled up. I leveled up in that way. I choose a different perspective instead of just about money and just about things. And I still made lots of money and still did all that stuff. It's not like my career went away like that. Not until I became 45 when I got really, really ill. And then that was it. And then I said, okay, I'll get married. That's fine. Got married to the ladies. I said, sorry, ladies, getting married to this one. This is my favorite. And did. And then never regret it, ever. It was a wonderful wedding. We had a great time. We went to Hawaii. We spent a great time together in Hawaii for the honeymoon. And I've loved her every minute of every day ever since, and still do to this moment right now. She's feisty. I like that. I like that. I like it. She's feisty, and she's a bit uppity and whatnot. You got to have someone that challenges you, everybody. I'm a very much messy artist and flighty sometimes, and a lot of times now, but she's very much the opposite. She's like a normal person who, straight-laced and wants to get it done and gets it done very efficiently and doesn't jump in puddles and doesn't jump in leaves, and I do jump in puddles. I still jump in puddles at 50 years old. Don't let nobody tell you. Like, oh, your shoes got wet. Oh, your leg got wet. Yep. You know what's going to happen to it? It's going to dry eventually, but that's okay. I don't mind jumping in puddles. And see, I feel like you get too stiff. You get too in that thing. And that's why we have a great balance. I'm silly and, way over here, flighty and having lots of fun. And then she's over here being very, straight-laced and whatnot. And then we meet in that middle. So we make a good balance for each other, right? And that's what's great, right? That's what's great about finding that special someone. And then, she starts saying, oh, look at that baby. Oh, look at that baby. So cute. And then 3 children later. There we go. I have my oldest daughter is 15, and my twins are now 12. They're twin girls. All mine are girls. Even Sparkle Dog is female. I'm the only rooster in the hen house, if you know what I mean. All right. We're going to play some Satisfactory here in a second. I don't know. I just got all into talking to you guys. I love talking to you guys in the chat. I don't know what it is, man. It's like a magic that comes over when I'm just sitting here talking to you guys too. It must be a little bit of love for all of you. There's a magic that just makes me, you know, a little moment of joy talking to you guys and getting into it. Now, look at this, everybody. This is like game heaven right here. I've gone to game heaven. Now, what happened was we started way over there in the desert. This is the second selection, the Rocky Desert, right? Now, I've never started over here, so I don't know where the nodes are. I don't know where anything is. So we started way over there on day 1, and we built it up. We bought a bunch of resources and whatnot. Then yesterday on day 2 of this playthrough, because we started all over, we came up here looking for some coal. And check this out, everybody. This is insane. Insane. There's a coal node. That's a pure coal node. Now, you find a pure coal node this early in the game. You are styling, bro. You are blazing it. Now, what if I found another one in the same spot? That's right. 2 pure nodes. There's one right there. I don't believe me. Let me take that up. Boom. Pure node right there. Now, that's pretty insane. That's insanity right there. That's like I win right there. That's 2 pure nodes right there next to each other, right? And you can see I've got the coal running. I had a bit of biofuel, which I don't need. But you know what would be even more crazy? How about 3? Where'd it go? Where are you hiding? Hold on. We got to find it. Oh, it's right here. It's underneath my awesome shop. Right here. There's a 3rd one right down here. Right there. Oh, gosh. I got to move my awesome shop over there eventually. So there's a 3rd pure node right now. Now, I don't need 3 pure nodes. Look at these trees growing up through my base. What the heck? What's up with that? So 3 pure coal nodes in one spot. That is insane. Very true. A very stoic view on life. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Oh, I've been through it and I did it. You got to think that I lived over 13,000 days. I've seen 13,000 sunsets and sunrises. Probably not that many, but a lot. I've seen a lot because I'm a late night gamer typically. I've seen a lot of sunsets and a lot of sunrises. Usually while I'm gaming, I'm like, oh my God, the sun's coming up. And I got to go to work in 2 hours. I know some of you have done that. I know you have. Howdy, Hyde. How you doing, man? Thanks for coming in, hanging out in the stream. We're having the most insanely awesome playthrough right now. So, 3 pure nodes there. Then I thought, okay, you know what? Instead of running all the way back 1,500 over the other direction to get all of our resources from the very beginning where we started, I'll go ahead and tear that out, make a bridge all the way over here, bring all my resources, which I did, and then I'll make another ramp. I'll redo the ramp with our double ramps that we unlocked through the awesome shop. We made double ramps all the way down, and we went down yesterday, and we did a lot of work on doing our limestone nodes, which are right here, right there, and right there. And then down at the bottom down here, we have iron node, pure iron node, pure iron node, pure iron node, pure copper node, and these are all normal limestone nodes. So today we're going to go in and run all of that up to here. Now, normally I highly suggest not running the raw ore from the thing because it does require a lot of work. But we're going to try it again because I always feel like you should give it another chance and try to find a better way of doing it down the road. So we're going to go ahead and do that here in just a bit. But we want to go ahead and make sure that we have enough power. Now, before I was using, of course, my bio burners where you go and you collect the leaves, and you collect the trees and the wood, and then you put them in your burners over here. So right now you can see burners. You're like, whoa, Kismet, they're floating on the water. How cool. How'd you do that, bro? Well, I made it so the things are just slightly below. I got to turn my game sounds on. There we go. They're just slightly below the water. Now, I found this is a really fantastic way of doing this, and the reason why is because the water flows downward. That's right. No things. Brain is not working. No pumps. There we go. No pumps that I need. It actually pumps down and pumps in here into the coal. So we got We used our biofuel over there to fire up our extractor, and it ran our coal over here. You can see it's up there running. And then we used it also to fire up our water. Now our water and coal went into our coal plants. You can see they're working because we can see the thing up at the top there. You can also look at the front of them over here, right there, and we can look at that. But I usually just look and see if there's smoke coming out the top. So it actually started working, and then the second we have those working, now they're perpetually running everything else because we've run the power backwards, and now we no longer need these over here. These are all off right now, unnecessary because we have perpetual power. Now together, 4 of those, if you add those up, right, is 30, 30, 30, and 30, right? So 30 and 30 is 60, and then you double that, that's 120. So I'm getting 120 power from 4 of those. But I have to go and physically collect the leaves and collect the wood and put it in there and convert it into the biomass and then convert it into the solid biofuel and all of that to put them into there. But I don't have to do squat once I get this going, right? And this is what I kind of beeline. I beeline right toward coal power. Because it actually does it for me. So now it's running, and it's running at 150 megawatts. So more than what I was getting before. I was getting 120 before. Now I'm at 150. So that's just with 2 coal power. Now with a normal node, you get about 60 coal. And 60 coal, you need 10 per coal, right? So usually I use about 60 coal on at least 1 power plant to get me started. Now I only have 2 coal plants, and this can support 6 coal plants because the water, 3 water, 60 coal can support 6 coal power plants. That's a lot of power. You got to think that's 3 times the power we have now, just right here. Now we have pure nodes, 3 of them. So we could actually do 12 of these with the 120 node. That's just the very beginning of the game. That's without the Mark IIs. That's just Mark 1s. So that's 12 there. And then 12 again. And then 12 again. Right, 36 of these babies if we wanted to. Right, so we got 12, 12, 24, 36. Yeah, 36 coal power plants we could fire up right now. Now, when we get to Mark IIs, guess what happens to those pure nodes? Those pure nodes double. So we could do 36 times 2. You do the math over there. Just round it up to 40. That's like 80. That's like 80 power plants we could do right here on the water. Now you're like, well, Kismet, how could you do that? You wouldn't have enough water. Oh my gosh, look at how much water's here. I could actually take these and put these above and just put just nothing but water extractors and pay the little extra price of running the pipes if we wanted to, and just have nothing but water extractors for days here. I highly recommend putting in your foundations, though, in between your water collections so that you can move around. Because if you're in the water, you can't do a lot of stuff. Like you can't use your weapon, you can't, build stuff, things like that. You got to be up on your foundations, which is why I put my foundations just slightly below the water. I did it in my last playthrough, and holy mackerel, was it massively effective. So, we got that going. Now, what do we need to do to kind of go to the next stage of what we're working on? Now, I've played through the game all the way through multiple times, many times, just so you know. Thanks so much for the follow. Appreciate that. Killer Preacher, thanks for coming in and dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons here in the stream. The Kismet stream, appreciate it. So we're going to go ahead and power this up, but we need more resources now because we've removed all of our previous factories, and we want to keep our resources running. So we're going to create some more mini factories like we did before. You can see we've got a line of resources from where we had our factory before, all the starter resources there. Now, what is the number one thing that I need to do down there, right? Well, I need to reestablish my iron, my copper, and my limestone. I need to get all of those running. So I need at least 3 lines of items running up here. So that's what we're going to work on. Now, right now, I've got a bit of just random loot on me here. I'm going to go ahead and try to optimize my stuff just by storing that and saying, okay, a little bit of screws. Let's get those. We got our plates. We got the rods. We got this. We need to definitely have our coffee cup because it's early morning. Some of you are the same way. Get a little slurp going on. I actually don't really drink coffee in real life. I don't. I love the smell of coffee. I just don't like the taste of it. That's just me. But hey, if that's your jam, hey, more power to you. I actually made 2 coffee cups by mistake in this playthrough. So let's go through here, and we're going to organize a bit of our resources here. We're going to actually need a lot of these plates and a lot of these rods. Let's go ahead and get a lot of those. And let's sort that a bit. There we go. Now, you just see me going along, looking at my resources here. I actually need cable. Now, if I need to look in here and find a certain thing, I'm going to hit F like I'm going to take it out. And you can see, I can see whatever's in that box. By acting like I'm going to take it out, I can see, okay, there's my cable. That's what I need. I hit F again. Oh, there's some cable in that one too. Okay, let's get that. Right, instead of having to going in and out. Now, I also want to go ahead and take all of these miners because we're definitely going to use those. And then we'll run along here. Okay, we've got some wire and some rotors in there. That's good. We got chainsaw in case we need that. Maybe a little biofuel in there. Really need more biofuel. Now I've just randomly thrown it into these boxes. Let's take that. What can we do? Let's take this out. There we go. Let's take a full stack of 200 and then we'll put that back. There we go. And we got lots of resources in there. So plenty of resources to be used, but I definitely want to leave a little bit of room for me to work. So I could probably downscale a bit of these. There we go. And I like to have a good balance between the plates and the iron rods. And if it's not a full stack, don't bother carrying it. If it's like 5 or 10 or whatever the thing, unless it's something like reinforced iron plates where you might not have that much of, don't carry it unless it's a full stack. I typically don't. Let's look at, speaking of reinforced iron rods, let's go ahead and look along here. So there's some more of those miners. Let's get those miners out of there. We're going to use those up today. There we go. Okay, now we need to think about how many nodes that we want to tap into. Now, some of them I'm going to tap without actually using them right now because we don't really want to spend a lot of time building up all this production that we really don't need right now. So we got 3 that we want to do for our limestone, 3 more for our iron, and then 1 for our copper. So that's 7. So it tells me that I need 7 portable miners. And I've only got 5, which is actually a lot of portable miners. And we'll go ahead and just roll over all of this. Don't see any more miners in there. So let's go ahead and make a couple more over here at the workbench. And so there we go. I love the to-do list. It really does make it way easier. Now we also got our vehicle over here that we're going to be using. Let me turn my light on. And I love this little vehicle. Now, we unlocked this from the Awesome Shop, which is right there. One of the first things I try to unlock is the coffee cup so that I don't have like a big old weapon in my face the whole time. That's why most people have that coffee cup. Also because the people are called Coffee Stains, so much love to them. They're doing a phenomenal job on this. By the way, they did come out with the experimental version with new pipes and new vertical ceiling connections and ladders, by the way. Ladders are awesome. I've been dreaming of those for a long time here in the game. And we will get into that, but you know what? They're going to do some iteration on it, I'm sure, and upgrade all that stuff. I'm sure bug fixes and all of that. So I'm going to let other peeps go ahead and take the hit on that one. We're going to work our way up to it, and then we might switch to experimental later on. Okay, so here you can see that I can put down a miner right here. Now, underneath here is that limestone, and I have this all lined up in such a way that I can put my miner down, and then we're going to run our resources up to the top there. Nice and easy, right? Now, we spent a good amount of time scouting this out yesterday and figuring out where all of our stuff goes and whatnot. And then trying to optimize where all of the foundations meet up so we can run stuff from our different extractors very easily into a central point. Now, again, I highly recommend if you are playing for the first time to get where your node is and then build something there that's going to convert it. Like say, this is iron here. So I can go ahead and take iron, the raw iron, smelt it down into iron ignis, then make plates out of it, and then run the plates to your base. That's usually an easier way to start the game. Now, if you get more advanced later on, like you've played through 10, 20 times all the way through like me, then you can go ahead and do the crazy stuff like I'm doing right now, which is to take this item and actually to run it up the thing. So I'm just going to go ahead and run it this way, and I'm going to go ahead and just tap it, say right there. And then we'll go ahead and utilize a bit of our slower belts. Now, I wish there was a way you could angle this better. You can do it using your wall units, but I'm just going to go ahead and just put a little starter thing there just to get it started. And then we got to run that. Now, we do also need to run power, so I'm going to be running power as well. We'll run that back when we get all the way to the edge here. I like to start at the end sometimes when it comes to power. And you can see I've put in all of this structure. So obviously we made a lot of concrete at the very beginning. I feel like that's one of the most important things, is to get your concrete running and have it running just consistently the whole time you're playing. Because if you're like me and you build gigantic mega builds, you're going to need a lot of that. Now, once you put your stuff down, you'll find that your mobs don't spawn as much, especially if you've also killed them off. Though I don't trust it, because sometimes it still does. The mobs still do spawn. So whenever you go into an area, keep that in mind, that they could actually spawn on you. So keep that in mind at all times. Now, I brought my chainsaw just for this specific reason, to cut all this stuff down. Now we're going to do that battle here in just a second. I did hear it go off. I actually keep it on my other screen over here so I can always see what the status of stream renders are. Sometimes I will get busy, focused on what I'm doing, and that does happen as well. So I'm going to go ahead and take this out. Now this is for biofuel normally, that you can go ahead and take out everything, and notice it takes out like an AoE of the stuff around your chainsaw, and moves all that stuff out of the way. Now there is some stuff I want to take out over there, but I just want to move this out just so I can extend this pad a little bit here, and then we can run this straight up into there. Now I have this right here, but I feel like we want to extend this. And yes, I have the double ramp unlocked because we waited it out. We waited it out on our awesome shop, or awesome sync, and then we got our tickets and we got it from the awesome shop. I highly recommend the double angle as quickly as possible, the double ramp. Get the coffee cup if you need it, if you feel you need it. I need it because I don't like to be in chainsaw mode the entire time, right? I just put the coffee cup in there, and I don't like to be in this mode either. I don't like to run around with this thing the whole time in my hand. I feel like the coffee cup kind of keeps it down. There's no hold down R and put your item away. That would be a great addition to the game. I feel like if they had that, then I would probably no longer use the coffee cup. I use it just to keep it from blocking my view. All right, so we're going to run this forward. All right, it's running right down the middle of the conveyor. Nice. Then we'll run this to the top. There we go. Now, this is one of my most vital things here. This is copper, and yes, this is a pure copper node. Now, I have no idea that it's here because I don't like to know. I don't like to know. I like to have that moment like I had yesterday. I go, whoa, pure iron node. Whoa, pure coal node. Whoa, pure copper nodes. Whoa, more pure nodes. Right? We were having a pure node fest yesterday. And this is just random stuff that I found because I found the pure coal nodes, and I said, okay, what resources are by the coal node so I don't have to run way off into the middle of the desert to get my resources. I can go ahead and get them locally, and then boom, we found that they were pure nodes. Our other ones were normal nodes over there, normal or coarse nodes over on that side, and these ones are pure nodes. So those are really helpful. Less power because you're only extracting it from one extractor, and less management of all of your stuff. Now, I highly recommend not putting your stuff on the ground like that. Now, in the beginning, it's okay. You can go ahead and just do what's known as spaghetti. So we can run it down here. Now, I'm actually in the way of it. So we're just going to run it down here. There's no real reason for me to lift it there because I'm really going to only be extracting it and pulling the raw ore from that and running it up to my base. I very rarely do that. Again, we're going to try another thing and see if we can learn something by doing so. Now I'm going to go ahead and run the power to there, and that's going to run it this way. We're going to run that backwards. I'm going to actually pick up my vehicle now. I always suggest picking up your vehicle right away because otherwise you're going to be walking really far and realize, I forgot to bring my vehicle. Okay, so we've got our copper there. Now we're going to go ahead and take this power line, and we're going to run it to the edge here. And then we're going to run that along and line it up with our other one there. So I need three basics, right? I need my copper. I need my iron. Which actually is over there, and then I need my limestone. And then later on, I can come back and add even more resources and combine them and let them run as well. Oh, wow, that's where I started when I played the Rocky Desert. Yeah, I started way off in the desert, way off over there, and then I ran over this way to find the coal, and then I realized it's way better over here than it is over there, though there's a lot of water over there, which is really good. I have a feeling our oil is going to be back that way, but that's okay. We'll make trains, we'll make all sorts of stuff, nuclear power, all sorts of fun stuff to get it going. Now, over here, there are some iron nodes, and these are pure nodes down there, and it looks like our friends are back, or I didn't wipe them out, one or the other. So there's some pure nodes down there. Now I'm going to leave those capped. That's what this is right here. This is what I call capped. There's like a pure node on the top that you can take out. Now I don't need those iron nodes right now. So there's no real reason for me to spend the time doing those. So I'm just going to go ahead and come back to those later on. Everything I do is all about time. How much time do I want to spend doing the thing, and does it help me in the moment to sit there and work on those iron nodes when I don't need that iron right now, and I'd have to run multiple iron lines to make that work. So let's go ahead and pick this up here, and then we're going to go ahead and start using our wonderful stackers. I love the stackers. Now I'm going to go ahead and run a second line because I always like to have a nice walkway or where I can drive my vehicle. And so we're going to go ahead and just lift this up into there. Now, if you do it too sharp, it's going to have trouble, but we're just going to run that up. Now, this allows me to look over here. If I'm running by, if I'm working on other stuff, and just look over here and see if this conveyor is running. That's why I'm running it on the ground. Normally, I would not run it on the ground. I would run it in a stacker like that. Now, once you got your stacker in place, you can go ahead and look down here at your foundations. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and that's when you start running out. Right about 6, sometimes a little bit over, depending on where you started, obviously. But I like to go ahead and put it right at 6 here, and I like to put it off a bit to the side like that. And then we'll go ahead and bring that forward. Now, I'm just using level 1 belts right now. I feel like when you're establishing your belt route, you want to do it as fast as you possibly can in the moment. But right now, we only have a lot of plates. So we're going to run this over here. We're just going to guess. I'm going to guess if that's far enough. I can tell you it's probably too far, but let's just go ahead and guess by hitting it way. This is one of the coolest things about this game. It makes a noise too, by the way. Hear that noise that it makes to tell you? See, that's too far. Too far. But here you can go. You can count it, or you can just pull it and see where it hits. So right about there. So again, we'll put our stacker in. Double high. And I'm pressing the buttons down here, by the way, my quick commands for my belts and things like that. And then we'll run it forward. Now, you always want to look at the direction of your item. Now, I knew I was going to need this anyway because I'm going to go ahead and put this here. I'm going to show you another little trick, and that is to use your lifters at the end to lift that up and run that over to there. Now, I've got a bit of trees here that need a little bit of grooming. So we're going to go ahead and do a bit of tree grooming. Oh. Let's see what else is in my way. This one over here. This is my buddy Fred. He walks around and refuses to tell me where all the nodes are. It does happen. You know, he's a little selfish. Yeah, what can I say? He should have told me. Whoa, hey, oh, what's up, bro? I don't want to talk to you. I just want to cut this tree down. Wee, 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 wee. This is called bob and weave, everybody. Zigzag pattern. Zigzag pattern. I don't want to fight that guy. I don't want to fight him. I just want to get the loots. Get that tree out of my way. Now, you can't use the chainsaw on him, by the way. You got to use a little zap zapper. There's a thing you can do later that you can be even stronger. You got a rifle later. A lot of cool stuff you can use, but that's all I wanted to do was take that tree down. All right, so we've got 2 of our 3 resources running over here so far. Now, we got that coming up there just as a control, and then this one's going to come up here, and you can probably guess what we're going to do. Use our stackers. Now, later on, we're going to be using our walls and all of that stuff when we get that unlocked. But in the beginning, just go ahead and use your stackers. So we're going to go ahead and put that as 1, and we're going to put this down there. So there we go. So now we have those both combined together. Now that we've got that established, we also want to kind of back chain our power so that when we click our power in, it's going to start all this up and run it to us. We're going to run this to say right there. Oh, a little too long. A little too long there. Let's say here. There we go. And then we'll put it up here on the dealio. Now, I'm a big fan of running my power lines on the outside edge, wherever I put my stackers. But you actually can go every other one, right? Every other one of these, because it's going to be 6, and then it's going to be 6 again, which would be 12. You run it every other one. And the same thing with your hypertubes. They can go 12 before you have to put a in-between spot. So there we go. So we got that power going there. Now, obviously, we need to take this power and run it down over there, too. Now, I don't like stuff to clip, not even wires. I don't like wires to clip at all. So that's just above where we're going. So it looks good. It looks good in all directions. It's clipping through my lifter down there. See, I don't like that. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. So let's go ahead and fix that. I don't like conveyors to clip. I don't like wires to clip. Now, later on, we're going to get a much cooler wire thing, and we'll get into that. So here's what we do. We go ahead and grab it now from over there. We bring it back over to here, and we're going to do it on the outside. And then we'll just go ahead and match it on the outside because we ran this outside line. And we're going to run it all the way back over to there. We'll take this one out, and we'll run the line. Not because we have to, not because it really makes any difference, because we choose to, because we want it to look nice and be organized in that way. By the way, you can also run underneath these. These are really great. So now it's nicely organized. It's not clipping through anything. It's very nicely run. And of course, you could really optimize it if you want to. I highly recommend making it beautiful and functional at the same time. Now, this right here is not very great. Let's go ahead and take this out. Let's go ahead and make this nice, right? So again, I'll make stuff just so I can take it out and show you guys a much easier way, right? So coming straight out and straight up into the thing, there's not that landing there. And the nice thing is later on when you want to upgrade this to a faster speed, it'll just do it all in one move as opposed to having a bunch of little small segments. I try to make as long segments as I can, so it just makes it easier upgrading later because you definitely should be upgrading these later. So here we go. 1, 2, we're at 3, and then 4, 5, 6. But you know what you should do? You should go ahead and do this like this. Now, this ramp actually is going to eventually be like this. I'm going to widen it out. Let's go ahead and just widen it out while we're thinking about it. My actual road is right here, is this part. This actually is going to be where my resources come up. Now, I could offset it and make this my road and do all of that, but it actually runs into the original node. I could rotate the thing so I could get that extra block, but it's way too close to where your extractor is. So I highly recommend at least having one foundation that is just nothing but your roads, and then a foundation which is you're running your stuff, and even have a third one like I like to do, and that third one is then for your hypertubes and stuff like that. Much better way of running it. Now, this actually is coming up on the left side and is going to run long and then actually run all the way up to the base. So we're getting both our connectors. Now, this doesn't go all the way to 6. It only goes to about 3. And the reason why I'm going to do that is because it just makes it easier when you're reaching the top of a place. It's much easier just to run it to that top and then run it from there. Now, I'm actually going to zigzag this over to this side because there's no reason to run it over there and block all my stuff. I'm going to actually move it to this side. So we're going to say there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, when you're going up an up angle, I would go at 5 because that angle is going to affect your overall run. Now, again, all of this we're going to come back and rework. And use walls and wall hangers and all that kind of fun stuff. But when you're first getting started, it's okay to run this. Now, this takes a lot longer than me just building the resources down there and running power there. And I could have it already running right now. I could have it making iron plates and rods and all that stuff right this second. This takes a lot of extra effort. But if you think in the long term, maybe it helps you more in the long term. We'll see. We'll see how it ends up at the end. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and number 6 right there. Boom. And boom. And then we bring this forward. Make sure you got a lot of plates saved up for this. And remember, I haven't built any plates or any rods since we moved, right? Because I don't have the ability to. I don't have any constructors doing that right now. Now, I highly recommend if you're going to do this, because it's really going to end up in a certain way at the top, is to stop right there. Stop right there and then run to the top of your thing here. And we're going to go ahead and just put down our vehicle. We're going to run to the top. And we're going to figure out the logistics of bringing it down. Now, sometimes you build from the end and work your way backwards. And sometimes you build from the beginning and work your way forward. And then backwards, and then forward, and then backwards. But we can see that where this is going to go up is actually not right here. This is where it comes out. Right here. And so I need to think of the logistics of when I'm bringing it through to my upper part of my base. Oof, I love that. I love how it comes up and lands right there. It's really cool. When I bring it to my upper part of my base, where am I going to have this factory? Where am I going to do all this stuff, right? I mean, there's not enough room to do all of it right here. There's a bit of room over on this side, but there's actually another node here. So I don't want to cover that node up like I've done on the other side. I don't want to run it in the way of my power over here. Now, there is actually a lot of room over here. This is very spacious. But I'm the type of person who doesn't like to build at ground level. I typically don't. I typically build above the highest object in the area. And so that's the next thing I will do is not only bring it over here, but then I'll run it up to the upper levels. Now, we don't have our walls to do nice, clean running of the upper levels yet, but we will get to that. So really, in theory, I want this to be up higher than it currently is. And I'm going to be ending up moving all of this stuff and just have my extractors at the bottom level. And my power at this bottom level, and everything else is going to be up in the air. Now that right there is pretty tall, so we're going to go ahead and take a look at how much we would have to run this. And let's take this one out if we want to run it up above all of this. So we're going to go ahead and put that there. There we go. And try to get that snap. There we go. Now the double ramps are really helpful. Look how quick and easy it is to just build up over the top of your thing, right? Now it says, oh, sorry, you're encroaching that thing. So it's a little too close, right? I want to get up above there. Now, the funny thing is I'm going to pick that up and move that up above. You want to think of it in terms of how many walls high is this stuff. And that's typically how I would measure. And you can see I've got my walls. And you can go in and say, okay, that's 1, then there's 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. You can go ahead and put it over here, 2, 3, 4, right there. So that's about 4, but is it 4? I don't know. Let's build across by using our foundation. We use our smallest foundation. Even our smallest foundation will not build across there. So that would be a 5. I would call that a 5. And then you could use your small foundations, there we go, to try to run across. Oh, wait a minute. It doesn't run across. That's because this vehicle takes off. You can't put it up above that vehicle. See, I walked you guys down the road on that one. Yeah, you can't, don't put it against above your vehicle. So I obviously don't want to put this underground because that goes up and takes my resources up. But you can do the same thing on your awesome shop. You can do the same thing on your coal power and all of that stuff. Try to figure out where it's at, right? I'm going to go ahead and take the hub out. And what I really want to do is actually not do it right there. I want to do it by where my power is, where all my resources are going to be feeding to. So let's take that out, put that back in. There you go. Oh, almost forgot my vehicle. Let's go, little buddy. All right. Now here's my coal plant there, and I'm going to have a bunch of additional coal there. And I need to kind of figure out at this point, you're like, well, Kismet, what about all your resources back there? We'll get back to that in a minute. We're pre-thinking how we're going to bring all those resources down this line and then put them up into our upper base. So let's get up here. Same thing. We're going to run up here, and we're going to look at where we're at with our coal. Again, you want to make a lot of concrete early on so you can do this kind of stuff. I'm filling one more right there. Ought to do it. But let's just see if we could go ahead, use our biggest foundation, our 8x4s, and run that across. Oh yeah. And look, we're clipping through that. We're clipping through the clearance, right? Now, do you really want to have a factory right underneath a bunch of coal coming out of there? Probably not. But still, we'll give it a go. All right, now we're gonna go up one more block and run it across. Still there, right? So, okay, fine. I'll just test it over here. I'll just go ahead and put a ramp up like that, and then go up one more level. All right, that works. That works. Now we're above it. Let's run this in here and see if it actually comes through the floor. That's one of the great things I love about these guys is they thought of that. They thought of that. Hey, the stuff doesn't come up through the floor. It actually stays down below and hits that under level. Now, one of the things that I like to do when I'm in the upper level is to actually use the smaller ones, right? Now, I don't use the super skinny ones, and you can. You can use the super skinny ones, your 8x1s and whatnot, but I feel like if you're really making a factory, do you think that's going to hold up a big giant machine? Probably not, especially without supports. So I typically don't use that one. I typically will go with the middle foundation here, which is the 8x2s. That I feel is reasonable. Now watch what happens when I run the 8x2s around here. Wait a minute. Kismet, you went down a level, and yet you could go over it now. That's right, because I used the skinnier foundations, the larger foundations were hitting the area. So I actually got to move down by one less ramp I have to build, one less level I have to build. Now, I'm going to be building power all around here. Now, keep in mind, you're going to have to listen to that the whole time you're in your base. If you don't want to listen to that whirling, then I suggest building your base way off away from that whirling. But I love to hear the sound of my factory run. I love to hear it. Now, I'd probably build a nice little area right over there by the waterfall, put my hub over there if I wanted to. But I'm really going to put it in the middle. Now, this actually is not going to be my actual level where I put my hub. My hub is not going to be here. My space elevator is not going to be here. You know why? Because I know that eventually I'm going to have to build out beyond this item right here. So first thing, how far do I need to be up for my coal? Right? So there we go. We've got that resolved. Now, how far do I need to go up to be beyond this thing? Right? To be way up here. Well, let's go and big build this way up here. Ah, see, runs right into it. Now, if you run into that, that's okay. Here's what you do. You just create yourself a little switchback. Now, watch out. There could be something up here, too. Create yourself a little switchback like that. Because this is all temporary. This is just basically finding the level at which I want to build stuff. And you'll see me build a lot of temporary stuff and then just take it back out after I've kind of found the level that I want. I feel like experimenting is one of my favorite parts of the game. Experimenting with the heights. Look at that. Look at that. Oh. So nice. There's a one over there is going to be in our way, though. Let's go one more. Let's look at those heights. Well, look, we've crossed that. So that's good. So let's just double check by putting one here and then running it back that way. Again, make sure you got lots of concrete when you're doing this kind of stuff. Oh, yeah, that's easy over the top of that. Probably not over the top of that, but look how much space I now have up here to build out my factory up on the top. Now, is it going to be taller than that thing and this thing? Yeah, I don't know. Kind of feeling like maybe a couple more, right? Maybe a couple more to get over the top of that. Definitely a couple more up. So let's go ahead and go back. Woo, almost fell off there. Let's go back over here. That made my stomach sick. It always does. Darn vertigo. Darn vertigo is the worst. All right, we'll go ahead and take that out. I still play this game even though it does affect my vertigo. Too bad. Too bad. I love a game. I'm going to play it. Let's go. Let's get serious now. Let's get serious in our ramp building here. All right, now we're getting up there. Let's really get up here. Again, I feel like building way up is vital to what you're doing because you're going to want to put some trains in. You're going to want to run these resources from over there and over there and over there. You're going to find your oil out there somewhere and you're going to want to run that in. So get serious on when you're putting your top in. And I feel like we're really going to build the Kismet Tower this time. We're going to get way up here where we're pretty clear of all these other obstructions. So we're going to go ahead and say somewhere around there. Now look how far I have to come up to get up to my base up here. Now you obviously don't want to be running up and down this ramp every single time because it will come at a cost for sure. Of your time. Now, I would probably say somewhere about there would be pretty good, but I'm not really liking where this ramp is, so let's go ahead, take all this back out. We got a general sense of where we want to be, and then we'll run back down, get it going. Good morning, Keyblade Knight. Thanks for hanging out. Never seen this game before. It looks pretty. Yeah, the JP guy. This is called Satisfactory. Incredibly fantastic game. 10 out of 10. If you're a builder like me, you're going to love this game. You're going to just like, start playing at 5 o'clock at night. And you'll be like, okay, I'm going to play for a few minutes. and then the sun's going to be coming up. I mean, that type of game. You'd be like, I just want to finish this one thing. I just want to get this one thing done. Yeah, that's what happens in this game. I could play this game for endless hours. It is really good. And I've played through already 10, 20 times. Now, I don't run and do everything in a game, especially when it's early access, which this game is. They're always adding stuff to it, which is awesome. But I don't run and do everything in a game. I like to leave a little something for me to do later on. Let's go ahead and take all of those out. And again, we're going to come up and we're going to use our lesser size here. We're going to go ahead and switch that on my bar down here. And so I'll remember to use my 8x2s. All right, so we got our 8x2s going there. And we're going to go ahead and create this as our level. As we've already decided, that's our dealio. And then we're going to come off the side of here. We're going to have room down there for us to tap all 3 of those coal nodes. Now, this is going to be our production level. Our production level is where we make stuff, right? So we bring in all of our resources and we run it. Now, eventually, this actually is not going to be my production level. Eventually, it's going to be just my line running level. So it's just going to run all the lines for all of the stuff up above. So you'll see me create a level that's only just a little bit taller than this current level. But we want to have one access ramp to rule them all, as they say. And so we'll go ahead and just create a bit of a landing here so we can land on this thing. And then we'll have a nice consistent ramp that goes up to our next level. So this time we'll go ahead and just go to it. Now, the higher you make your stuff, the more effort you're going to have to put into running it way up there. Now, I'm going to run mine all the way up to the top here. It is eventually going to end up into a central area. Oh, higher for sure. End up in a central area. This is going to take a lot of extra work because we're going to be bringing in our raw resources as well, as opposed to just making it at the node, which is typically how I do it. And I'm trying to get up higher than that item there. When in doubt, do 2 more. That's my rule. When in doubt, do 2 more, and then you know you got it. Oh, look, we got to go over there anyway. Look, there's actually a crashed ship right there on the top of that mountain. We got to go over there anyway. All right, awesome. Also, you find a lot of glowy worms up real high like this. I feel like this is pretty rock solid. That gives us access to all of that over there, all of this down below, all over there on the far side. We could set up all of our trains up here. And whatnot. And I feel like I might actually work on my supports this time too. So we might put in some supports underneath and do it, or we won't do it at all. One or the other. We'll totally do it, or we won't do it at all. So we'll go ahead and put a start of a landing here. Now, am I going to work up here at the beginning? Probably not. I would highly recommend not putting your stuff up here at the very beginning. Where does this kind of like long term, when we're ready to move our hub again, we will move it to that level. But when you're building a production level, I highly recommend to move your hub in the area in which you're working the most, right? So you want to have it where you have all your storage, where you have all your stuff in that particular area. Now, right now, my hub has been here at the bottom where those resources are, where I brought from my other base that I totally tore down, and we moved all over here at the very beginning of the game. And so we want to go ahead and expand a bit of our area here. Now I'm going to run out of concrete, and that's okay. We'll run down here. Now I do like to have a nice wide area as well, so we'll widen that out. That's why I chose the middle here, so I can widen it out by 3. Very good to have that for a bit of safety. Now I'm going to go ahead and hit F and see if there's any concrete in here. And I can see there's a ton, 893. Before I even look in the box, I know there's a ton of concrete in there. There we go. And so again, you're like, well, Kismet, what about those nodes back there? We'll get back to that. Remember, this all ties together. If you're thinking through your base, then everything should tie together. Now, in experimental right now, they have got the vertical power. So guess what I'm going to be doing later once we go on to experimental with this save? That's right. I'm going to be bringing my power from underneath my base. That's how far I think ahead, everybody. We're going to be going and checking that out. Now, right now, I'm in the release version. There's no reason for me to go in experimental right now because I'm not at that stage where I can go ahead and use the Mark IIs and do all of that. We'll come back and we'll check that out after they've run through the bug fixes and they've gone through and done all of that. I'm never in a hurry. Some people, they jump on it right away. Hey, maybe they played through 50,000 times and they're ready to see that new stuff. I'm okay with having some fun first and then coming back to it later. So we're creating a nice wide platform here just to get it started. Like this. And you can hear that whirling down there. Now, if it was me, in which it is because it's my base, I would put my main stuff off to away from the whirling. Because while it doesn't irritate you at the start, it may start to grow to a point where you really, really don't like it. So I'm going to go ahead and really push this way, like this. And I suggest make the thing first and then put your underpinnings underneath, right? The only exception, of course, is 7 Days to Die, where it actually has a bit of physics to it, where if you build it without its tensile strength, it'll fall. So yeah, watch out for that. Whole entire base comes down. That's not good. That's not good when that happens. But in this game, you can do floating stuff. Like I can take this out. And you see that's just floating up in the air. And I actually like that style of building in this type of game. It's fun in 7 Days to Die to where it doesn't, where you have to think it through. But in this type of game, that would become really cumbersome in your building. It's much more fun to just, every game doesn't have to be hyper realistic. You got to balance the gameplay and the enjoyability of playing the game versus the realism of a game. I feel like a lot of games fail because they focus too much on realism and not enough on the fun, right? If you agree, put a 1 in the chat. They're too busy focused on stuff that's not important and not enough focused on the thing that is important. And that is what I'm doing. What am I doing? I'm building a base. Am I having a good time doing it? Yes. Am I having lots of fun going and finding all the resources and running it in? Yes. Am I having lots of fun thinking about what I'm going to be building in about 5 minutes and 10 minutes, an hour, and next week and all the times we're going to be playing in the future? Oh, absolutely. It's inspiring me. It's going in. It's making me dream of stuff that I want to do. And that is a great game. There we go. Good morning, Kiz. It's a Keyblade Night. Kiz, did you know there's a new skill tree coming out for Borderlands 3? I did not know. I own all the Borderlands, and I'm such a slacker on that game. I'd love to get it going. Howdy, partner. What's up? We run dubs. Good to see you, man. Cyber Rook agrees. Says, yeah, that's the jam. You got to make the game great. So there we go. So we want to bring our resources in. We want to get it going. Now, I'm going to put my hub over here temporarily. Nothing I do is ever a permanent thing. I feel. Never make it feel like, okay, this is where my hub's going to be forever. I highly recommend not doing that. I also like to turn my hub sideways of where I'm going to be mainly coming in and out. Because where are you going to be going mainly? You're going to be going right over here, and you're going to be doing this until you can't do that anymore. So that typically is going to be your thing. So and this will be my main road, so I just run straight to it. Now I can actually turn it around the other way as well. Say, oh, you know what? Change my mind. Let's go ahead and grab it, turn it around the other way, and then line that up that way. And that's less for I have to run there again. I do this automatically. You see me go and do it without even thinking about it? I went and did it without even thinking about it. I was just like running over there, resetting those. I hate to see those thingies. So I got to turn those off just by running it. All right, so there we go. We got that run. Looks good. We got it on the platform there. Now what we want to do is we want to have every resource run to us. Now this time, instead of running it along the side of my hub here, I'm actually going to run it over on this side. So we're going to have every resource that we're working with run right out here, around here. Now all of my factory going to be on that side. All of my resources going to be running over here. And I'm going to go ahead and extend this out. So I'm already deciding that 1/2 is where I'm going to store my resources, and 1/2 is where I'm going to be upgrading and working on my resources, and the other half is where I'm going to have my factories. We're going to create little mini factories for everything over there. It's going to be epic. It's going to be awesome. Wait around for that. But the first thing we need to do is establish our resources, right? Where are our resources going to be? So I'm going to go ahead and start with this one right here. Now, as you can see, it's going in that direction, right? So we see the arrow. It's going away from me. I don't want to do that. I actually want it to go this direction toward me. Now, why do I want to do that? Well, we'll go ahead and turn it around, and I'll show you. And I'm going to back it up just a little bit, right? Just a little bit beyond the metal there. And I'm going to run this. I'm going to run it right to there. Now, what happens is if I put, say, plates in there, right? So I'm going to go ahead and hold down Control, put my plates in there. Boom. it rolls out in the front, and now you can visually see that's what's in that box. What am I going to do next? Well, you probably already guessed it. Oh, wait, I need some plates. I put them all away. I need my plates back. Now I'm going to go ahead and put the next thing in, and you could probably guess what it's going to be. I know all you smart peeps in the chat. It's going to be the next thing, some rods. There we go. We'll throw some in there. Now we got some rods. And then I'll just continue to do this with every single resource. That I need. And this creates a nice little depot of all of your materials. Now I'm obviously going to replace all of these boxes eventually because this is a Mark 1 box. We'll be working with our Mark 2s eventually. But let's just go ahead and be a bit ambitious and get that all lined up. So it's going to make me some plates, and it's going to run those plates right there. Now, I'm going to have a storage of each and every of these things. I'm going to need a central storage for all my resources that are coming in, an input, and then all the resources that are running out. I'm going to need a final destination. Now, I've just established my final destination for all of these resources that I'm working with. Now, what would be the next one I would want to do? Well, probably wire would be the next one. So we go ahead and say wire. We'll throw that in there, maybe cut that in half, get a little bit of that back for us. So there we go, wire. What would be next? Of course, the next thing in line would be cable. So let's throw some cable in there. Nice. What's the next thing? This actually I would put as copper sheets because you're definitely going to need a bunch of those later on as well. So I don't have any copper sheets, but I can go in here and see if I can make some right over here. Too bad. Don't have anything to make any copper sheets, but that's okay. We'll work with that later. Now, we'll go ahead and skip that one. And we'll go ahead and say, what's the next thing that I want to put in there? Well, there is actually one thing that I forgot that I actually left space for on purpose. And that is the ultimate, the thing that I use the most out of every single thing that I do. And that is concrete. Always put your concrete first. Why? Because it's the number one thing that you're going to be looking for. Concrete. Absolutely. Hands down. Boom. Concrete is the thing that I use the most because you're building and building and building and using it for all the stuff you're making, extractors and all that stuff. You're constantly using concrete. I use 10 times as much concrete as I used anything else in the entire game because I mega build. I build really huge. And really, I have not even gotten into it. I mean, I kind of super build. It was probably a better way because I have 3 levels of building: basic building, super building, and mega building. And I would consider a lot of my builds actually to be a super build, not a mega build. Because in this game, you can build huge, I mean massive, to the point in which your video card will beg for mercy. Now, speaking of having some fun, let's get into some Stream Raiders. I totally zoned. That is my fault, and that's why you guys earn 1,000 Kiz Caps. Bam, right there. Let's go ahead and do some Stream Raiders. Let's go, everybody. Sorry about that. Let's go. Battle it out. I got so excited. I was getting so zoned in there. I forgot. I'm so excited. I really want to build this base out. I think it's going to be awesome. And I appreciate your patience, everybody in the chat. In fact, I'll give you another 1,000 Kiz Caps for your patience. How about that? Now, those Kiz Caps are for my contest to give away here in the stream. I literally give away thousands of dollars worth of stuff. $150 Mr. Handy up for grabs this holiday season, along with a ton of other stuff that I have queued up. Some fun stuff, too. Some fun stuff queued up for the holiday season to give away to all of you guys. Grats and rewards, Subi, Big P Daddy, all get some love. Let's do it. Back to the map. Already got to get the boss thing. That's okay. We gave peeps some time to get into the stream, ready to come and join us for a boss battle. Let's go. Norbert ready to go again. That means I've been going too long. Right here. Let's go right here. I'm going to put him way in the back here. So you guys can gather up right there. Come with Norbert. He's going to heal the heck out of you while you guys get all the loot. Loot doesn't do me any good. I got plenty of loot. Speaking of, let's go ahead and take a look in the store over here. Let's see, we've got some scrolls we can purchase. What do we got? Archer scrolls, barbarian scrolls. Don't need the tank ones. I'm good there. Get this. Oh, Grand Healer. One step closer. Look at that. 117 out of 150. Trying to get that going. Down from 26,000 gold down to 7,600. That's okay. If I need more gold, we'll do more battles. How about that? We'll just keep it going. And I always crank it all the way to you guys, so you guys are getting that loot I would prefer you guys get your stuff leveled up. I start with an epic every time. I only get to put one down, but mine is an epic. And so if I could get a class that's going to heal you guys or boost you guys, that's what I would rather do. So you guys get the loot. Now look at this. Here we go. Eventually, Rotisserie G, Jimbo, Bob, Newtack, Keyblade Knight, and Puff P Daddy already placing some units. You can come and join us, everybody. There's a link in the chat. It is free to play. It's on mobile and on desktop. So you're watching me on your mobile right now. Download it. Be playing the game while you're also watching the stream at the same time. Feel free to follow that link, streamraiders.com, or sorry, streamelements.com, not Stream Elements, Stream Raiders, yeah, streamraiders.com. StreamRaiders.com. You can find that link in there. You find me, your Captain Kismet, and come and join us. Something we do on the side, a little side game we play. I have a lot of fun playing it. I think you guys do too. So pretty great game. So back to Satisfactory. Now, always have your first one as the concrete. And that's why I did all the rest of those first, and I came back to it just to accentuate that your concrete is always number one, because you want that to build up massively. Now, what this does is allows me to go in and say, okay, awesome. Now I have got my stuff squared away. Now, actually, I probably want to move it over by one. Now, why do I want to move it over by one? I'll show you a little trick if you want to swap this out. Because I want to have my screws in there too. So I definitely want to have my screws right here. Now, if you do the wrong one, you can just go ahead and pick those up right from the front. And then now we've got our screws. And then we can pick this up. Now, make sure you take the thing out of here. You're going to be doing that for an hour. Just take that out like that. There we go. And then we can say, okay, this one we want to be this, and this one we want to be that, and this one we're going to have as our copper sheets, and so on. And then we'll go ahead and say, you know what, then we want to go ahead and have these, and so on. And you can just keep saying down the line. What would be the next thing? I would probably say rotors. Let's go ahead and put our thing down. Now, one of the things that I like to do is I like to create what I call the play yard. Nope, I got to get my stuff back. Not that. I need my plates. No, I got my plates. Oh, I need my reinforced iron plates over here. Get one of those. I need two. All right, we'll make some more. What I like to do is I like to create what I call the play yard nearby where my... actually, I just look in here. Nearby where my actual production is. And the reason why I like to do that is, I need those screws, is it makes it easier for me to just go and look and see, okay, what am I working on next? What am I doing next kind of thing. Let's go ahead and make one more. Oh, turn the sound back on. And this way I keep it kind of by my base. So you just, throw a constructor down. Oh, I need some wire too. Happens when you put all your stuff away, you need that stuff back again. I'm just kind of establishing where that stuff's going to go. So let's put our constructor in the back here. We don't want to block our door, but we'll go ahead and just put a constructor back there. And then we'll work on our assembler. And we're going to need more plates. Let's make more of those. Now, obviously, we'll have it making all of this for us very soon, and we'll have so much of this we won't know what to do with it. And that's okay. And so these are the two that we've unlocked so far. I need 4 more. The constructor and then the assembler. See if we can get enough. How many? We got 7. We need 8. We need a little bit more plates. Need more plates? No more plates. What a bummer. But that's okay. Down here, we have a bunch of... I forgot to pick up my vehicle, too. That's good, because I can use it to go back up. We've got a bunch more resources. So I'm just going to grab all the resources and then take this out now. And then grab all the resources from there and take it out if there is any. There's none in that one. Grab all this, take it out. You get the general idea. I'm manually moving all of my stuff from down here now into the upper part of my base, which is going to be the primary area where I hold all of that. In a nice central junction, right? So all that concrete I just picked up, I only picked up a little bit. Then I can put that in there now. Okay, now I know where my plates go. My plates go there. And these go here. Now, obviously, you don't want to be manually doing this throughout your entire playthrough. You definitely want to be micromanage this a bit better. Now, all my little stuff here, like the wood and the marble, all that stuff, I'm going to put it here in what I call my equipment workbench, where I put all that stuff just kind of away right now. And I've also got this encased industrial beams. We'll go ahead and put that on our line as well. Now, there's kind of 2 schools of thought. You put it in order in which you're looking for it, or you put it in order of how it is in here, right? Iron plates, iron rods, screws, copper sheets. I've done it this way and put it all in here. There's actually another wire, quick wire, and there's other things that get added to this later on. I put it in order of this. You can also put it in order of how your craft bench has it, right? Iron plates, iron rods, screws, reinforced, and copper sheets, and so on and so forth, modular frames, and whatnot. I put it in order that I actually typically construct that particular item. What is the most important thing to construct first? What's my most important thing next, etc. Copper sheets is next, and then this, and then down here would actually be my modular frames, and then beyond modular frames would be those right there. So we're going to put those in there. Now those have a home. That has a place to go. Now, when I get this run here done, then I will create a second run. The second run is the more advanced items that we're going to work with. So let's go ahead and grab some of this concrete back, and then we'll go ahead and work with our more advanced items on the other side. Now, these ones we're not going to go to as much in the early game for right now, but we are going to kind of work them in the direction in which we're going to be building our factory. And these will be a combination of multiple things over here. But you can see I'm leaving a little bit of space here so that I can run around the back if I want to drive my vehicle and all that, which I forgot to drive on the way back. We'll go ahead and extend that out. Go ahead and grab it from over there. Line it up. Oh, wait, we need those resources. See, I do that all the time where I'm constantly out of resources. Now, I could go in and tell it I want to make a bunch of this stuff, but it's really nice to be able just to run up here. That's what I'm just showing you. The ability to run up there and have those finished resources in a spot where you know it's all organized. Organizing your resources in any game is the untold power of what you're doing. You definitely want to go in and organize it all. Now, this says it's lined up. And that one is hanging a little bit over. All right, so that's lined up by that. Doesn't have to be lined up. But, oh, I need to push it back just a little bit, too. And so we'll line it up across the way. That's okay. I dig it. Boom. And then, again, running it along that edge. Now, I'm not going to use all of these. I can tell you that already. But we're going to just go ahead and do a little bit there. Because I'm going to unlock as quick as possible the double level ones. I love the double level ones. Those help a lot. Okay, so we've got that going. Now, these are all items that come from limestone and converts into concrete. So that's a one-level item. One-level item, iron, so on and so forth. These are what I consider level 1 items. Now, when you get to things like your reinforced iron plates, now those are 2 items merging together. Whatever we were going to put here, what we're going to put there? Rotors, I think. No. Got our copper sheets. I've already forgotten. Wow, my brain. My brain. I was going to put something there. Modular frames? Copper sheets, modular frames. Yes, modular frames. This is going to be copper sheets. This is going to be modular frames. And that is going to be encased industrial beams. Because that's in the order in which I'm going to make them, typically. And so I will run them into those particular areas. It's good to run a little bit of, at least 1 or 2 in there so you can remind yourself so you don't forget later on. And then the more advanced stuff over here, we're going to build all of that. Now, instead of running back into here every time, I'm going to also create a bit of a production area out here so I don't have to constantly run inside there. This way I can just run to the crafting bench, which is right there. I did drive my vehicle up here. Look, there it is. I didn't even remember that I drove it up there. That's how bad my memory is. And then we'll go ahead and put this in here. I'm going to face it toward the resources because most of the time you're going to be running up doing this, right? You're going to be coming up here and saying, okay, let's grab some resources, let's make the thing. Grab some resources, make the thing. Grab the resources, grab the thing, right? That's what you want, that nice and easy conversion. Now we're going to go ahead and try to get our assembler in here. Oh, we need make one more. Keep forgetting. One more. Oh, with screws. Let's grab our screws. Now, remember, we don't have to run in there. We can just run right here. There we go. And then make one of these. All right, much easier. And then we can run in between those and then make our assembler. Yeah, let's put it off to the side a little bit. There we go. And that's what I call a play yard. Now, I'm not going to actually use these. I'm just going to have it so I can run up and look at what it can make. These are all the things that it can currently make. And I need to get all the production of all of this stuff all going again, right? All of that. And then over here, I need to get all the production of all of these going, including this one for my space elevator. Now, I might be like, well, Kismet, where are you going to put your space elevator? Well, I'm going to put my space elevator, obviously, close by where my base is, so I can feed stuff in there, close by where all the resources are. You guessed it, right out here. Let's go ahead and put this baby right next to my base. And I like to put it as close to my primary resources as possible. And close to my hub. Again, doing all of this really pays off in the long run. You might be like, well, Kismet, get the resources running and get them all going and all that stuff. I feel like that's less of a priority than establishing where you got all your resources, right? And then reestablishing our space elevator. Now, our space elevator needs a lot of resources, as you can see. And it says it's too steep right now. So we need to go ahead and run this in. I like to, it doesn't really matter which way you turn this thing, by the way, other than the inputs and outputs on the back. But I like to have the little thing facing me. And it says the floor is too steep. That means that if I try to put it down, it's not going to go down there. Now, I prefer to move way back and just kind of look at where I'm putting it. Just beyond those resources. Along this line right here. So I want to put it along that line right there, but it's not wide enough. So we need to widen this out even more. Now, see, I don't have to worry about mobs up here. There's no mobs going to come up here and bother me unless it's that big flying guy. Sometimes he'll come by, depending on his route. He'll come by your base if you built it in the middle of where he's running. But, oh, no concrete. Well, let's go get some more. Put our vehicle down. Oh, where'd our vehicle go? Our vehicle's already down. Let's go! YOLO! Yeah, the Kismet way to get down. Nailed it. All right, looking good. Now, do I need one of these down here? Yeah, I'll leave it down there. You know, might as well leave an extra one if I'm down here and I need to make stuff. We're good. Now, let's keep consolidating our resources here. Oh, that one's really full of stuff. I'm already full there. Let's just go ahead and do this, because otherwise it's just going to drop on the ground anyway. Then we'll run along and see if we can really kind of consolidate a lot of the stuff, maybe stack it into some of the stacks we've already got. All right, looking good. Grab that over there. By the way, it is earning me tickets over there, by the way, while I'm running back and forth. Doing all this work. Okay. What do we got? Lots of concrete, but we need a little concrete too. Let's make sure we get it back out again. There we go. And away we go. Make sure to park our vehicle so it's not in the way of us putting the items down. Hit middle mouse button to pick up the foundation. And let's just go one more. I love how this game builds. You just use this metal part right here. See this metal part on the side? You just aim toward that, and it goes in that direction. The subtlety of that is not lost on me. How incredibly wonderful that is. But you know, if you just roll over that edge, it'll automatically put that in. That's why the building in this game is second to none. Like a glove. Exactly. Exactly. All right. And let's go ahead and see if we can put it down. There we go. So it still says it's too steep and I can't afford. So let's go ahead and move it a little bit right. See if we can get it to where it's filled up. Trying to get it where it doesn't say too steep. I feel like it should be about there. Really want to center it right here. Now, how many wide is this? It's about 6 wide. So it should allow me to go right about here. Oh, that would be perfect right there. Is that other item in the way? No. So right along that edge right there. So you know what we're going to do? Let's just put a power pole there to remind me later. Now let's go ahead and build this out even wider. Or we need to do our resources first. Hold on. Let's get our resources. Let's clear this. Let's go to space elevator. Let's go ahead and click this. Now we need all of these resources to make our space elevator again. Let's go ahead, grab those up, because now we got them all, or at least most of them, nicely organized over here. Iron rods. We have enough iron rods. Let's take them all. Ooh, just barely. Wire. We need 1,500. That we definitely don't have enough of. And so we're going to have to go for another little ride. Yeah, notice I've left room. Nice little save lag there. Come on, you. It does, whenever it goes to save, there's a little touch of lag when you're playing the game. It does auto-save for you. You can turn it off if you want. I like it to be on. Just in case. Remember, this game is still early access. There we go. Plenty of that in there. Nice. Let's just grab all that stuff in there. Okay, so we're ready to make our space elevator. Oh, this is already looking great. Looking great, looking sharp. I love to catch air coming through there. Again, see, I leave myself little access ways to get past and get where we're going. Okay, so now we have our resources. Oh, dropped it on the ground. Hold on, I gotta drop some of this. Okay. So now we'll put our space elevator down. We'll try to line it up. And it's saying floor too steep. Most likely it's the back edge. It's the back edge is too far. The side edges seem to be good. We've got to go ahead and extend this back edge, because this object is absolutely huge. So let's just go all in. Let's just do 2. Watch how quickly. We'll just build that in, right? I'm just clicking in the same spot, and then when it gets close to me, I go ahead and move my mouse a little bit down. It's just so wonderful every time. And I've played this game for hundreds of hours now, and I can tell you, every time that I go to build, I like it. I think about it. I think, wow, how nice is that? How great is it to build so elegantly like that? And I feel like a whole bunch of games could take note from Satisfactory itself. There we go. And we're going to put that nicely right there. Oh, beautiful. I love watching it every time. It's so cool. So cool, bro. Fantastic animation in this game. All right, so where are we at on our space elevator? We're going to be working on this stuff here. That's later stuff. We're still working on our current tiers. So now we've established our base. We put our space elevator back. We've got our hub going. We've figured out where we want our resource to go. And we have our resources sorted. Having them sorted is probably the biggest tip in the entire game. Any game, whether you're playing 7 Days to Die, whether you're playing Fallout, whether you're playing Satisfactory or Ashney or whatever, having your stuff in a findable location where you're not going, okay, is it in this box, is it box, which you see me doing earlier, in these boxes down here. But to have them nicely sorted and placed in a box is incredibly powerful for what you're doing. Now, I also like to have what I call the kind of backup box or the excess box. And I'm going to just go ahead and just throw it up here. I want to take them all out. Actually, I won't throw it there. I'm going to throw it over here. And this is what I call my excess. Right? This is a whole bunch of random stuff. Put over here. Maybe I'll make 2 of them. And this is going to be my random stuff, right? Maybe this ore, maybe this. I'll go ahead and say, you know what? I decided I don't want to keep it in there. I want to keep it out over here. So we'll take all of that stuff out and we'll put it in this box. Now this is a great place for it because I'm going to be coming in and out of this, and I'm going to be working over there and be bringing the resource and all that stuff. So a great place to drop your excess stuff that you're going to need later on. Let's say this, all the random stuff in here. I got my coffee cup on me? No, I don't. All right, let's put my coffee cup onto me. Stuff that you're always looking for, right? Barrels, and you're looking for your equipment, and you're looking for all this stuff for the MAM, right? So then if you have that there, probably a good idea to have your MAM nearby, because you can put your MAM wherever you want. You can see it's starting to get kind of a little bit compacted in here, and it's going to block my road up. Now, I'm not actually going to use that road for right now, so I'm going to put it wherever I want. But I do need to make a bit more of these reinforced iron plates. Again, establishing all this stuff ahead of time is really, really helpful. Now, I don't need to get to the front of this either, so I can go ahead. Oh, I need one more. I can go ahead and block that if I want. Really, I don't have to. I'm not going to run anything in and out of there. So I'm going to go ahead and put that there. Now, one of the problems, though, is when I'm coming up, it's going to be in my way, right? And this is actually going to be all in my way. So maybe we want to move this a little bit. So you know what? Hold on. Let's just let's readjust all of our stuff here. This production here, this assembler doesn't have to be straightforward, right? I can go ahead and just turn it sideways and set it off over there. Give myself enough room to run in between and to drive in between. I can then go in and say, you know what? Let's go ahead and move our craft bench back over here. Say something like this. Let's go ahead and just kind of put in our MAM over here so we can use it along with this thing. All right, so we can grab it out of there, put it in there. Now we've left ourselves a lot of room. And then the thing that I probably use the least over here, which is the equipment workshop. We'll just try to sneak that in right there in GG. And you're like, Kismet, you can't get past it now. I can, but I have to squeeze through right there. So we go ahead and take our constructor out. Take our constructor, push it back just a little bit. So we go out the back door, go this way. You know, you want to think of the logistics of how you're going to get from place to place. Now, I'm not going to come back here too often in the back here. This is where I would put my rotors back there. And then all the other more advanced stuff will end up back there. And all the stuff I'm using a lot right now is going to be here in the front, which is going to be very, very useful. Okay, so we got all that squared away. Speaking of MAM, what do we got in the MAM that we could run right now? Oh, we got this done. Oh, our alternate recipe is done. I forgot. Let's see, bio-coal. So we could use our biofuel and coal, or to change our, we could change our biomass into coal, which actually is not a bad thing. I have coal for days, so I wouldn't definitely need that in this playthrough. We could use for crafting. We could go ahead and combine our iron ore and water to produce 13 iron ingots. That's actually really good. And we could go ahead and use iron plates and screws for bolted iron plates, and we're going to be getting 3 of those. Now that actually is probably the best one, because these iron plates take forever. These iron ingots, I'll have tons of those. Coal, plenty of that, right? It's the thing that you don't have a lot of in the playthrough that I typically lean toward. Now, is this the best one? Probably not, but hey, we'll go ahead and grab it anyway. Am I going to use that? Probably not, but we'll go ahead and put it in there and go from there. All right, so we got that. And do we have enough of these? Alien organs, we need 1. I think that's probably down below. We'll have to go down below and grab all that stuff. Okay, how are we looking here? Let's go ahead and kind of finish our sorting here. Do a little manual sorting. Now, I'll have this actually auto-sorting eventually if I get to it in this playthrough. And it will take care of all this stuff. So let's put this away. All of this now has a home. Actually, let's just get a whole bunch of it, and then we'll come back to it. Now, where's my vehicle? Now, you can actually tell where your vehicle is by your radar up there at the top. It'll kind of aim you toward. If you have multiple vehicles, then you're in trouble. Oh. Hold on. Red alert. Red alert! If you click the mouse button, it'll put the thing. I didn't know that. Someone told me that in the chat. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Alrighty. Now, one I'm just going to take out because I have enough room in my inventory to grab it. This one, most likely not. There we go. Grab all that. Consolidate. 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 Looks good. Now, another thing you could do, by the way, is just store that all back in there. And grab all of this. Consolidate. Consolidate, and go back to this one. Store all that. This is something I do in 7 days to die. Like that, and I'll just consolidate it all together and then take the last one out. And then that just makes it easier, so I can just go ahead and boom, take this one out, grab all of that, and just go to the next one, so on. Take all, there we go. Take all of those, and then one more time now, boom. Now we only have 2 of these left, right? So we just reduced it from 4 to 2 in just a little bit by consolidating all the resources together. I do that sometimes. I'll have like 10 drop boxes, and I'll condense all 10 drop boxes into like 2 or 3 drop boxes, because you have a lot of repetition across all those boxes. You'll see me do that on Saturday. I'm the quartermaster. I take care of all that stuff. All right, let's put that in there. What do we got in here? We got plates. We got rods. All right, now we're starting to build a backlog of all this stuff. What else we got? Well, wire and a bunch of other stuff. Let's go ahead and put our wire. Oh, wrong wire. This wire. And cable in that one. Now we also have a bunch of other stuff. Oh, there's my copper. Copper sheets. Right there. Copper sheets there. And then this is going to be modular frames. I know I actually found some of those. I didn't make any yet, but I know I found some of those modular frames. So let's run that over there. And we left ourselves some room to run through here. Nice and easy. Put those over there. Now you can also split it up to, all right, this is a thing that's made with 2 things, this is a thing that's made with 3 things, and this is a thing that's made with 4 things. It's really whatever you feel doing. Hey, Dovey, what's up? Good morning to you, bro. Good morning. Thanks for being here again. My awesome mod, Dovey, backing me up. Appreciate you backing me up, bro, in the chat. I enjoy putting the flashing light siren on and flying through the factory like there's an emergency. Yeah, me too. I do a... what I call the loot emergency, where I run in there. I gotta get this loot, gotta get it. Okay, so we've got a whole bunch of other stuff that has to do with biofuel and stuff like that. We'll get into that in a bit. I kind of feel like I might actually make these separate this time. We'll see. Let's just go ahead and put all that biofuel up at the top, and then here at the bottom, we'll go ahead and put all the rest of this stuff in there, including our beacons, which we'll use later on. All right, another run. Let's get it going. I had to take a test today, so hopefully I'm clear. I hope so, man. I hope you are feeling good, and everything is good, bro. Nothing scarier than taking a test, because most of the time when you take a test, you really don't want to know the answer. At least all the times I went and took a lot of tests. I'm like, bro, I don't really want to know, but if I got to know, go ahead and tell me. Go ahead and tell me. I can take it. So when I first found out I had sleep apnea and vertigo, I'm like, okay, what do we need to do to solve it? Right? You know, naively thinking that I could, you know, just overcome it, get it done, and move on. Sadly, no. Then I had to say, okay, what do I got to do to manage it? See, that's the next level. Thanks so much, Blair and Fire. 38 months in a row. Holy mackerel. Thank you so much for the awesome support, everybody. Show up some love in the chat. Appreciate each and every one of you. Whoa, look at all those things we found. Wow, wow, wow. You know what? Let's take out all of our raw resources out of there. We're going to just kind of consolidate this. Let's take that out of there. We'll consolidate all of that stuff. Marsilia we'll put in there. What else? We'll go ahead and put our biofuel in, our solid fuel in the bottom one. We'll take this solid fuel out. And then we'll put all this stuff up here. This is the kind of stuff that I rarely ever mess with after the beginning. But I will probably use a little bit of it later on, so we'll keep that. Oh, and I found my my frames. All right, we almost got our last one in line here, so it'll help us remember what's running where. Now, this is going to come into play big time now that I remember where stuff goes, because I'm actually going to feed the resources behind here and actually feed them into the box for me to use later on. Now we got a battle going on, everybody. Let's go ahead and fire up this boss battle. Glad we got tons of peeps in now, because we're going to fire this up. How many units do we got placed? 90 units. Oh, this is going to be an epic battle. Let's do it. All right, that's a boss battle win. My cursor down there. There we go. Open the capture chest. Grant you guys some words. Let's see. Subi, Jimbo, Rotisserie G, again, Every, and Ketchups all get some love. Ooh, 50 gold. Wow. Jimbo over here coming in, of course, MVP with the 16 assists. Nice job. Awesome, awesome. Back to the map. That's it. Another one down. Another boss kill. 474. Going for 475. Let's see. What do we want to do here? We got a mystery one there. We got a gold right there. We go up, down, turn around. We go up. Can we do a double gold after? I'd love to get a triple gold one of these times, but I don't think we can. I don't think we have a triple gold in our future there, but we definitely could get a double going. There's a double gold. And along, oh yeah. Low side is the jam. So yeah, we could avoid that 4 skull. Come in here, boom, get all these battles in. Look at all these battles we can get in today. Oh, let's try to get as many of those in as we can. I don't know if we'll get every one of them, but we're going to get a bunch of them. All right, let's fire it up. I'm going to go right by the Spidey right there. Come and join me, everybody, for some battles. It is free to play. You can follow the link right there in the chat. A little side thing that we do here in the stream. It's very, very fun. Boom. All right, now slowly my guy's been rolling down the hill here. Why we were doing that battle. Look at him go. Slowly rolling down the hill. There we go. Let's run over here. Let's get it going on. All right. I could have just taken that out. All right. There we go. So we've kind of cleared out our base resources. And let's get back over here and prepare our stuff. Whoop, whoop. Prepare ourselves for running really long lines. Now, if we want to run a bunch of stuff, like we want to run some conveyor belt level 1, we're going to go ahead and get those going. We're going to do some lifts, maybe, but I'm not going to bother put that in there. What about stackable conveyors? Yeah, we're going to do a bunch of those. Now, how many of those I'm going to do? I don't know. I'm just going to say 10. How many conveyor belts? Don't know. Let's say, let's actually type it in here. How about 100? Whoop, if it lets me. Or 50. How about 50? There we go. So we're going to use 50. We're going to use way more than 50. But that's going to give us basically a to-do list over here on the side of how much we're going to do. So all we're going to do is run conveyors and stackables right now. And so we're going to need that. But we also are going to need some power lines and power poles. So I'm going to go ahead and throw a few of those in there. And that's just going to give us a list of resources that we're going to need to take with us. Now, I'm not going to do that much concrete. So I'm going to go ahead and sort that and take a couple stacks. Now, if you notice, my inventory now empty, right? So we went in and we optimized all of our items now in a nice clean row, and we know what we can get, what we can't get. Now I put this 10 back, and I would go ahead and only take full stacks. Now I would actually take all of this right now because I'm going to be using a crazy ton of plates, so I just take all of that out. Same thing with my poles here. Take it all out, sort it, take the least amount and put that back because we need a lot of that. Cable, we're going to need a bunch of that, so let's take a full stack, maybe 2 stacks of that. We're going to need some wire. That's 500, so you can get a couple stacks of 1,000 carrying around there. Overall, that's it. That's pretty good. Now, I don't need the rest of this right now. All I need is that, and I need to get all those resources from down there and run them straight up into here, and then we'll start to build out our little mini factories over there. Let's go. Backwards drop. By the way, let's just take a little side trip over here to our awesome sink, which has been running this entire time. Now I got 2 coupons. See, right? You just let it sit and run, and we'll be able to unlock a bunch of cool stuff later on. Especially on things like that, right? Especially on that. And I'd like to eventually get it where it's all has a smart splitter and all of that. Oh, we forgot to extend our ramp here. Hold on. Extend that out. We'll extend this one out, though we'll probably just use this for our hyper tube. Very nice. Back into our cart. Not sure I'm going to extend that side out over there. In fact, hold on. Let's do a little Kismet safety suggestion I have for all of you. So you don't accidentally fall off, which I just about do every time. Let's go to our walls, and what we do is we set one there. And then we'll go ahead and look at where we're going to go, say here, and then we'll set one there. And that tells us the width of our ramp beyond where we can see. Right? So if I go across here, I can do this. But of course, if I hit this lip, I might go flying off the side. So watch out for that. So I might even say, you know what? Let's just go ahead and put it here. Take that out. And there we go. And that's a nice safe place. Now I know if I drive through there, there'll be something underneath me when I go off the side. That doesn't mean that I might not tumble down and go flying off the thing down there. But at least it gives me a little visual clue as to where I'm going. Well, let's go ahead and finish up the ramp. Finish up our landing. You notice that I do groups of 3x3. I feel like a 3x3 is a really good landing, really good width for running stuff along the edges, and so on. And then still leaves me enough room to drive down the middle, like I'm doing now. Okay. Now we already have 2 of our 3 resources running over here, and we're going to run that up into here. But there's another thing we need to do. We need to get down here, and we need to make sure that our power is coming up and chaining along the rest of it. We'll get all those glowies and all that stuff later on. Woo, mama, that was a little close. Little close. All right, we're going to bring our power up, and I'm just going to put it right there. Nice little power pole. Then I'm going to have it jump across, just like this is jumping across to the other side. Run it there. And don't really need to, but we'll run it there. And that's just to kind of keep it in line with the thing. And then we'll go ahead and take this. And I just picked it up, or I could just hit 4 in my thing. And we're going to run it here in the corner. This is where I'm going to establish my 3 levels of resources. Now, one of the problems with running this across here, like this, is it's going to be blocking you. If you bring your larger vehicle down here, it's going to be blocking me. Typically, I don't do it at that level, and later on we'll adjust it so it's not that low. But early game, no big deal. You can just go ahead and run it. You'll be fine because you're just using your smaller vehicle. And one of the things you want to do is, test your smaller vehicle. Speaking of a smaller vehicle, where'd it go? Where'd you go, little vehicle? This way. I left it way down there. I'm so bad. I'm so bad about picking that up. Make sure you pick that up. What's up, Capetto? The Kismet Mobile. Exactly. I love, if you were really, I love to play games like if I was really there, what would I do? And if I was really playing this game, this is exactly the vehicle the corporation would give you. They would give you the minimum, cheapest thing to have you go down and make them lots of money. That's what makes me laugh every single time about it, is the fact that it is just like, that's exactly what they would give you. Exactly. All right, so we'll go ahead and cross over the power line. We're going to run it on the inside this time. And again, trying to make it where it's not touching my stuff. We'll cross it on the inside, and then we need to go ahead and run this over here. Now, I'm just going to straight up bring this up like this. I'm going to actually start by bringing it up by 2, like this. And then we'll run it. And we'll see if it makes it. Oh, there we go. Now, running it in the direction you want to flow is very important, for sure. Norbert! There's animation dancing! That's for you, Keyblade Knight. There you go. There you go. Want some Norbert love. Nothing wrong with having a little bit of Norbert dance going on up in here. There we go. Literally a cardboard with wheels and a small battery, right? Yeah, I know, huh? I think if they could make it any more cheaper, they would have. But I love the little, they got the little alarm in there and everything. Ah, it's just so good. See, I love when people, it's not just about, making the money and doing all that stuff, but putting all those little details in there is just a thing of wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. I didn't bring enough concrete for that. Such is the way it goes. I want to put one here in the corner, because I always feel like when you're cornering, that's when you get in the most trouble. Okay, so we ran that. We run all that up there. Looking good. Let's go ahead and get back in here. I feel like I'm going to run out of concrete. Yep. Did not bring enough concrete. Always the way it goes. Let's go ahead and tool our way up a little bit here. And I'll just go ahead and pick this up now. And now we have all 3 items, which is what we need right now, all together. Now I'm going to need some concrete for my stacker poles. Maybe we'll make it. We'll see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So error on the side of caution and go 5 right here. And then we're going to go ahead and bring up our stuff. Now, this is why I typically don't do this. What I'm doing right now is very time consuming, right? Running individual lines, because all of those are going to be running faster than running it all together and then sorting it and all of that stuff later on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what I do is I go ahead and run them individually if I'm running it from the raw resource, which I rarely do. Because you know what I could be running instead of running all this raw resource? I could be running the iron plates or the iron rods, and I could be running the final resources or the concrete up here instead of running the raw ore. But if I run the raw ore, then I really don't have to come back down here unless I'm upgrading it, upgrading the lines, or I'm upgrading the actual extractors themselves. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, hits the top right there. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. Now we want this to look nice. We want to go ahead and back it up by 2. And I'll show you why here in just a second. We'll make a nice corner for this. Actually, we'll make it up just a little bit and then offset right there. Oh, out of concrete. I knew that was going to happen. The second I said, oh, I can't put those things down, I knew it. Oh, that's a little too far. Really? Did I miscount? I think I did. 1, 2, 3, 4. I did. I miscounted. Miscounted. My bad. When you make a mistake, you know what you do? You just say, my bad, and you roll on. That's how life is, everybody. All right. Now, the other problem with doing this is later on, I'm going to have to come back, and I'm going to have to upgrade all of these belts. Absolutely. Those are pure nodes down there, right? That's a bunch of pure nodes. This is running at 60. That's already extracting at 120. When I go to Mark IIs, it's going to be extracting at 240. So pretty awesome. This is a normal node here, though. So this is extracting at 60. So this one's okay. But all the rest of these are at 120. And so I'm not really getting the maximum use out of my stuff. Now, I need to go get some more concrete. And luckily, we brought our vehicle. So let's go ahead and put it in. I rarely ever take my item that I battle mobs with off of my character. Because sometimes all of a sudden stuff comes up and shows up behind you. For sure. Jim, thank you for much coming in, showing some love, dropping that dragon hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons here in the Kismet stream. Welcome. My name's Kismet. I'm a partner streamer here on Twitch. I'm wearing my partner streamer Twitch thing. I'm 50 years old, partially disabled, and this is what I do for a living. I get to talk to you guys and play games. We talk game mechanics. We talk real life. I give away tons of loot to make little moments of joy. That's what my stream's all about, and I love, love, love building here in Satisfactory. Absolutely. Absolutely. So let's go ahead and set up our extraction from down there. And let's go ahead and get up here and get a bunch more concrete. Now, I always find how much ever concrete you bring, you always need more. So let's go ahead and just bring it all. How about that? We'll bring all the concrete. Woo-hoo-hoo! Wee-hee! Yee-haw! Yee-haw! Nailed it. I love it when I nail it at the end there. You know, a little good. Hello from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Oh, much love to all the peeps in Canada up there. I have an awesome mod named Nooshki, who is Canadian. Super sweet, nicest person you'd ever meet. Super awesome individual as well. Very nice. So big love to all of my Canada peeps who love to hang out in the stream. Hey, Panic Switch. Hi, my friend. How are you? I'm doing awesome. That's quite the angle incline, isn't it? Yes, I've got it pretty sharp for right now. Look at this beautiful landing, though, of the waterfall over there. Oof, I want to build a base right there, too. Build bases everywhere. All right, let's keep going. We're just going to go ahead and turn the corner here pretty sharply. Oh, too far out. I don't like it to hang off the edge like that. I like to be just inside. Sometimes I might hang it off the edge in case I need to build something next to it, but usually we'll do a bit of that. And then we'll go ahead and turn that corner. Ah, too steep, too steep. Thought it might be. Thought it might be a little too steep. That's okay. Now here, well, you go here, and then you actually go 1, and then 2, and then left. That's where you want to go. The reason why is going to give you a nice corner angle. Do that. There we go. Now later on, we'll replace this with all wall stuff because I hate this kind of bending down that it does. We'll fine tune all the beauty because not only are you building in Satisfactory, but you also are trying to make it look beautiful and you're trying to make it look nice as you go along. And sometimes you have to suffer with some ugly so you can get to the part where you can make it look awesome. And that's what we're going to do right now. Suffer a little ugly there. All right, let's also make sure that we are remembering to bring our power poles up. Again, I'm going to go ahead and point out here that you don't have to run it each and every one. The power poles run pretty far. I would typically run it to here, but if I run a little bit longer, you can see eventually it says wire too long. So my goal is usually about every 12 foundations there, and then I just match it up to what I've got, just because it looks cleaner when I do that, to match it up to the side of my stuff. Now, if it's going through the thing like that, I hate that. So again, making it look beautiful on top of doing it. So I will go ahead and just bring this one this way instead, so it's not going through my stuff, and then we'll run it up. So kind of exception to the rule there. And let's go ahead and pick back up our vehicle. And we're getting there, everybody. We're getting there. And the second we get this up here, by the way, that's all going to kick in and run all these resources up here. And I could have done it the other way, where I'd started it up already, and then as I go, the resources are following me. But there's something really fun about just when you flip it on and then wait for it to come down the line, and then you see it all coming down the line. That's a lot of fun. So we're going to do it that way this time. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then number 5. So when you're going up an incline, make sure to do it about 5. And when you're on a flat surface, then you can go about 6. Always counting. Now I could go in and just put in all of these stackers first and then come back and connect all my belts. Totally a legit way of doing it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, let's just hope this works out perfectly. I feel like it is. Let's go for it. Ooh, see, look at all this extra work we got to do, right? All the extra work of moving our base, all the extra work of redoing all the ramps, all the extra work of running all the raw resources up here. That's a lot of extra work, but maybe in the long run it'll pay off. We'll see. Okay, and again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6 right here. Now, conveyor belts are awesome, or conveyor lifters here. I don't do this kind of stuff until I get to, till I have these conveyor lifters that are awesome. Or not lifters, they're conveyor poles, stackable conveyor poles. That's a better way of saying it. I don't really do this until I get the stackable conveyor poles. Otherwise, this is just a huge logistical nightmare. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, 6 right on the edge. Nice. Right there. Now you know why I make it really wide, so I can bring this all to me. Come on, you. There we go. Now remember that conveyors use no power, so you can put in conveyors as much as you want. And eventually we could add a train, go down there and grab the resources and bring it up if we want, or we can bring the resources way up by lifters and then have the train go to a depot, grab the stuff and run it out. All that stuff is very close together, so I could very easily bring it up to the train level and then have it run along some conveyors into the train depot and have the train come and grab it and bring it over here at like 150 miles an hour. Very, very easy to do, like we did in our previous playthrough. Very fun. 1, 2, 3, 4, and number 5. And again, in this playthrough, we're doing something a bit different. We are bringing our raw resources to us, and it's coming at a cost of a lot of resources. And you're like, Kismet, you have not made any resources in hours. How is it that you can start the game, play the game, move all this stuff, and not have to make really any plates or any poles or any of that stuff all of this time? And that's because I make a lot of extra in the very beginning. Before I moved, before I do all that, I made a lot of extra plates and a lot of extra poles and a lot of extra stuff. Enough to where I estimate I could get all the stuff redone and remade and reran in here without having to remake that stuff from scratch. And obviously, it's working out good. Now, we have our basic 3 resources there, which we're going to go ahead and turn this way. And then we're going to go ahead and... actually, let's back that up a little bit. Hold on. I feel like we'll go ahead and do something like this. So we have a nice little way for our vehicle. See, when I look there and I see that coming up like that, it's going to turn, and it's going to be in the way of my main road here. So I'm going to go ahead and actually have it come up to the top here. We're going to go ahead and turn it this way. Now, here's a great thing you want to do. Putting it in by 2 creates nice angles for your stuff. Now, see, that's way too steep there. Now, another trick, too, is down here, taking these out, is starting to lift these a little bit before it gets to the end. So we go ahead and put another one up, and then up. And then before it gets to here, we'll go, say, it used to be at the bottom, but we'll go 2 up. And this one, 2 up. And that one, 2 up. And now when we go to connect to this, so we lifted it here to get up to that higher level over there. Now we have all 3 resources coming in here. Now we want to go ahead and run these into some storage. Now I'm going to have it where my road comes to about here, and then dog legs, or maybe about right here. Let's say right here. We'll get at least 3 platforms over. Let's say right here is where we want to have our resources. So we're going to go ahead and push this forward. 1, 2, 3. Let's say right here. So these are going to be our 3 raw resources, starting right here. Now I'm going to be obviously redoing all of this because that's what happens at the end. You end up doing all this. So I do the first one to the first one, and the second one to the second one, and the third one to the third one. And that's going to allow it so it doesn't clip. If you do it the other way, it's going to start clipping through, and you're going to have all sorts of issues. So there we go. So all 3 of those are go. Now we just need one more thing, and that's power. So we need to get our power going. Now, luckily, I happen to have a nice long power pole sitting right over here. So we'll go ahead and start running it this way now. So we're going to run this across to the top here. And we almost got this done. And we'll take this and we'll run it back down this way. And just to make it line up nicely, we'll go ahead and put it right there. And then guess what? Boom! That's it. That's it. You're like, what do you mean, Kismet, that's it? Well, let's just go right here. And go right up on top of this. And just kind of chill out for a minute. Let's just chill out. Hang out here for a minute. Oh, did I put it? I don't think I put any power down there. Maybe not. Maybe no chilling for right now. I don't think I ran power to that. I got to run power over there. But the other stuff should be working. We'll see what happens here in a minute. But I didn't run power to my limestone there. Let's grab that. Again, you still run under it if you've got it set up right. I forgot to run this over to here. I could tell because it wasn't whirling. See the bottom of it? This part wasn't spinning up. So if you don't got that connected, it's not going to spin up. Now, we can actually use this for transport, by the way. You can use your conveyors to go a little bit faster. And so we'll get over here. Now, if you actually get to the edge of the conveyor, like this, you can actually sit here and watch it do its thing. Now, we want to get up just a little bit more here, right here, so we can turn around and we can watch it happen. Watch it happen, Captain. And this is one of my favorite parts of putting in so much time and effort, is to watch it happen. Now, these conveyors are the slowest of all the conveyors, and they are actually painful after you played through a bunch of times. How many hours do you have in this build? Not very many. Not very many. It's, let's go look. Let's go save the game. Conveyors in place. Right now, looks about 15 hours. 15 hours into it, and some of it I let it run for an hour or so. But yeah, 15 hours into this playthrough so far. And we've already got 2 sets of pure nodes. We have a pure node, iron pure node, copper pure node, and 3 coal pure nodes up there. But I'm only using 1 right now. So there goes our limestone. That's good to go. Now, I don't see the iron and I don't see the copper yet. And if I did it right, they will show up. Now, if I did it wrong and my power's messed up or I didn't connect it to my things, then I'm going to have a problem. But let's see. Let's give it a minute before we rush down there and say, oh my gosh. We can also look down the conveyor and see if anything's coming. Oh, hold on. Hold on. I see something coming down the line here. There's something coming down the line. I already know what it is. It's iron. Because the closest thing to me is the iron extractor. Now, the extractors will start up first, and then they have like a lag time before they actually start to extract. And you're like, well, Kismet, there's a foundation there. It's drilling through the foundation. Just RP in that you cut a hole in there and it went in there. Just go with it, bro. And then it was going to extract that iron first. Then the next thing it should be doing is copper. It should be bringing my copper down the line. Now, there should be an offset between my copper and my iron. Now, the best way to tell is to jump down and to go look and roll over it and say, okay, this is iron ore. So I know that my iron ore is working. But is my copper working? I don't really know. And I need to get back up here again. I don't really know until I see it coming down the thing. Now, the copper has a lot longer to go. To get to us, so it's going to be offset again from our iron. And this is only going at 60, but in a minute, just a few minutes, I'm going to show you how to jump past level 2s. I don't use level 2s. I use level 1s, level 3s, and then the max level. Level 5 or level 6 or whatever it is. The 700 ones. I don't actually use the in-between ones. And the reason why is it takes too much effort and too much resources and too much time to do a level 2. Why would I do a level 2 if level 3s are easier and they're faster? It makes no sense. Why do something that's harder and takes longer when you can do something that's easier and makes you a bigger benefit? I'm always up for bigger benefit, for sure. So yeah. I do not think my caps carried over on my name change. I see Caveman Mox. I see the C is capitalized and the M is capitalized, if that's what you're talking about. Are you playing vanilla? Yes, I am. I always play vanilla. Kismet, I forgot to tell you in from Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. Oh, you're from Ontario, Canada. Well, hey, a big love to all my peeps from the north. I'm from California, born and raised in USA here in Southern California. I'm currently in Tennessee. It's where my wife's from. My kids are 5th generation or 6th generation, I forget. Born and raised right here in the hills of Tennessee. I'm really in the valley of Tennessee. In East Tennessee, there is actually 3 parts of Tennessee. There's the west, the middle, and the east part of Tennessee because it's horizontal versus being a vertical state, if you know what I mean. It's actually 2 different time zones in Tennessee, too. I'm in Eastern Standard Time. And the other side of Tennessee is in Central Time. Good to know. Good to know. One of the very few states that actually is in multiple time zones, which is pretty cool. There we go. Plans and projects. There you go. My name used to be the Monix. Oh. Well, there we go. Cool. Oh, you didn't get your Kiz caps. Oh, okay. Well, you want to carry over your Kiz caps? Let my mods know. Yeah, let my mods know, and we'll research it after the stream. How about that, Kevin Mox? Now, I've got to, obviously you got to prove that you had that name somehow. So please talk to my mod, Dovey. Dovey will put it in our mod live over there for me, Dovey, as a reminder. And then I would say whisper me as well so you can prove that you had that name. So obviously I don't want to take someone else's caps and give them to you. But I will see if I can transfer those over for you because we do that. We do that for people. Oh, look at that. Oh, this is the copper. So look, I did it right, everybody. There we go. Copper, iron, and limestone all ready to rock. Now, again, remember you could use your conveyors to go a little bit faster. This is how we used to do before we had hypertubes. We used to use conveyors for everything, for getting around faster. We used to use it for launchers too. Look at the moon in the background. Isn't that cool? Now I could actually just hands off and just let them go. But if you actually run forward because you're going in the direction of it, it's going to go. Now I can also run in the opposite direction and use it as like a kind of like an elevator to go from levels to levels to go down or up. But the higher speed ones, those suckers, those are hard to run against. So you need your blades and all of that stuff later on. All right, how we looking? Why has it stopped? Oh, it hasn't stopped. It just hasn't hit that curve yet. All right, so those are coming up the curve, and they're starting to backlog up to here. And we'll create a much bigger backlog later on. Oh, there's nothing up here. Oh, I outran it. I outran all the stuff. Why is there... Whoa! Oh, God, now we're dead. Ah, there we go. Get a death out of the way. Let's see some rips in the chat, everybody. Did not mean that. I just tried to jump up, and he decided to jump forward. Rip-a-rooney, the San Francisco treat. Now, make sure you have your hub down, because if you do die, you want to be able to come back to your hub. Now, no big deal if you die. Wow, it made my stomach sink, though. Yeah, watch out for those long drops. That's classic right there. Now, just so you know, everybody, if you did want to clip that and whatnot, reminder to myself to clip that later. I have to disable my clips and VODs here on Twitch because the system sucks and doesn't protect me as a creator. I have to protect myself as it is in the world, right? You know, the best person to take care of you is you. The person who cares the most about you is you. So be protective of yourself and your stuff. Because, you know, if I walk by some radio in Fallout 4 or whatever, you know, 5 years ago, they're going to try to strike my channel, which I think is a real D-word thing to do. I'm not even going to use the nice word. I'm going to use the mean word, the not nice word, because that's a D thing to do. Because I'm not intentionally playing that music. I'm not intentionally playing it here in the stream. It's just something that's in the game. So I have to disable all music and remove all VODs and all clips, and I have them disabled now. Because basically, because it doesn't protect the creator anymore against that kind of thing, that their whole VOD system and clip system I would consider to be useless now. Just being honest, I love Twitch. They've shown me lots of love. But if I'm honest, it's actually broken and unusable. So I highly recommend turning off your VODs and turning off your clips and deleting them all. Now, I've been very diligent, thanks to you guys who have inspired me to do so. Since 2016, I have been recording every single stream. I'm recording this one right now, and uploading them to YouTube. And, of course, I check them for copyright, check them for all of that stuff ahead of time when it goes up there. And it will warn me, hey, you got, you know, if I did like a sponsored thing, which kind of sucks too, because if you have to prove that you did a sponsored thing with music in it or whatever, I don't bother with it. I just cut that whole entire section out. And I do like the fact that they did add the ability to just delete section. So if someone comes in and tries to claim my videos, I can just go and delete that section and say, nope, that's out of there now. Because my videos are like 12 hours long. It seems incredibly unfair, and such is life, because there's nothing that says that life is fair, that 20 seconds, 10 seconds, 2 seconds of some song that played in the background while I was walking by in the game will strike a 12-hour video. That is a real D thing to do as well. I feel like that's not fair. That was a lot of hard work on my end. I did all the effort, and they get the reward, which I feel like that whole thing is now going to cause additional legislation against that kind of practices, which I think is a very underhanded thing. There's nothing wrong with protecting your copyright and all of that. That is a good thing. You definitely want to have the ability to copyright your material. But part of the stuff that I create does not belong to other people. My content that I'm creating does not belong to them. All the rest of those 12 hours do not belong to them. And so I should be able to do a copyright against them for using mine to earn them money, right? Now, I don't play music here on the stream. I don't play copyrighted music ever. That's not what my stream's about. I don't play music, though I do play music, but I don't play music here on the stream. I feel like it's a pretty jerk thing to do that to creators, because it just makes them hate you. I would rather work together to make everything better and be a win-win for everybody than to one person get all the benefit and at the expense of everybody else. And that's pretty much all I'm going to talk about it. But basically, I would protect yourself, creators, no matter what platform you are. Don't use copyright materials. Use your own stuff. That's why you see me make my own animations and my own overlays and my own things and so on. And use copyright-free items and whatnot. Make sure that it is copyright-free, that you know who the license holder is and all of that. So you can say, nope, look, I'm the license holder. Give me permission, or you do your own stuff. That's the great thing about being a graphic designer, is I do my own stuff. Like Norbert here. I'm the one that animated that. I'm the one that did Norbert. I'm the one that did this glass cup here, right? I'm the one that did all the graphics and all of that stuff. And if I do have stuff done, I do it with the express contract that says that I own the rights, that it's mine. After I pay you to do it, it becomes mine because I'm buying the rights from the rights holder. So they belong to me, like my logos and things like that. Important to know that in business, everybody. You need to own the rights to your stuff. Now, I actually loan the rights to Twitch to broadcast it here on Twitch. Which is the funny irony is when you're a content creator, you're much like a music artist. Music artists license the royalties of their materials to another party, which is what you do as a partner and what you do as an affiliate. Here on Twitch or on YouTube or wherever you are, you're licensing the royalty to your material that you're producing, and you produce it. It's your thing. It's a transformative thing when you're doing a playthrough or whatever, because my playthrough is going to be different than everybody else's. What I'm doing is different. So it's going to be your unique take on it, your unique run through it. Now, if you're just, playing music and you're just like not doing anything along with it, then it's not very transformative. It's not very public domain. And there's a gray line there. And then you know what happens is some companies like to push over that line and then get all your money and then say, oh, sorry. I feel like the better thing to do is to work with people than to be an a-hole about it. And I feel like right now, the music company is making a huge mistake. Because right now there's going to be a backlash of being that now the music companies became the evil a-holes, and they just didn't say, hey peeps, don't do that. We're gonna give you a warning. Take that material down. Don't do it again. That's the way you do it. Then if they do it again, then hey, they earned it. They earned it, right? But if they did it and they're like, oh well, hey, my bad. Just send them a cease and desist. Like if someone started using my logo, I wouldn't just start banning them. I would say cease and desist. Stop doing that. Don't do that. Don't use my stuff, right? Use your own stuff. Plus, your stuff would be better than mine anyway. Use your own stuff. And so on. And so forth. And so you first start with a cease and desist. That's always a better way to go because you don't look like an a-hole. But if you want to look like an a-hole, then what you do is you just come in hard and heavy, strong hand everybody like they're doing right now. And some people like me, 5-6 years of VODs is a rough thing. Now, I am very tech savvy, and I know that I could go in, and I went in when it first started, and I downloaded literally thousands of my clips. Thousands of them. I created a macro because they didn't have an easy way to download it. I wish you could just click download all and it would just sit there for days and download all your VODs and download all your stuff for all the other creators who didn't have a backlog of it like I did and been saving them and putting them on hard drives and having a backup. So even if YouTube goes down or other things go down and I lose my stuff, I always have it as a backup on those drives I can go to and do those clips again or do whatever I need to do. And so people like the big peeps, like Co Carnage, like Dan's Gaming, and all of those, that's 10 years. That's thousands of hours. There's probably hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of content instantly destroyed, instantly gone. All of that gone because I know that they've said it, that it's too cumbersome for them to do it. It takes too much time and effort for them to download every single vlog and go through each and every single one. Because you got to think that's thousands and thousands of stuff, especially over 10 years or whatnot, they've been doing it. So that is why, everybody. So I thought I'd just talk about that a bit on the stream. If you're wondering why you can't clip me flying off the side or doing some dumb thing that I'm constantly doing here in stream, that is why. The music industry, you can blame them. The reason why you can't clip and capture those moments of joy anymore is because of that. And I feel like that's a real big D thing to do, if you know what I mean. I don't use it in mine. I don't use copyright music. I don't play music on my stream. I just, do the game. Even in games, I turn all the music off because I don't want to deal with it. Because if it goes to YouTube, or here on Twitch, it'll be muted, or if it goes to YouTube, I'll have to go in and edit it down. And that takes more of my time to edit it out. I would just rather not have it in there at all. And I would rather not use copyright stuff. I'd rather have my own stuff. Plus, my stuff's better than their junky stuff anyway. That's the way I look at it. So, even if you have no music, even if you're not playing copyright music on purpose, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to them because they want their money. And if they've got to take you down and screw you over to get their money, that's how some corporations are. They don't care about you. You're just some random nobody in the middle of nowhere. I'm just some random nobody here on Twitch playing some games, right? They don't care about you. They're up in their office. They're driving their Mercedes. They're doing their thing. They're like, how can we make more money? Oh, I know how. Let's screw a whole bunch of people over today. That's what they did. They said, I'm going to screw over literally thousands of people out of years and years of hard work. That's what they did. That's the end result of their actions. They don't care. You know what they're going to do? They're going to go back to their mansion and not worry about you at all. They don't worry about the normal Joes like us. They don't care. See, that's the level 0 human being I was talking about before, who doesn't care about anybody else except for themselves, and they don't care how bad they make it for other people or how much of a loss and how much depressing that is to lose so much content and lose so much of your hard work and effort that you put into something because of some random system that might strike you for one video, or it's only 3 videos, by the way. So if I had 3 streams where I ran by a radio in Fallout 4, then I'd be off the platform like that. That's how much power they have. And it wasn't. It should be intent. Did I intentionally play that music and claim it as mine? Hey, this is my music. Hey, everybody, look, I'm playing this music. It's my music. That is intent to defraud. Now, if it's in the game and I'm running by and it's just in the game, and that's why I used to run toward the radios and turn the radios off, by the way. And then they added that awesome feature where you can have all the radios off no matter where you are in the game. Thank you for Fallout 76 for that feature to Bethesda. So, that's one of those features that nobody else ever thinks about unless you're a content creator like me. Then you turn that off. And then I never hear any music, never hear any sound in there, which is great. There we go. What if you have no music? Do you still get DMCA'd? You can. You absolutely can. You can get DMCA'd for whatever random music that you might run into in-game, in a radio or whatever. You can get that going. But if you have no music on your stream, in theory, you couldn't get DMCA'd, but do you want to risk it? Right? That's the thing about these big creators, right? These people are millionaires. You gotta think people like, Shroud and people, all those people are millionaires now. They've gone on to really huge success, millionaires, and they could hire people to do it. Like someone like Cole Carnage. He's a huge streamer. He's probably making serious bank, I would think so. 10,000 subscribers. That's $25,000 a month. He could hire someone to do that. In fact, he could hire me. You want to hire me? I would have took care of it for you, Cole. Big love to you, Cole. I actually met him at TwitchCon. Super nice guy. I have one of the most awkward photos with him ever. That's one of my favorite photos because my mod took the photo right at a weird, awkward face I was making. It's my favorite photo ever with Cole. So I feel bad for him. I feel bad for him because he didn't do all the diligence of saving all his VODs because he was trusting in Twitch to not having a VOD apocalypse, basically is what it is right now. He was trusting in them, in a big corporation, to have his back. And they did not put in the tools to do it. And that's the whole thing about the VODs. Now, again, I love Twitch. I love all the peeps at Twitch. So I don't look at companies just as companies, right? Just some corporate thing. I look at people as individuals. I have met just a tremendous amount of great peeps at Twitch, and people have shown me love. Now, remember, I'm a 50-year-old partially disabled man. For me to become a Twitch partner is like 0.05%. Very, very low. So they had to show me some love and say, Kismet, we like you, bro. We're going to go ahead and give you that partner. It took me 2 years, though, and they turned me down hundreds of times. Sorry, try again. Sorry, try again. And then I learned that I could reply to when it says denied. I would reply and say, what do I need to work on? Oh, you need to work on this. You need to work on that. Working on it. So I'm on it. See, I take it from a different point of view. Now, I don't take it from, well, I'm way better, Fortnite player than this guy. I should be more successful than this guy. This guy sucks, and I'm the best, and he sucks big time, and I'm better than that guy, right? You take that thing in anything that you do in life, you're going to really, really have trouble. Because you're coming from a negative place, and nobody wants to be around people like that who come from a negative place. All right. Awesome, Dovey. I was like trying to figure out what that was in my mod chat. So that is the thing about DMCA, and that is why I can't do clips and VOD. So I just wanted to address that. Of course, I went on way too long about that, but I just wanted to address that here in the stream. It's never a good idea to play copyrighted music. You don't own the rights to it. It's never a good idea to use other people's stuff. Like if you come in and start using my logo, that's not cool, bro. I own the rights to that. It's mine. Right? I spent money and time and effort to create that stuff. Same thing with my overlays and all that stuff. Plus, you don't want to be someone else anyway. You want to be the unique awesomeness that is you. And that's the way I look at it too. I don't want to use other people's stuff. I want to use my stuff. Because I'm an artist. I'm a graphic designer. So I want my stuff to be up front, right? And that's why typically you won't see me do templates or things like that from other things. But if the license holder says, hey, Kismet, you can use this pumpkin instead of your cup for Halloween, and I'll say, okay, well, that's cool, right? Or I can use Stream Elements, like they have a really cool pumpkin that you can drop it into, and if I wanted to use that, I could. But I love my cup, so I love my cup. And the same thing as well. When you hire someone else, make sure you own the rights to that particular item. Whenever I get emotes done, or if I get artwork done, I retain the rights of those particular objects. And that's because this way it doesn't come back to you later and say, oh, well, hey, I'm taking the rights back. No. That's why you work that stuff out ahead of time before you use those artists and whatnot. There we go. You can hire beat makers and other creators to create music for you, not comparing to cheap labor or whatever. Unfortunately, there are a lot need these troubled times for culture. Exactly. You can get yourself some peeps to make some beats for you if you really need music. If that's what everything is based on in your stream or whatnot. There's a lot of creators out there who would love for you to work with their stuff. Now, make sure they're not just copying something else, though, by the way. You got to, make sure you're getting it from a rep source, that they're not just taking someone else's music, revamping it, and then try to make it in their own and do that. That's bad, too. So watch out for that, everybody. Just be diligent and protect yourself, because don't rely on corporations to protect you. You should protect yourself, right? Make sure you got lawyers. Make sure you got those when you need them. They're like nuclear weapons. Well, everybody fires them off and everybody gets screwed. But if they got them, you got to have them as well. I actually have a good lawyer friend of mine that owes me a life debt. I pulled him out of the river when he was a little too drunk when he was young. I went on to be an incredibly great lawyer. So I've always got that. I can always call the panic button and say, yo, bro, I need you back. I need you to back me up. Never had to call him, though. Never had to call him ever. Because I usually resolve it the non-jerk way. I talk to the person. I say what needs to be done. You tell me what needs to be done. I'll take care of it. Or I tell them what needs to be done and they take care of it. And that's it. That's the best way to resolve issues. Not be a jerk about it. Not be an a-hole. Not be coming from a real hard stance on it. If you come from a hard stance, there's no room there. There's no room for that, right? And I feel like a lot of that stuff is really harsh. To have someone delete 10 years of hard work like that, and then they have no recourse, no way to download it, no way to get it all because it's just so massive, it's so encumbrant, like Co Carnage or Dan's Gaming or all the other people, Tim the Tap Man. Tim the Tap Man, huge streamer, very wealthy guy because he's making, $20, $30, $50,000 a month over there. And he could afford to hire somebody to do it. But the tools are not in place to just click a button and say download everything. And I told him that, by the way. I said you should add a download all button. If you just have a delete all button, you should have a download all button first, right? See, I'm a production guy. That's the first thing I would think of is how do I get it where creators can download all their content and back it up so they can come back later and look through it and fix it up and then re-upload it later on. That's the smarter move, not the delete everything apocalypse. That's dumb. That's a terrible move. You want to download it first and then do it. Now, I'm smart in the fact that I went in, created a macro, and then had that macro run, and it would do the steps for me. Open up the VOD. Go to click the thing down here. Save this, hit save, then let it run, then hit close, and then delete that VOD. Then go to the next one. Collect or for clip, and then it would do the next clip, and it would do the next clip and next clip. So all the clips that you've done, I downloaded them, thousands of them. I let it run and run and run. I do like 10 at a time, thousands and thousands and thousands of clips, because I have that technical knowledge. Now, you know how many people on Twitch probably have that technical knowledge? Maybe 5%, maybe 10%, maybe 2% know how to do what I just did. Right? And also, I've been saving my VODs all this time since like 2016. I started in 2015, by the way. There you go. Yeah, best kind of lawyer, the one that owes you a life debt. Exactly. There we go. This whole DMCA debacle on Twitch reminds me of another stupid incident of the year when NASA's YouTube channel got DMCA strike for their own camera footage of a launch because big news corporation used the footage since it's public in their own content, and the bots flagged the camera footage on NASA's channel. Oh, yeah, that kind of stuff happens all the time. But if that stuff happens, it should be, you should have a steps of recourse, right? Steps of recourse of how to resolve that problem. I always feel that if you take a hard line in business like that, and if you don't go into it with everybody's intent, then what you're going to do is you're going to look like the bad guy. And it's really stupid too, because You know, a lot of that music that I'm listening to on people's streams way back in the day, I would go buy that music. I have. I bought literally hundreds of dollars worth of music off of the streams that I've heard that music. I'm like, oh, that's a cool song. What was that song? Oh, it's this one? Okay, YouTube. What was it? Okay, this one. Okay, and then I go on to iTunes and I buy it right off of there. It's stupid. I think it's really stupid if you think it in terms of the cash that they're going to drop, but they don't care. They don't care. You know why they don't care? Because it's all about them making a little extra few dollars, and they don't think that stuff through. They're the older generation, older than me, older generation who think they know it all, who think they know better. And I feel like when the second you get to the point where you think you know better, you don't know jack squat. Let's play a battle here, everybody. Let's do a battle while we're chatting it up a bit. And again, I don't mind taking on these tough subjects. I feel like you should always find a best solution for everybody and not just for the one person, right? The best solution, be able to download it all in one move, right? Download all VODs, download all clips. That's what they should have made for Coe Carnes. You don't think Coe Carnes, these people are millionaires, right? They are rich, bro. I don't know if Coe Carnes is a millionaire, but I know a lot of these other big streamers are millionaires, and they still deleted all of them, right? They couldn't hire someone for 50 grand to go in there and download all their VODs. You could have paid me. I had a macro set up. I could have went in there and done it all day, every day. Man, I would have done it all day for Coe Carnes. I would have done it probably for free for Coe. Much love to Coe out there. I would have done it for free for him. For peeps that I really like, oh man, I would have went in there and said, dude, I have a macro set up. I'll hook you up. I'll go and I'll download all your VODs for you. It'll take me about a month or two. I'll download them all down, and then I'll put them all in a folder, and I'll put them up onto Dropbox, and then you can have all your VODs. Now, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm good. I don't need... See, the thing is, when you are no longer chasing that dollar, when you're no longer chasing money, things are not that big a deal anymore. That's a really tough thing in life, though, to get to that point. And right now, you know, I've worked my entire career. I made lots of money and done a lot of stuff in my life. And I don't chase the dollar, and I never really have. I really made a lot of money just by a byproduct of loving what I do. And that's the best. Rotisserie G, TS Forrest, Nitox, Black Benny, and Paco Taco getting some love. And overall MVP is Plastic Horse B with the 19 kills. Nice job. Nice job taking out some of the baddies. All right, we're going to go up here, and then we're going to go down and up and around. Let's go. Let's try to remember that on the next one. See, sometimes I forget and I go the wrong way. All right, Norbert coming in again. He's got you back. Oh, we're getting close to filling up. No, I feel like left side over here. I feel like left side. We're going to push out in that corner there. I think that's going to be a good little tactic. Make them come to us. Right? Make them come to our epic group we're going to make right down here in this corner. There we go. Now, again, this little side game we play called Stream Raiders. Super, super fun. Now, you know, here on the stream, I don't make a dime doing this. I don't do this for money. If you want to make money, being a streamer is like the worst thing you can do. It's like one of the hardest jobs. It's like being a sports star, right? It's really difficult. It requires a lot of your effort. It requires a lot of time, stuff behind the scenes, literally thousands of hours of your time and effort into making that happen. Just like really any thing you want to get into. But the chance of you going on to be the big star, to that right there, is all about the luck and the timing and all of that stuff. You might find that one special game that pushes you to the top of Twitch, and then everybody discovers your channel and they go, oh, you're the greatest thing ever. And then you have some success. But in every success, there's the rise and then there's the fall. Without exception. All things happen. All things rise and all things fall. All things do. So you got to think of it also in the long term. Are you going to be doing this when you're 90 years old? I will, if it's still around. I'll right to the very last day, bro. Right to the very last day. I'll do it because it's not about money and not about clout and being the number one streamer or the number one, you know, first person shooter person and all of that stuff. I've given that stuff up from many years ago because it doesn't bring me moments of joy. You know what does? Talking to you guys about all the stuff we just talked about. That brings me moments of joy. Just sitting here talking, chatting, running my resources while I'm talking to you, waiting for it to backlog, which is what I've been doing all this time. Been waiting for that stuff to backlog. All right, there we go. So we backlogged that stuff. Now we can go ahead and take a look at what we got in each of these. Let's go. Boom. And let's go ahead and turn that off. Make sure I got my screen on the right screen. I do. Now we got all of our resources ready to go. We got our iron. We got our copper and our limestone. Now, limestone going to be the easiest of the three and the most important. So we're going to go ahead and make a little area right over here. Why can I not hear my... Oh, my headphones died. It's like, why can I not hear my limestone? Because my headphones died. Wait, what? Kismet, I thought you were going to aim for a CS Pro player career. You know, I could be good at that. I'm a good first-person shooter. But I don't have the desire. You got to have the desire for that kind of stuff. You got to want to be good at it, right? And even if you want to be good at it, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be good at it. But, bro, just to flex a little bit, I used to own big time. I'm talking Unreal. I'm talking Doom. I'm talking back in the day. I'm talking Quake, right? I would go in there and I would annihilate people. I mean, they would get obliterated. In fact, they would get ticked off at me. I would annihilate them so much. And I try not to focus people, by the way. When you're in a PvP match or whatever, I don't like focusing individuals because I know it's very frustrating when one person's after you the entire time. Even though sometimes I would get focused, the second they would figure out that I'm the one like bringing up all the scores on that team, they would just start focusing me. I consider myself pretty good at it. Now, am I a Shroud or am I a funny man like Tim the Tap Man? I would say no. I'm definitely not on that level, and I don't care to be. I don't choose to be on that level. And if I wanted to be good, I would be good. Would I be great? I would say I'd be good and occasionally great. That would be a more honest answer, right? And you don't really know until you do. You want to be the best, you have to take on the best. And I've been around the best my whole entire career, which is awesome. Very, very awesome to be around truly exceptional people. That I find very fun. But do I think I'm going to be the next Shroud or the next whatever? I'm going to be the one and only me. That's the person I like to be. The one and only Kismet. And that's how I am. And some people are like, Kismet, you're using my name. I'm like, bro, I was using that name before you were even born. So don't bring that up to me. Don't come up and get all up in my business. I was playing LAN parties before you were born. I was winning tournaments before you were born. Not all of you. Some of you, you know what I was talking about. You know about LAN games. You know about playing LAN back in the day. You guys are up in that too. Carrying your big old heavy machine down into the airport, Marriott or whatever, into the ballroom and setting that baby up and plugging into the network and saying, let's get some Quake on, baby. Let's do this. Back in the day, or my game was Descent, bro. I love Descent. Right? And I had the full thing. I had the Thrustmaster joystick. I had the rudder pedals and the thruster. Oh, man, I would go in onto it, and I would annihilate people. I had this great shot that won the tournament. I shot this rocket, and it was like so close. It was between us three, right? Who's going to win? And there was two of them battling out. And I come around the corner, and I shot this rocket, and it hit right in between them, and I killed them both, and I was third in line. So I was third in line. Those two were battling it out for the win. Whoever won that would have killed me for sure. But they were battling each other. And so I shot that rocket, boom, right in between them, killed them both. I went from number 3 to number 1, won that tournament, a $200 CH joystick that I gave away to my friend. So there you go. LAN parties back in the day. So Kismet, before, those other streamers who tout that they are, who are the winners of various tournaments and whatnot. I'm not going to mention any names because I don't want to get banned for mentioning any specific names. But I was doing it before they were in diapers, bro. They were in diapers when I was doing it back in the day. Running that network cable, exactly. And then you'd always have that one network node. Some of you know what I'm talking about. You'd have that one network node that was always the flaky one, and no one wanted to be on the flaky node. They wanted to be on the other one. You know that at my business, I actually let people come in on the weekends, and we would have LAN parties we're at 10,000 square feet. We would come in, we'd move everything out of the way, we move all the desks out of the way, and we just have everybody come in, and we'd set up LAN parties in there. And I bought a $10,000 switch so that everybody could play at the fastest speed back in the day. And you know what, that thing, I think it was like 10 base T. It was like $10,000 10 base T. You got gigabit internet now, or gigabit fiber and all of that stuff now. But it was like 10 base T back in the day, or 100 base T for all you network peeps out there. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it cost me 10 grand. Totally worth it, bro. Totally worth it. LAN partying all weekend. I'd open up the Coke machine because I had a Coke machine. I had a gauntlet, a full 4-player gauntlet machine in my lobby, by the way. And then I would open up the Coke machine and I would order pizzas for everybody. And we would just party all weekend. People would sleep there. We'd sleep at the office. We'd all crash on the ground. We wake up in the morning. More games. Let's go, baby. All weekend long. And then everybody was really cool, though, because they would collect their machines and they helped clean up and everything would get put back to where it was Sunday night. And then we would go and do work, graphic design all week long. And then back again on the next weekend. So very, very cool back in the day. Very, very cool. I was a big Quake addict. Yeah, I love me some Quake, bro. I love me some Quake. I love what they've done with a lot of the older franchises, by the way, Quake and all of that. I really like the updated version of all of that. For sure. RIP! Yeah, dead. Kids, that triggered my fear of heights a bit. I know, me too. It did give me a little vertigo spin. So, me and Kismet, if you're playing Fallout 76 and has in-game music, you can get DM saved for it? Yes. Any game that you're playing with music in it, you can get DM saved for it. Even though you're not intentionally playing it. Because they don't care. I'm just some 50-year-old random dude. To them. They don't know me, they don't care about me, and they don't care about you. And that's the problem with people when they're a level 0 human being. When they don't care about all the hard work and effort that people put into stuff. Now, of course, you shouldn't have been playing copyrighted music. If you're doing it on purpose, then that's different. But if you're doing it just because you're playing a game and it's in the game and, they have it licensed for the game, and you're walking by and there's a radio there and you didn't go up and play the radio specifically, and you're not specifically trying to do it on purpose. It's all about intent, right? Law is very much about intent. But sometimes it's just like, screw you, I don't care, I just want your money, and I want to see you suffer. And a lot of people suffering right now because of that. So yeah. So if you have no music, you can still get DMCA'd for other stuff too. There you go. Let me catch up here. The whole DMCA thing, tobacco Twitch, another stupid instance of this year. I know, right? Right? Yeah, Buck Miss. I think I read the rest of that already. I was a big Quake addict. I still play Quake from time to time. I find you can play servers. Did you know I bought 16 copies of Quake? I bought 16 copies of Quake when it first came out for our LAN parties. I had lots of money. What can I say? Back in the day, I used to buy huge amounts. Like I bought 6 copies of Diablo, the original Diablo. I'd buy a bunch of copies of all of these games so we could play them at LAN parties. Because out of all my friends, I was the one who had the most money. I'd also rent like 30 Sea-Doos for everybody, and we'd all go to the river and have a fun time and whatnot. I was young. I had lots of money. I wasn't tied down to anybody. And that's the time to live, everybody. If you're young right now, live, bro. I know it's hard right now because of the pandemic. But I mean live. Go out there and live your life and enjoy those moments. Because working all the time, you'll never, a good friend of mine told me this, is Kismet, when you're in your deathbed, you'll never say, I wish I worked more. Right? You're never going to say that. You're never going to say, man, I sure wish I worked and neglected the rest of my life more at the end of your life. Oh, absolutely not. And he was right. He was very right. And so I started to live. I started to take that money that I just had sitting in the bank, and I started using it for goodwill, as I do today. So it's kind of funny. That's actually when I started all of that, way back when. And I do kind things for other people. I rent Sea-Doos, and we go party, and we go have a fun time. We go to the river, and we go surfing, and we do all of that. Because I grew up in California, so that's why I'm doing all of those things and whatnot. Well, there we go. I remember parties. Yeah, the CRT monitors. Yeah, that's why I had two CRTs. One that I had for my home office, and then I had one that I would carry to the LAN parties, which was much smaller. And oh well, if you have a smaller one, it's a little bit harder, but at least you didn't have to lug those gigantic, 80-pound monitors around. Yeah, I used to set up huge ones at school I went to. Well, there you go. I played the first ever Quake tournament. It's called the Frag in Dallas, Texas. Played against Cornelia. Wow. A 17-inch monitor. Oh, my gosh. I would bet you were getting buff lugging that sucker around. Running all that network cable. Yeah, I actually re-ran all my network cable for the ability to have where I could pull out cables. This is how hardcore of a gamer I was, bro. Is that in my office where I was doing graphic design and doing all of that, we re-ran extra cables for the LAN party. And so we would run a whole bunch of extra cables. So the second we came in, we could just pull the cables out of the ceiling because we had them in the ceiling. We just pop them out, run them, good to go. Everybody's got their connection, and then party's on, bro. Because you don't want to cut into your game time. You want it to be as quick as possible, right? Move all the stuff, get everybody set up, put the thing in there, and boom, land party's on. And then we have land tournaments too. We'd battle, Descent 2 and all of those things back in the day. And I couldn't tell you the year because it's a long time ago, but early 90s, bro, easy. Early 90s for sure. For sure. Because what happens when you get older, that something that feels like it was 5 years ago is sometimes just 20 years ago. or 10 years ago or whatever it is. It's hard to do it, but I know it was early 90s. I just do it by the year. That helps me a lot. Mullets and modems. Yeah, I had a modem. It was a 100 was it 130? I think it was 30 and 100 was a 110 baud modem, and you could switch it to slower to 30 if it was too fast for you back in the day. Yeah, the old what were those called? Oh, what were those old modems called, everybody? There was a brand name for it. It's like Kleenex for those modems. Hayes modem. Oh my gosh, I remembered something. See, the weird thing is I can remember stuff from like 30 years ago. From 30 years ago, I can remember Hayes modem from 30 years ago or 40 years ago now. Almost. I think it's like 30-something years. But for some reason, I can't remember people's name 10 seconds later today. So there we go. Yeah, Hayes. There we go. Yeah, Buckmiss got it too. Hayes modems back in the day. Those were the elite brand of modems back in the day. So grew up in California. Yeah. I live in Southern Cal. Grew up here as well. Yeah. Grew up in the OC, as they call it. You know what that is, the Orange County area. I was born in Orange County, Children's Hospital. Grew up in Orange County my entire life, lived down by the beach for my childhood, and then moved inland over by Disneyland. That's right, over in that Anaheim, Santa Monica area over there, or Garden Grove and Anaheim right next to each other. And then moved up to Santa Monica. Speaking of Santa Monica, moved up to L.A. When I met my future wife, who's now my wife of 27 years. Met her up there. And then moved up there with her and then lived in a real nice area. It's like, here's Bel Air, here's Westwood. These are all the rich peeps right there. Those are the richest of the rich peeps right there. And that's when I was making that big money. Didn't care, I was spending money. I carried money around like it was nothing. I really think about myself, how I was then and how I am now, where I spent my entire retirement, my wife's retirement on doctors, so I didn't die. I have no money at all, zero money in the bank, no money at all. Still as good as I feel like when I was young. Still feel as good because I'm not dead. See, when you perspective rotates, when you're not worried about things and stuff and requiring money and being, super successful so you can show the next guy how incredibly, awesomely successful you are, there's really a shift in your life, your priority shift, right? It's okay if I don't have any money. It's okay if I can't go and buy a Lamborghini or whatever. I don't need one. If someone gave one to me, I would sell it and then use it to buy a bunch of computers and then give them away to you guys. That's what I would do. I'm serious. That's exactly what I would do with it. I would just sell it and, I have to pay the taxes on it probably. Pay the taxes on it first and then buy a bunch of computers and give them away to you. That's literally what I would do, without a doubt. When people send me stuff, like when they send me this awesome, $150 awesome Mr. Handy, which is all articulated and it makes sounds and all that stuff, the first thing I think of is giving it to you guys. And I am going to give it to you this holiday season. We're going to give you tons of stuff as well. War Games was good for the day. Oh, I love that movie. I watch it every 10 years or so. War Games. Still great to this day. I live work in the OC, but grew up near March Airport Base. Oh, really? Yeah. Before they developed that area. Yeah, that whole entire California used to be orange groves. That's why they call it Orange County, by the way. It used to be oranges. Orange fields of orange trees. Actually, where my school, where I grew up, it used to be nothing but orange trees there. Because when I was a kid, they showed a video of the school being made. I was like in 6th grade or something like that in elementary school. And they showed a video, and I'd never forget that video because it was just nothing but orange fields for as long as you see. And then you can see them building the school and building the whole area. And when it just first started off, I always find that kind of stuff very fascinating, right? To watch an area develop over time and watch humans affect on stuff. Yeah, I find that very fascinating. All right, so we're letting this backlog a little bit. And you're like, Kismet, why are you waiting for that to backlog so much? And the reason why is I like to build what I call the extra amount of that particular thing. Now, how much is being pumped up here? Now, we already know because the maximum that this can go is 60. So this is going at 60, even though the original is going at 120. Getting back to Satisfactory. This is going at 120. These two are going at 120, but they're running at 60 because the belt's 60 and the top is 60. So we're going to go ahead and start with our stuff here. Now, we're not going to make it all fancy-schmancy yet. I feel like you want to get fancy-schmancy when you've unlocked the fancy-schmancy stuff. Right now, you want to just get yourself some concrete running. So I'm going to go ahead and do 2 of these. And you're like, well, wait a minute, Kismet. This input's at 45. That's not right. And you're like, how do I know that? Because I just happen to know that because that stuff I can remember. So this input's at 45 here. And this is coming at 60. So you got that extra, 15 or so coming in from that. Now, I have 2 other nodes, so I could be pumping all the nodes up here, but I don't really need to at this stage. Later on, I will definitely do it. But right now, what I want to do is I want to get that from there into here. Now, I'm going to go ahead and set it up with what I call a center line split. Now, I'm going to go ahead and switch my stuff down here, my command keys, which you can see I've got set up with a splitter, merger, and so on. And so I'm going to go ahead and put what I call a center line split, just like this. And then we're going to go ahead and run that in. Oh, I didn't switch my headphones. That's why I can't hear anything. You guys could hear it. I can't hear it. Oh, we got to take a break here in a bit, too. We'll try to be very diligent about our health and take breaks and things like that. All right, there we go. Now I can hear it. Run that in there. Run that in there. And run that out of there into there. There we go. Okay, so that's off and running. And that's it. Doesn't have to be anything more complex than that. We're not trying to be too fancy. Now, we need to go ahead and also bring our power forward because we actually don't have any power on the second level. So we definitely want to get that going. Now, where's our power coming from, though? Do we want to direct source our power or do we want to back chain our power from over there? I always feel you should direct source your power. So this is like a direct source coming directly from the power lines over there and ending up here. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this one. And I'm actually going to put it right there. There we go. Very nice. And then we're going to go ahead and just do what I call the crossover. Cross it over here and line it up nicely over here. Now we're going to redo all of this, everybody. Just know that this is definitely going to get redone. Now I could put it up here. I don't know if it's going to be in the way or not. Let's go ahead and put it over here and see if it clips. Nope. 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 No. 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 How about no? No clipping. All right. Oh. Try that again. Come on up here. Didn't run the wire, just made the pole. There we go. That's much better. Okay, there we go. Now we got our power and bouncity bounce, and we'll bring our power over here. Now, I like to have the power behind. I feel like that works the best. One of the things also I love to do here in Satisfactory is to actually put the power pole. I think they should have it snap. I think they should have it snap right to the top of those, right there. Now, you're like, well, Kismet, how do you do that? When I go in and I select power pole, and let me take this back out. You're like, Kismet, when I go in and I try to put a power pole there, it doesn't work, right? You take power pole, and you put it there. It won't let you do it. You're like, Kismet, that sucks, bro. Why can't I put a power pole there? I just saw you do it. Well, the way I did that was I actually am not running the power pole. I'm running the power line. So I run the power line first, and then it does the power pole. And that allows you to put the power pole there. You're welcome. Just saved you some time trying to figure that out and bouncing your head against the wall. Now, let's go ahead and power this up now with the concrete. Go, baby. And over here. Now, make me some concrete. Now, here's the cool thing. Because I do have a backlog of it, it's actually going to come in at 60. That's its maximum speed. But it's going to have a lot of backlogs. So I can actually have it at 45 and 45 if I so desired. How can I do that? How can I have it go faster? Well, I could bring in another line if I wanted to and have it go. Or I can just have it come out of here as fast as possible. Or I could go ahead and say, you know what? Screw this. Let's go ahead and go to our faster belt just right here. It doesn't matter how fast it's coming in. But since I have a backlog of it now, and that's what I've been waiting for, a little bit of a backlog to show you this particular thing, I want to burn off the excess. I want to burn off all the excess that's in that box and just make it as fast as it possibly can be made. And so what you can do is use your belts to control that, speed at which it comes out, and then the speed in which it goes into all of that. Now, I'm going to go ahead and make another one of these, because I make these things all over the place. Another one of these, let's put it right here. And then I'm going to make some more reinforced iron plates. Now, these reinforced iron plates are really cumbersome to make. Though they're made from easy stuff like plates and screws, they take a really long time to make, though I will be making a bunch of them at some point. But right now, we're going to go ahead and just make them manually. Go to our level 2 belt. So go faster. Go faster. Go faster. Now, it's coming out of there at 120. Now feeding into both of these at 60. Right? So this is coming in at a higher speed. So level 20. Now, That should actually not be doing that. It should be coming out of there really, really fast. Why is that going so slow? Well, here's one of the problems. The slowest part, and you're like, how do you know it's going slow? The way I know it's going slow is because there's a gap in between there. And I did it on purpose so you can see visually that it's not working right. Now, how do I know that? Because there's actually two parts of it. There's this small part here and then the longer part there. So that's why visually you can see that that's not right. So let's go ahead and do this one here. Oh, wait, hold on. We need another plate, which always happens. You always need that one more or two more plates. All right, then we'll go ahead and say 120 here. Now watch the difference in the way it looks. See how this has a gap and that no longer has a gap? That's how you know there's something wrong with your belt. If you're running that at 120, it should not have a gap because you're running it faster than it's going in, right? It should not have a gap at all. This should be now diminishing, which it is. And then this is now burning that up. Now, normally what I would do is underclock them, but I don't have my underclocking unlocked yet, but we'll get to that eventually. I would underclock these down to a split of 60 and 60, so 30 and 30, right? So if it's coming out at 60, it's going to cut 30, 30, and I would turn it down from 45 to 30 to save myself some extra power. Now, power is not going to be an issue in this playthrough. It is not going to be an issue. Because right down here, we have a crazy ton of water, and we have 3 pure coal nodes right there. So that is going to be a 0 issue in this playthrough. And that's the number one issue you want to be a 0 issue, is your power. Power is the hardest thing in there. Shall we play a game? Oh, I love that. Love that. There we go. Funny thing is, I never did that with a power pole until I started an MP with a friend of mine and saw him do that. Yeah. That's what I thought that would be built in the game already. Is that's a perfect place for a power pole, right there in your splitter, right? Especially doing a center line split like that. It looks fantastic, sits there well, and all of that. I'm like, God, it won't go on there. What the heck? So that seems weird. Why can't you just snap it to the top of there? And then I tried it with a line, and I noticed that the line would go on there. And actually, in a couple of them, they made it where it stopped working, and then it worked again. That is a really fantastic way. Now, I actually prefer to put them on walls, because walls are an even better way of doing it. But we'll get into that later. Okay, so now we have our concrete off and running again. And so we're just going to do some basic stuff right now. We're going to go ahead and do our merger. So going in, coming out. Now we get into the fun logistics of getting it from over here to over there. And that's the fun part. So we're going to go ahead and push out a bit this way. You're going to see me fill in this entire area, everybody. Eventually, this whole entire area is going to get filled in all the way across. And so we're going to go ahead and run this back. Now, our goal is to run this back in such a way that we're not hitting the conveyor down there. And you see it's saying, oh, nope, sorry, can't do it. So we got to push out one. There we go. And we want to end up over here. So we got an input coming in that way, and then we got an output that needs to lead back to all of these boxes. Misclicked there. Misclicked. Now these boxes are only going to be temporary until I get my other boxes, as well as I'm going to be making more storage for them later. I feel like 4 boxes is probably a good place to be when you're backlogging items, when you're trying to make a lot of items so that you can use it, especially concrete. You definitely want to have multiple concrete. But as you can see, I'm starting with concrete first. Always love to start with concrete. Now, I'm going to go ahead and use a lifter up here. Now, this is coming out at 45 and 45. So this line over here should be a 120 coming out of there, but I'm not going to worry about it for right now. We'll worry about that later. Now, I'm going to go back to my line run, which is number 1. There we go. And then we're going to run our lines. I didn't think I ran that other part. We got to run this part here. Now, again, keep in mind that you want to leave yourself room to drive and run around and do all your stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and make that go right to there. And I'm going to lift it up by 2. And we're just going to use level 1s because we got some of that going. Now, I like to create a nice corner as well. So if you want to create a nice corner, you do something like that. Do yourself a nice corner. You can also 90 degree it if you want. Yeah, I'm just going to go with that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this is going to be 6 right here. And Again, I can't run that there, but I can run that overhead, and I got to watch out it doesn't block. And what I can do is there's nothing that says I can't just put this here, right, and still go over in that particular area. I'll just go over that opening. Now, openings in a game like this is very dangerous because you can fall to your death, as you saw me do earlier. And that's okay. It's okay if you die. Just, you know, if you're, especially if you're by your base, you're going to see that I don't keep my health very high at all. And that's because I'm by my base. Why do I need to waste all of that material? And I'm a big fan of not wasting material. Why do I need to waste all that material healing myself all the time if I can die and just run back into it? I don't die all that often. Now, once you got this going, you are styling. That's going to be coming down at 60 per instead of just coming down at the normal output. And it's going to backlog a little bit, and then it's going to start catching up to the real output of it, which we can go over here and take a look. The real output is 15. So right now it's running at 60 because there was a bit of backlog, so it's going as fast as the belt can go. But once all the backlog comes out of there, and it's got about 50 until it does, then it's going to go back down to 30. So it's going to be coming out at 30 maximum out of there. And again, you want to make sure your limestone is really getting burnt up. There's no reason to save all this extra limestone for the long run. I just kind of backlogged a bit of it so I can then run it. And now it's running over there where I need it to go. Okay, so next one. What's the next thing we need? Now, we need a lot of copper stuff done, and we're going to do a lot of copper stuff way out there. But what do we need over here on the iron? Now, the iron is coming in at 60, and we're going to split that into some other kind of mini factories over here. So we're going to grab a constructor over here. Now, I need some more plates. Oh, boy. Here we go with these plates again. We're going to be making a lot of plates if you're doing a lot of constructors. Now, this time, we're going to do it a little bit different than we did it over there. And this is going to be really fun. I love doing this kind of build where everything is kind of in line. So instead of running it in forward, so I just run it straight out into the thing, I'm actually going to run it over here. And I'm going to go ahead and do our constructors all in a line right over here. All right, now, if I put it too close, it's going to be impeded by my lift there, but it'll be fine because I've left an extra area. Now, if I want a road, I need to think about, okay, where am I going to put my road? So if I'm going way to that side of the factory, which eventually this will all be built out, that side of the factory, do I want to build anything here? I don't. I actually want to back this up just a bit, say to here. Now, if I look back over here, how's this looking? Okay, that's looking pretty good. It come out, go right into there. But we're going to do this all inline. And inline means that you just run it along one string of conveyor. And I need to get back to my splitters. And you do like this, right? So you run this out, and it's coming in from this side, and it's going out the other side there. So it's a little too close. I don't like to be that close to it, so I'm going to go ahead and then try to split the difference a little bit. I'm going to go out this way. I'm going to turn it around the right direction. I'm going to look for the green line. I'm going to say, okay, how about like that? There we go. Now, I like to be able to see the belt. I don't like to get too close where I can't actually see the belt running through there. But I need some more iron plates. Now, this is when we start running into trouble. When we start running out of resources, because we've used up all of our resources now by setting all this stuff up. So what do we do now when we're out of resources? Well, we go and we make some ourselves. That's just the way it's going to be, everybody. We just go ahead and grab some out of there. We run over here, and then we have to make some iron ingots and all of that stuff, which you typically do only at the very beginning of the game until you get all this stuff set up. And then it starts making all the stuff for you. That's part of the fun of playing the game. Very, very fun. Hello, I'm back. Hey, Alex, welcome back. There we go. Yeah, great thing about Twitch users, you can see how others do something and incorporate it in your own gaming. Exactly. That's the transformative content that not a lot of people think about. That I am going to do it a different way from you, and you're going to do a different way from me. And together, our different combinations and the ability to watch someone else play helps you learn something. And even if you already know 99% of what that person's talking about, there's going to be that one thing. And if you only learn one thing in my stream, I feel like I'm doing it right. If you learn that one thing about how to run your stuff and how to make it efficient, or how to run this, or how to do the splitting, or how to hit F and then hit middle mouse button to pick up stuff, right? If you learn that one thing, then GG, I'm doing it right, everybody. And that's how I look at it. Now we go ahead and run that straight into there, and then we go ahead and split this in our first area. Look how nicely lined up that is. There we go. Now it's going to run in our first area. Now, the first thing obviously we want to make is plates. Now, in this case, I'm actually going to run the stuff in the opposite direction. I'm going to run it that way. So when it comes out, I want it to kind of double back and go this way, back in this direction. So we've got this one here, and this one, of course, is going to start with our plates. It needs some power, so let's go ahead and grab our power up here and run our power. So very unusual that I run power in the front, but in this case, I'm going to go ahead and do it because I know I'm going to run it back this direction later on. So we've got that running there. We got our power going here. We need our iron in there. We got our iron running in there, and we're good. Let's just watch all the plates come out of there. Hold on. Let's just watch them all come out. I'm doing it on purpose for you people who know what I'm doing on purpose. And we'll go ahead and let that run for a while and see how many plates we get while we go ahead and do this battle. And again, I like to walk people down the road and, you know, things that they might run into that happen all the time. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's fire it up. Let's battle it out. All right, open the capture chest. Give you guys some love over here. Boom. Who is it? Taco, TS Forest, Yangi, Rotisserie G, and Ketchup's all getting some love with Gnome Arbits coming in. MVP. Nice job with the 11 kills. Fantastic job. Let's get you guys some more loot. Oh, it's gold time. All right. Now, the gold chests don't help me at all. I don't get any of the gold, but you guys do. So I'm going to go ahead and watch your back. I'm going to go ahead and put my rogue in there just randomly in that bottom right-hand corner. Kind of feeling like that's a good spot for it. He wants to go in there. Get in there, rogue. You crazy rogue, you. There we go. All right, I'll put him back there in the corner now. I don't need to get the chest again. It doesn't do me any good, but it does you guys some good. So I'm going to watch you back, help you out, get some of that loot. There we go. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I feel like that's one of the funnest things of watching people on Twitch is that you might discover things. And that's why I'm really against people saying, hey, go Google it. I'm like, wow, that's rude, bro. I'm watching your stream. I'm in here. I'm showing you some love. Might drop some bits on your channel, and then you're like, go Google it. Oh, rude. Now, we run this raw iron ore. We run it into here, and then for some reason, it's not making any plates. Why is it not making any plates? Because it doesn't have any iron ingots. So this doesn't belong there. No. That's the wrong thing to put there. The right thing to put there to make a crazy ton of iron ingots is going to be our smelter, of course. You guys knew that. A lot of you already knew that. You're like, Kismet, I knew that. The second you were putting that down, you were putting it down wrong. Well, again, I like to walk people down the road. I like to let them know what they're going to run into. So there's our smelter there. Let's get smelter number 1 going on. All right, so there we go. We got our resources coming out, running right into there. And, of course, we'll revamp all this later. But there we go. So it goes in at 30. It goes out at 30. So it tells you, okay, this is coming in at 60. That's going in at 30. And then the other one's coming out at 30. So we're going to need another one, right? So we're going to put another one right over here. I hit F and middle mouse button to pick that up so I didn't have to go into the menu. That's how I got that, speaking of middle mouse button. And then we're going to run that into there. And look how easy this is to get set up. Look at that. Nice. Okay, and more iron ingots. So now it's going to go ahead and produce iron ingots at the rate at which we're bringing it out. But guess what? We got backlog. We got backlog of stuff. Why not just have that stuff cranking out of there? Let's go. And we'll grab another splitter. Oh, over here. There we go. We got to add a splitter here. And make sure it's going in the right direction. There we go. So that we can now split this way. Split that into there. If it wants to go. That lined up. Okay, something fishy there. Hold on. If something's not working, take it out, do it again. Splitter. Green lines coming in from that left side. That's the output, and this is the input. There we go. See, sometimes it gets a little funky. You just got to take it out, put it back in again. Oh, can't afford. That's what it was. I'm out of plates. It's not that it's getting funky. It's that I was out of plates. That's my bad. My bad. All right, iron ingots. Let's do it. And then iron plates. I see I got to make those myself in the very beginning, but right now, I could actually run in here. It's already made the iron ingots. I can just take them out of there. And now I don't have to make those anymore. All right, now we're resetting this up again. Obviously, we'd already set this up before because to build all of this stuff that we built, we had all of this already set up down below. Now, again, if you have some extra that you got backlogged in there, well, bam, just add an extra one here at the end. If you've got the power for it, let it rock. Let's get that going in there. Oh, more iron plates. More iron plates over here. Now, I'm going to be doing what I call the switchback. A lot of switchback stuff, so all the stuff is very neatly done. And one of the elegant things of this game is to go in and make it optimized, right? Optimize the way that that goes in and comes out and turns around and just takes up a certain space. I love doing that. It's one of my favorite things, figuring out how to optimize your runs. Okay, so let's go ahead and run that into there. Now you're like, hey, Kismet, make a nice 90. All right, I'll make you a 90 just for you. How about that? We'll run that out, we'll line it up, move it over by 2, rotate it with our mouse wheel. Make it beautiful, everybody. Now it's 2 pieces now instead of just 1, but look at that. Nice. Okay, so we've got plenty coming through here. Now the problem is we need to have that going even faster, right? We need to have that going even faster. We need more iron plates. We'll make a few more so we can get that going. We need to make some reinforced iron plates. Actually, we don't. We already have some. And now, so we're making iron ingots. Now, it's going to make a bunch of iron ingots. In fact, more than I actually even need, but that's okay. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and merge these back together along a single line, and we're going to have them go that way. So the first one you don't need because you're just going to do that, or you're going to go, hey, Kismet, make it beautiful. Make it beautiful, bro. All right, fine. We'll go this way this time. Come out, back by 2, put that down, and then just do the curve. You do that way as well. Either way, you can do it either way. It works pretty good, or you can do it on this side, short one, and then this one's a curved one. Whatever you feel like doing. Now that's going to run into this merger, and then we'll go ahead and put another merger in. And again, keep in mind which way I'm aiming it, right? The green arrow's pointing this way. And like that. You're like, well, Kismet, you're going to run it back that way. I am, in a minute. First, I'm going to run it this way, and you'll see why here in a second. Then we'll run this out into there. And now we have this going out at a faster rate than we could even use, right? Because this is coming out at 30, that's coming out at 30, this is coming out at 30, that's 90. That's faster than the actual belts that we're using. And that's okay, because that's going to come into play here in just a moment when we get all the rest of this stuff running over here. Let's give ourselves a little extra room here. Going to need some concrete. Now, of course, while we were doing this, guess what it's been doing over here? Filling this box up with concrete that we're going to need later on. And just consistently continue to run and run and run while you're doing something else. And I feel like that's one of the things you want to learn in the game is how to make the most important thing run that helps you to the next thing you're about to do. Right? Like in this case, I'm about to add some plate production. How much plate production? Not that much, just a little bit. And then I'm going to be adding some rod production, and then screw production, and then copper production, and so on, to reestablish all of our basics. And so, all right, there we go. We got our iron ingots coming out at actually a bit extra than we actually need, right? Running into there. But we need to actually make sure that we tell that to go. We want to bring our power forward, and the reason why we want to bring it forward is we're going to use some more power over here, and that'll allow us to do another line back to there, because these are now 4 lines now connected to this. 1 this way, 1 that way, and then 2 forward. You can only have 4 per pole at this case, at this stage. Now, we're going to go ahead and grab a constructor from way over there by middle mouse button. And we're going to go ahead and send our constructor in the opposite direction. Like this. Now, these, for some reason, these do not snap together in the front. I don't know why that is. See how it doesn't? It's just like a little bit forward, a little bit backwards. I would probably put it in a little bit more than I would put it out, just to give you that a little bit of extra room. So we're going to go ahead and run this. Now, again, one of the things about running this in line is that it's very compact, very easy to use. Now, this is a merger. We don't want to use a merger. We want to use a splitter. So I'm going to go ahead and use my key right here for splitters. And I'm going to go ahead and line it up. Notice the green lines, the line that goes that way, horizontal and vertical. You line those up, and then you know that it's lined up. And then I'm also going to send it coming in from that side, right? Coming in there and then splitting that way and then continuing down the line. So here, we're going to bring those iron ingots in there. Very nice. And then we're going to run that into this. And then we're going to tell it iron plates from those iron rods. And now we're going to get our plates going on. Very nice. So again, remember, this is coming out at 90 right now. I'm only got the ability to run it at 60. And so I can only really bring it in 30 into iron ingots. But the other thing that we're going to need is iron rods. So we're going to go ahead and add some more room. We're going to grab another one. I don't know if you've ever run your iron plates and iron rods right next to each other, but you totally can if you so desire, because you're running an inline. I don't think I've shown this in a long time, running iron plates and iron rods in tandem of each other. That's actually pretty nice. All right, now we don't have to make any more iron plates because it's going to make the plates for us. So we don't have to run over there and make those over and over again. Hopefully it'll keep up with our production here. And then we'll run that into there and into there. So now more the excess iron that's not running into here will then start to run into this one, and we'll say, okay, iron rods. Now this one up here has 3 connections, so we need to think about adding another one as our 4th connection. Click properly. There we go. And then that one's going to run to that. So now we have our iron plates and our iron rods going. What else do we need? We need probably a little bit of screws. So let's go ahead and put another one in here. So if these 2 fill up, which they should eventually, and then it will then overflow into the next one. Now we have a little problem here. We don't have any more reinforced iron plates, and that's okay. We're going to run over here. Use our newfound iron plates it's been making for us. Make some more reinforced. Maybe make a few iron plates ourselves just to speed this along. There we go. Easy. And now, so we have our plates, our rods, and the next thing we're going to need is screws. So let's go ahead and put this and then run that in there and make some screws. Now, here's the interesting thing about making screws is that screws actually come from rods. They come from these. Now, here's the interesting thing about rods as well. The rods only come in at 15. So remember, we're running 60 right now. So we're using 30 of that up, or half of that up on plates. But that leaves us with 15 and 15 that's going to run into both of these to make actual rods. So on this last one, I'm actually going to tell it to make rods first. Right? So that's going to start making some rods there as it goes through. So this is when you start working in multiple tiers of items. And then we'll grab this and we'll run it across, say over to there. And now this item is going to make rods, and we're going to convert those rods into screws. And this is one of the simplest ways to set up your basic stuff in the game. Run over here and make a few more of these reinforced iron plates. Okay, so all this stuff nice, easily, right next to each other, all in line, as they say. I like it to be a little bit offset, like that. There we go. We're not even going to put a buffer in between. We're just going to say right in between. We're not going to put a box in between and say go to screws. So now we have plates, rods, and screws from rods into screws. All right, so we got a bit of production of each of those, even just from one individual node. Now, this is a pure node, so I can double this all up later on. But right now, that's all I really need. So we're going to go ahead and take these, and we're going to run them this way and get them to stack behind here. Now, when you're first doing this, it's not going to be as beautiful as you're going to want it to be. I can tell you that already. You're going to want it to really be elegant and wonderful in how it runs. But I'm going to go ahead and pick a spot along here that's going to be kind of my conveyor area. That's going to bring my screws and all this other stuff in this direction. So first you want to start with the screws because it's the one the furthest out. And we'll go ahead and start with that. Grab this, run it up here. You know what's even better? Lifters. Get used to using your lifters. Go ahead and put your lifter in. Go like this. And then run your lifter right from there over to there. Now again, why we're doing this is actually making us the resources for continuing to run all of this stuff. So there we go. So we'll put our first one up there. Now why did I put it up so high? And that's so I can maneuver my way around the base without having to worry about it. Now, one of the things is this is coming out here. Now I could let this run all the way up into there like that. It's a little awkward, but it does work. So we'll go ahead and go with that. And then same thing up here. A little awkward how it cuts back like that with the thing, but still works just fine. And there they go. Look at all those resources pumping. Look how quickly we did that, right? That's the great thing about inline, is that when you're running your inline stuff, it works pretty well. Now, does all the math work out of this? Absolutely not. That'll be a problem for later on. We'll work on that. Don't worry about the math, everybody. Well, I'm going to show you a way to never have to worry about the math in this game. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's say 4 right here. And now we're running the output in the opposite direction. Now we're going to run out of a lot of plates here as we go, but it's going to be cranking them out and running them up to there. Now we have a bunch of plates on the thing. We can also run up and grab if we want to use that. Up to here. There we go. Use the plates to run the plates. Actually going to run these screws down below. And there we go. So we need a bunch of plates. We're going to just, instead of waiting around for those plates to run, we're going to make our own. There we go. Speed this up just a little bit. Because I've used up all the plates that I made originally. And now I'm doing big line runs. When you start doing big line runs like this, you do need a massive backlog of plates for sure. You really need to get your plate production up very, very high in the beginning. But it's okay if I make some. Now here's the thing. If this is backlogging as well, if I'm getting a lot of extra iron ingots in here, like if we go in here, we can see there's 69 there. And there's 98 there. I can just go ahead and pull those out and use those for me. So at least I don't have to smelt the iron ingots. I can go ahead and just make the iron plates. And I can make them obviously way faster than that machine makes them. Depending on how far you ramp it up. How many things are going on. Now this goes out to Ozzy. I didn't forget about you, bro. Boom! Tip of the hat going out to Ozzy. Thanks for hanging out in the stream. Appreciate it. There is alt recipe for making screws from ingots. This is very true. Very true. I just got an alternate recipe as well. I forgot to talk about it. There is an alternate recipe. Which one did we get? I have already forgotten. Let's go see in our constructor. What was that alternate recipe we got? What did we get? I think it was in the assembler. Let's go over here. Now I like to keep what I call the play yard. By my hub over here, I keep a assembler. A constructor, and then later I'll keep the manufacturer just sitting there. So I can run up and just click on it like that. And I can see, oh yeah, it was for our bolted iron plates. So we have iron plates and screws that we can match together, and then it's going to make 15 per minute. So this actually is really good, because if you go look at the original one, the reinforced iron plates, you have to do iron plates and screws, and it only makes 5 per minute. So what would be better? 6 iron plates, 12 screws, or 18 iron plates and 50 screws, right? So you got to really up the game of that one, though, because it's 250 per minute. And I don't have a belt yet that goes 250 per minute. There's no way I could get that in there at that speed. So using that alternate recipe at the beginning is not going to be that big of a help in the long run. But it will actually backlog a bunch of resources in there. And if we do some offline production, which we'll talk about, then that will actually help in the long run. So yeah, definitely can use those alternate recipes. I rarely ever do, by the way. I rarely ever use alternate recipes. I play totally in vanilla here. I don't use mods or anything like that. Not that I have anything against mods. It's just I don't end up using them because I like to play in a way that everybody else can too. They can do exactly what I'm doing in game. Let's go ahead and see if we get this through here without running into anything. Encroaching something's clearance. Most likely the power pole there. Or it could be this right here. But I would say it's probably the power pole. So let's readjust our power pole. In fact, we probably could just go straight from here. Right on back over here and eliminate that power pole altogether. Even better. There we go. Improve upon it. Iterate on it. Make it great. Okay, so what do we have? We're 2 up on that one. So we're right here. We're right there. And not quite enough plates there. We'll take that top one out. That should get us over here. All right, now we're getting somewhere. So again, you start to really ramp up your stuff. Now remember, this is all built from just the stuff I built at the very start of the game. Only about 15 hours in. or so. And all of this got built from the resources that we tore down the original base and we moved over here. We built all of this, our space elevator, all of our stuff, our hub over there, all those boxes, all of this without any production, without any further production of iron and everything. We built all of that down there. We built ramps all the way down the other side. We built extractors that are coming from way down below there, all from the bit of materials that I built in the very beginning, because I did backlog a lot of it, because I knew the second I knew I was going to move, I definitely wanted to backlog a bunch of resources to make it easier for me to get a jump start. Now we're to the point in which we're starting to run out of those resources, so we need to really keep those fired up and keep them running. So let's see, we're going at 20 per minute there, not too bad, and we'll let that run. Now we want to get our items to run along our existing conveyor belt here. Now obviously stacking it up here would be a great place to do it, but we're currently out of plates now. I put the plates up at the top to make it easier for me to do this while I'm going. Right, so I go up there and I can grab them. Oh, wanted to jump up on top, but sometimes it doesn't let me. So I can go ahead and grab them like this. I don't have to run them into a box. I can just run along, pick them all up, have them fed to me while I'm working. I find this really fun for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why I find that fun. I just do. Just by picking it up right off the belt. That's really fun, I think. All right, there we go. And then we want to get these plates over here first. So let's go ahead and say this. 2, and then 3, because we got 3 lines to run. And so we'll go ahead and do our plates up at the top. And the next one. Again, we're just going to keep working our way over here. Now these are actually in reverse order. You can do them the other way as well, but I'm going to show you something here at the end if you do have them reversed. Great little trick on getting them to go where you want them to go. All right, so the first one is that one. And so we're going to line this up. And we're going to say third one there. And this is going to come through. Right? Oh, can't afford. What a bummer. What a bummer. Let's go up here. See if I fall off and die again. Bring me them plates. And you can run against this one, because this one's not going too fast. So it's not going to fling you off the side. Well, at least we don't think it's going to fling me off the side. Oh, I forgot to take a break, too. Got to take a break. Gotta take a break. There we go. You also need to produce 250 for that alt recipe. True. Hello, I'm back again. What's up, Alex? Screw from England. This is only alt recipe I use in my current save. Well, there you go. Can you move around the map a bit so I can see your base location? Sure. Absolutely. Let's go ahead and go out here. Now, this is the start. We've got to go this way. This is the start of the game. And I've moved my base from where you start here in the second selection, which is called the Rocky Desert. And it's way over that way, way over there to the west. So we'll go ahead and go down here and take a look at my power. I'm actually running off 2 coal right now. I'm already on coal, bro. This is only day 3. Already on coal. Actually, I had coal running last time on day 2. And you're like, dang, how'd you do that so fast? Well, I did the minimum amount of resources I needed to get me to coal. Because this way I don't have to go and collect biofuel all the time. See, I'm just building the base now. I'm not collecting biofuel and running around doing all of that. Right at the very beginning of the game, that's the first thing I beeline to is coal power. Now, we happen to be lucky to end up in this spot here, and you can see it's like a whole crater up here, that we actually have 3. There's one there, and one over there. 3 pure coal nodes. And that just tells you that we have a ton of power. Let me peek over the side for you here. And you can see where this is all coming from. We set this all up yesterday, all of the foundations, and then we came back today and we ran all the lines, all of the conveyor lines. You can see I have obviously a lot of iron, a lot of plates to run all of that. And we ran that. Now, way over there, about 1,500 in that direction is where you start, and I'm about 1,500 to the east, and I built a ramp up originally to come all the way across, and then I built it backwards again and built it down and did all of this and took out all the ramp and took out all my original stuff that I used to get started and moved my base over here. Now, why did I move my base over here instead of leaving over there? Well, one, because this is where my power is going to be, right? And if you notice that my power is using no pumps. Why? Saves me power. I don't have to waste pumps on power. And I keep my power down a bit into the water. So you keep your foundations just a little bit below the water, and guess what? The water's coming down and into there. 0 pumps. Now, I've only got 2 going right now, but let's go ahead and check our power right here. Ooh, we spiking. A little bit of spike in there at 130 or so. Not bad, not bad. Now, we're definitely going to need more of these. So how do I make more of these? Well, I'm going to need a bunch of resources to do it. Now, to do those resources, the easiest thing to do, and we got enough for 6 of them over here. You can see how easy I can set up 6 of them, and I'll show you how in just a moment. But we want to go ahead and make some more power. So let's say we got 2. We want to make 4 more. So we're going to need all of these things, right? Reinforced iron plates, rotors, cables, all of those things. And first we need to get all of our basics going again, too, because we're going to need a lot of plates. We're going to need a lot of rods and all of that. So that's where I am. I'm way about 1,500 to the east of where you start. And I went and filled in all these frames and built all of this stuff. Let's get back up here to the top and work our way toward all of this stuff. So now that's doing that. It's running out a whole bunch of stuff. Now, I don't want to make reinforced iron plates right now because I just wanted to actually make plates. Because I need plates for running the lines. Because I'm running a fairly kind of input and output lines here. Now, I've actually find in the longer game that I don't like to run. I don't like to run stuff on the lifters anymore. That I prefer to use the wall ones, as we did in our last playthrough. We got all the way up to nuclear power, and we were running trains and all sorts of fun stuff. And I'll show you how to do push-pull trains eventually as well. If you've never done push-pull trains, incredibly effective use of your trains. Use very minimum amount of resources, and they can grab tons of resources and bring it to you. Now, this the cool thing about this, see, look, it brings the plates to me. I don't have to go and get them, which is very fun, but I like to run across here. I don't know why. It's just one of those fun things. Ooh, boy, lots of plates. Lots and lots and lots of plates. And then on the way back, if you missed any of them, you go back at high speed. Grab them. Ah, missed one. Oh, well. That's okay. They'll bring them to me. They'll bring all those plates to me. Let's go. All right. Now, I feel like we got a bunch now. Run that across. Lift that up by 1 more. Okay. Now, we got a bit of a problem that this is reversed. Now, if you really want to do this well, you want to have your plates at the bottom. And the reason why is because it's easier to run your plates into here. I know these are plates in here. These are going to be rods. Now, normally I'll leave a gap in between them so I can get through. See, right now it's kind of hard to get past it to get to the other side, right? And I'll leave a gap for that very reason. And then also we'll have it where we can underfeed a lot of this because my actual base, where that and that's going to end up is up there, right there. That's right. So we'll have all these levels underneath that are running all of our resources, and this actually will turn in just nothing but a belts level. This will be all where my belts are, and then up above that will be production. Up above that will be our space elevator and all that stuff eventually. But you got to don't build it way up there to start, because you're going to be running up and down that thing 5,000 times. Don't do that. Move your thing as you're working on that level, because otherwise it's just real cumbersome to run up and down that thing all the time. Okay, and we got that running, we got this going. So again, you really want to put this in the opposite order so it's a bit easier to run it into here. Now, I like to lift my stuff up like this. Now, here's the thing. You can actually just very easily lift it to the level at which you want to run it. Like that. All right, so that's a great little use of your lifters. And just lift it up a bit so you can go ahead and run those particular things in that particular thing that you want to run it in. This one will keep it at the bottom level. So if you do have a problem if you switch the direction and you want to fix it, use your lifters to fix it. And that's why I did that on purpose. Normally, I would have done it the other way and done it in order and started with the plates at the bottom. But did that just to show you guys. I know I'm going to be tearing all this down, so all be redone for sure. For sure. After I get past, see, in my first stage, level 1 and 2, I will build just a starter. Which you can see eventually when my videos go up on YouTube. Then when I'm in 3 and 4, I'm building another kind of temporary area to do all this stuff. And then when I get into 6 through the top level before nuclear power, before we do trains, then I will build it a different way. And then there'll be like the final big build where we do nuclear power and we do all that stuff. And we're running trains all over and having a great old time. We'll get into that. But I like to go through each and every stage very, very efficiently, and just make the stuff I need in the moment, right? Just in that moment. All right, we're feeding all of this down. Now, what's going to happen here at the end is eventually this is going to backlog, which you can see right there with the iron rods. So all of this is going to backlog and stop, and we don't want it to stop. We want it to keep filling up more and more a backlog of all these resources. And so if we see it stopping, then we know we've done something wrong. Something very, very wrong. Like this right here is stopped because right now it says no power. So we need to go ahead and get that going. Now, how do I know it was stopped? Because I don't see anything coming out of the end. All right, that's a dead giveaway. Dead giveaway that that's not coming out. Now, this actually is going to produce screws. And this probably is backlogged rods in here now. It did. Now, another thing we can do, too, is just to speed it along a little bit. We can just pump some rods in there. Pump some rods in there. And that's going to get them screws going. Now we see our screws going down the line. So there we go. We got all that working. We got our plates coming along. It's a little painful when you just were using your highest level belts and you come back and you're using the low level belts because you just like, I want that to run at like 700. But that's okay. We'll do it in stages so you guys can see. Now, the complexity of something, of anything in the world, always starts with one thing. And then it builds upon that thing and builds upon that thing and builds upon that thing to add complexity, right? The same thing with human beings and items and stuff, your microwave, your fridge. All of those things can be broken down into their individual elements and how they got started. So if you come back later and you look at my base, you're like, Kismet, it's too complex, it's too amazing. I just started just like everybody else. You start with one thing and you start with that one thing. You extract the concrete, right? You're the limestone. Take the limestone, and you can run it all the way across the map like I did, and then run it into your constructors up here, and then run it into a box, which it will end up right here. Now, the cool thing about my concrete is it's going to build the concrete until it fills, and then it's going to backlog all the way back to the original, and then it's going to stop. And then the ore is going to keep coming in. It's going to build up extra ore. And then that ore is going to fill and stop. And then it's going to backlog all the way down the chain, all the way down to where our extractor is. And then when that gets filled, then that will stop. So all the power that's being used for all of that will turn off automatically. And that's how I control the power the best in my playthroughs. Now, this particular playthrough, not going to be a power problem. But if I did have a power problem, that would be a great way to do it. Now, look at it, 67. Already being fed in there. Our rods now being fed in there. You want to see that number going up. Rods coming in that one. Our plates in that one. There we go. So you want to see that particular item going up there. 377. What I'm looking for there. Don't see it. Oh, here they come. Just now starting to go in there. All right, there we go. So 377. I want to see it. I got to see it happen. There it is. 377, so I know it works. Once you know it works, that's it. You can walk away. You're good. You are good. So now it's just going to feed all those resources from over there to over here. And then whenever I need them, I just go ahead and pick them up. Now, I've got all the basics going here. Now we need to get into our copper over here. So we're going to go ahead and run that copper and start working with that. Now, obviously, we're going to scale this up and scale it up again and scale it up again and scale it up again and just keep scaling and scaling and scaling until we have just ginormous factories. Now, I'm working very horizontally here just to make it easier visually for you guys to see what's going on all in one thing. You can see that we're running all the ore from the original into this box, from into here, splitting it into these forges, and then those forges are then running it along and it's running out. It's really easy to understand, really easy to figure out, right? Okay, running on, going in there, coming out of there, doing the thing. Later on, we'll start working more vertically, and then when we work vertically, I'll have it at different levels just so you can see that as well. So very easy to understand in the long run. So we'll let that run. We'll let all that run. Let's go ahead and do this battle while we're thinking about how to do our copper. Let's go. How we doing? Get that gold, everybody. Grab it. Snatch up that gold. Nice job. By the way, great tip on Stream Raiders. If you are doing the gold one, is to put down at least one rogue so to run out there and grab you some gold. Remember that for next time. We're going to do another gold one here in a bit. Catch up. Resist, Subi, and Yangi all get some love. Original Cal coming in. 11 assists with the MVP slot this time. Nice job. And we're going to go up and we're going to come back down and get you guys some gold in a bit. Whoa, look at this one. Oh, this calls for Norbert, upper right corner, right there. I could tell you already, upper right corner. How about I really tuck him in the corner there, so you guys can really build up around him, and he's going to heal the heck out of you guys. He's going to heal the heck out of you. My epic level, a grand healer there, so you guys can get tons and tons of loot. Come join us, everybody. Stream Raid is a super fun game to play on the side. It is for mobile and for desktop. Go ahead and play along while we're also playing some Satisfactory at the same time. I do them about every 30 minutes for just a few minutes. Very, very fun. Now, while you guys were watching that battle, I was building a very long outcropping here from the side of my base. Now, why am I doing that? That's because we're going to be doing a lot of copper here. And we're going to put that copper back into the system as well. Oh, and I need to turn my sound back on again. I mute it during the thing so you don't hear me walking along while we're doing those battles. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to run a bunch of stuff over there. Now, we're going to need a lot of cement. Now, while we were doing all of that, look at that. Nicely working on the concrete. Not cement, concrete. It's been working on that so we could build some more of these over here. Now, if you notice, my factory is running really, really well right now because I know a bit about the balance of power that I have currently running. And I know that that is about 130 or so watts just from experience. I know I've got the awesome sink running down there. I've got an extractor. I've got 3 other extractors running. I've got the basics running over here, just the minimum amount I can do so I don't have to add any more power right at the moment. And just trying to get all that stuff set up and just use that. Now, when I go to use more power, I'll just add more coal plants over there. But I want to go ahead and expand a bit here and get this going. You're like, Kismet, that's a lot of room. Oh, we're going to need a lot of room for what we're about to do. So we're gonna really expand the heck out of this side over here. Because copper is 3 things, just like iron is 3 things. Have you ever thought of it that way? Iron does 3 things. What does it do? Plates, rods, and screws, right? And it's like screws don't really directly come from iron ingots, but they are part of the iron build that I typically do. So those 3 things go together. What are the 3 copper things? The 3 copper things are wire, cable, and sheets. Now, if you haven't played in a while, they added some copper sheets, and those are for our hypertubes later on and other stuff. We'll create a little bit of an area there. And then we'll push out here. We'll push out the rest of this as we need it, but we're just going to go ahead and just extend this whole area over here. I might add supports under there, or I may never do it. I might do it, or it may never happen. That's pretty much the extreme here in my stream. All right, there we go. We need a little bit more concrete. Back we go. You should always have concrete on you all the time. I find that pretty much 99% of the time you need that concrete for something, making stuff and whatnot. All right, let's get that going. I'm just going to grab all the rest of it and let it keep on churning it out. Now, you should, when you're looking at your stuff, whenever you're running by something, always glance up. If you see stuff running, GG. If that stuff's not running, there's a problem. This is normally why I put the plates really low, by the way. So when I'm running by, I can see how my plates are. But I just glance over here and see if it's coming out. I look over that way. Is everything moving? Is everything doing something? It is. Awesome. Awesome. As long as it's all working. Now, our copper's right here in the center. We're going to bring our copper straight out. And then we're going to go ahead and divert it. Now, running it along the ground is not the best idea. It's good to lift it up. But in this case, I'm just going to run along the ground just to have a little bit of fun. Now, if we want to go ahead and run that straight down the middle there, we want to go ahead and back this up just a little bit, right? So we'll go ahead and back this up from there, and we'll go back by 1, 2, and that's going to give us a nice perfect curve when we go this way. And then we're going to run it way over here as far as we can. And let's say just beyond our current production. Let's say right there. Okay, and that's going to start bringing that out. Now we can go ahead and start to work on it. Now, I'm actually not going to leave this conveyor here. I'm going to actually do a bunch of splits and whatnot as it goes along. But what we need to do is we need to get our next smelter going, our smelter line going. We're going to do the same thing right over here. We'll go a little bit this way. Let's say there. Okay, so that's going to run there, and we're going to get our smelters going. So again, how much is coming out of here? 60's coming out of there, but we do have a backlog. So whenever you're doing a backlog, I always suggest burning up that excess. You can run it in the Awesome Sink, but I would rather have more copper ignites at this point. So we're going to do it in groups of 3 instead of 2. Again, you don't have to worry about the numbers too much in the beginning. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do an overflow run. And so we're going to switch to our set number 2. Now I'm going to take a break here in a second. I keep forgetting about my break, but I definitely need to take a break in a bit. I feel like that might be a little bit too forward. Yeah, I feel like this is going to be, needs to go forward just a little bit. I'll try to center that on that so that this, when this comes down, that'll be centered as well. It's just more of a cosmetic thing, not really necessary, but it's more of a, that's what I want to do with it kind of thing. Let's say right there. And then we've lined it up this way, so we can go ahead and run this, have that perfect 90, and then also run it into there. Right, and then this is an input. These 3 sides are outputs. You can see the little green arrow. And then we can go ahead and line up our forges, or smelters, as they call them. I call them forges, but they're actually called smelters. Right over here. Boom. And we're looking for those green lines so we can line that stuff up. And then we're going to run them next to each other. Then we're going to pick this up. And we're going to make sure we got it going in the right direction. And the last one we don't need to worry about. And again, now that we have a bunch of iron plates running, look how fast I can get this done. Because I have basically 100 iron plates. And there we go. We're already running. Boom. Good to go. GG. Now we're going to go ahead and grab some power from over here. I just grab power from wherever I'm at, by the way. If you notice that I don't run separate lines or really worry about power early on. And that's so that it doesn't become cumbersome in the early game. And then one there. Now, we need to tell what we want to do. Copper ignites. Copper ignites. Now, we're going to get to a point where we're going to be really close to knocking the power out. Very, very sure. Now, let's get start working on those iron ignites, which is great. Now, how much are we producing? We're producing the same amount that we were producing of our iron, right? So we got 60 coming in, 60 coming in here. Now, this is actually a 120, so I can upgrade this and double this up later on. There's that sound of it kicking off. And so we're going to do the same thing. We're going to run that into there. We're going to go ahead and have the ignites come out of here. Now remember, you don't have to do the first one, just the second one. And have it go in from one side and out the other side. So merger there. Then out of here. We'll just go ahead and do this one, 2 back. This time we'll do a curve like that, just to make it nice. Just to make a nice 90 there. Now watch out, because this thing's always trying to trip you up in the directions of your inputs and outputs. I feel like it's like trying to troll me most of the time. But there we go. So we got all 3 of those running in there. We got our copper ignites, and you can probably guess what we're going to be doing next, which is our constructor. Now, we're having a problem right now constantly running out of iron plates. Right now, I could go over here and I can make the iron plates there. Or what I could do is just take a moment and make some iron plates. Make it automatically make me some iron plates. Now, I can go ahead and craft me some over here. Like this. But I can also just say, you know what? I'm just going to run it over here, and I'm going to have it make me some iron plates. But over here, not over there. So I'm going to have it run all the way over here. And behind here, we're going to run all the way to the far side here and figure out which one our iron plates is. I've already forgotten. It's one of these. It's the third one from the end. So this one, right here. Iron plates. All right, now what do we need to make iron plates? Well, we go ahead and put down our constructor. And there's a lot of alternate recipes as well. And so I can just say, you know what? Instead of running it from way over there, I've already got the resources running over here. Right? Now, what do I need to make these plates? They're not even in there, right? Because it's the wrong thing. You need the assembler. Because it uses 2. So we want to use the assembler. Oh, wait a minute. We need some of those plates, and we also need some rotors. Now, it just so happens that I have some rotors over here on the far side. I really need to get my skates going. Really need to work on my skates. That would be the #1 thing for mobility right now I would recommend. Let's get rid of that stuff there. Get plenty of that later on. Okay. Running back over this way. And now we need an assembler. Now I actually have an extra assembler over there. I could go over there and get the assembler. But we're going to go ahead and have a little bit of fun here. Just trying to figure out the logistics here. Figuring out the logistics of kind of combining multiple items together. So you run the single items over here, and then we're going to start combining multiple items. So we need to actually make some manually first. Like that. And actually, let's go ahead and clear this to-do list right here. So we do assembler. We look over here. Oh, wait, we need 8. Got to go back again. Make some more. I love that to-do list. Really does help you a lot. All right, looking good. And then we're going to go ahead and throw our assembler back here. And actually, I feel like we should offset it just a little bit more. Plenty concrete now, like 700 concrete on me. Let's offset a little bit more so we're not obstructing our copper stuff later on. So we'll go ahead and put this out here. We'll look at where it's at. It's right about there. So our output, let's say right there. And then our output, let's see how close we were. Oh, boom! Wow, did I eyeball that one good? That's a perfect 90 right there. That was a pretty good eyeball. Come on, let's see some GGs in the chat, everybody. Now, normally I don't like to run them on the ground level. I do like to lift them up and run them. But that was pretty epic. All right, so over here, now we want to go ahead and tap into some of our lines we've already got. Now, this is actually the reason why I've reversed these, because I know I was going to use these later on over here, because I do think that far ahead. But we're going to go ahead and run a splitter, and we're going to take this splitter, and we're going to run it right over here. Now, what do we got on this line? We'll have to look and see. What is it? What is it? It's nothing. Why is there nothing along that line? Because the power went off. But we need this thing to make us the thing that we need to make the thing from, right? Now, here's a great thing to do. If you do have a power problem, you need to set up your base, and you'll see me do it later, where I set up my base where I can cut certain parts of the base off, right? Like right now, we've got these going, but we don't really have anything for it. Let's just cut that off. And the base starts right back up again. So I'll put stuff in different zones so you can cut off that zone by just cutting the line off. And that will then go ahead and ramp that thing back up again and let it run. Now we can also just say, you know what? We know that that's coming from here. So we're just going to go in here and we're just going to grab the item that we need. Go ahead and grab a bunch of screws. And then just put the screws in there. Right? We want to make this right there. Now same thing, we want the iron plates. And the iron plates are way up at the top. We go ahead and do a splitter, say there, and then run that down into there. Real easy, right? So you already ran the lines. You already got it over here. Why not just put it down and let it do it? Now, this is what I call inline production. That means it's going to run that item on its own into there. Now, another thing I could have done, and this is what I do quite often, is just put some boxes there and just throw the items in there when I want to make a little bit of extra items. But what I'm going to do is have it split. It's going to be making some these, as well as also putting half of it away in the box and half of it for production. It's not going to be at optimum production for right now, but it's not going to be me doing it, so that's good. Now we go ahead and take a little bit of plates that we have, pop those in there, and then go ahead and see if we got any more plates right over here, which we probably have at least a little bit. Yeah, we have a little bit in there. And that's going to allow us to feed this in here like that. Now, the other thing we need, of course, is some power. I'm going to go ahead and grab that power over here if we can. Nope, no extra line there. How about down here? I'm pressing the wrong thing. This thing. There we go. I think that does have power. Well, let's just go ahead and grab it from right there. Run it there. Run along the back. There we go. So now what we did is we added this assembler. And again, I would underclock this normally. But we added this assembler, and now it's going to make us that thing. So now that's all part of our production. We're now making these plates as part of our production. Even if you're just doing one, and if it's going at a slow level, it'll still be running enough to make a few extra so you don't have to make them as often. And we're still looking pretty good. We're in the 130s. We're going to see a jump depending on how much of that stuff is running. Right, so still in the 130s, looking good. Now I need some plates to get more power. Once I get more power, I can then make more items, right? And because I have so much coal right now, it really makes this part incredibly easier. And I need at least a bunch more rotors, and I need a bunch more reinforced iron plates. Now I can just take my time and say, you know what? I've already got the resources on me. I'm going to go ahead and make them. Now, the other thing we're not making right now, obviously, is rotors. Rotors is being done from rods and screws. So we can also make some rotors back here and run the rotors in there as well. Now, the rotors actually should end up on the other side over there. So we can tap into our rotors and run them back around the back, or we can run them over. We could do all of that. I typically just let them run into the machine, and I just go take them out of the machine for rotors, because they're really not going to make that many rotors. And really the same thing with reinforced iron plates. It just happens to be that I put it right here. But the reinforced iron plates, it makes them so slow that you can just run them into the machine. And typically by the time that machine is full, you're going to need a bunch of those anyway. But we'll go ahead and let those run. Again, they're running at a reduced rate, and that's because I currently don't have enough power to run them at a faster rate. Not a good idea. So I'm always finding that balance between running stuff and having it for power. So let's take that out of there if we can. What do I got on me? I consolidated it there. There we go. So we got 7. So we need 20 reinforced iron plates. So while that's running, we could go ahead and speed up production here by grabbing some more of these. Sort that. We'll probably put some of our poles back. That's not poles. These are poles. Not a little awkward to get it from behind. There we go. Those poles back. Grab what we got in there and just speed it along a little bit by making them ourselves. We can make 29, so we're definitely going to be able to make those lickety-split. Now, as we scale up our power, we can scale up our factory. When we scale up our factory, then we can make more items. And we can make more items, we can make more power, and so on and so forth in that constant cycle. Allows us to unlock new stuff. Now, you notice I'm not worried about my unlocks. I have everything I need right now to get all this basic stuff running. And so we're going to work on that for sure. But we need a little bit more power now because we're at that stage where we need to upgrade our power one more time. And if you notice, I didn't build 6 at the very beginning. I typically don't. Don't build them all as fast as possible because you want to leave yourself the time and effort to do these later on. Okay, there we go. So we got that going. Now I need to go ahead and take some of this water out of here. So we're going to go into pipes. Got a pipe set down here. I'm going to go ahead and put my junction here and put that in there. Now, one problem is I don't have copper sheets. Now, that's one of the things we need to get started with up there. So I can run back up again. You're going to do this a lot, by the way, running back and forth and back and forth. We're going to get our skates here soon, so it's going to be much faster. I don't typically use the jetpack. Of course, this is a very vertical base in the long run, so definitely jetpack will help you. But we're going to use hypertubes and all that other stuff to help us. But we've already established our secondary road to the upstairs, which is good. What do we need? We needed copper sheets over here, and we've already established where our copper sheets go, and we actually have some in there, so good. So it needs a good amount of copper sheets to make this run. Now, while we were busy running around and doing all sorts of stuff, it did make us a few copper ingots over here. And we come over here and we can say, okay, where's all those copper ingots going to? It made us a few right here. So let's go and grab those. Getting them out of here is really tough. There is a way to do it. You got to find that magic spot. Sometimes you get in here, you crouch, and so you find that magic spot, and you can grab it out of there. It certainly ain't easy. Okay, we got those? Got those. Okay. We'll use those as the thing. Now, I could jump off of here, but we already know what happens if I jump off of there, right? We die. That's what happens. Because it's a little too shallow. But you know what? Screw it. Let's just go. Woohoo! We're like, wait a minute, Kismet. You didn't die. You died last time. True. The reason why I died last time is because I hit the ground and not the deep water. So in that case, I could jump off my base and not have to walk all the way down here every single time. So great little thing. And I'd say go for it. Try it. See what happens, right? That's the way I find most games are. See how it works. See if you die or not. If you don't die, well, guess what? You just found a shortcut. Right there. Okay, there we go. Run that. We'll just run our pipe right into there. Now, we need some more of this sweet, sweet stuff over here called coal. And I'm going to go ahead and take this out right now because I don't have my skates to jump up there. And so we take this out. And now what we want to do is go ahead and... oops, I didn't mean to take that part out. we want to go ahead and run another line over here. We'll rerun all this later. This part I didn't want to take out because this actually connects to the front. There we go. So we run another line, and that's going to go ahead and now split it in 3 ways instead of just 2. Run that into there, run the water. Now, the most important thing is to remember is that if you have stuff that's in the way of each other, like these pipes are about to be, right here, I don't like stuff to clip, but if I see that it's going to work, it's going to work. It's good. Nice. Now, the reason why this has not started up, even though it does have water and coal in it, is because I haven't run a power line to it. Make sure that you run a power line to your power, otherwise you get no power, right? Now, there's a power line crossing across here. Don't like it. I'm going to take that out, and I'm going to take this, and I'm going to move it out this way because we know we're going to run some more power eventually. And then now we'll connect that, and then we'll connect this into our primary power over here. Now we should see all 3 of them running at the same time. Now, that's 75 power. That's a lot of power that just kicked on there. That's 75, and we have plenty of coal for that thing. Look at that. Boom. Nice, nice. 225 megawatts. Ready to rock and keep scaling up our base and scaling up our base. Now, the more we scale up our base, the more resources, the more power we can add, and so on. Now, this is one of the easiest starts to any playthrough I've ever done. The second I seen that coal, I know that I have literally 5,000 power. Over here, I can really make it 10,000 if I wanted. I could rival nuclear power. I have so much coal in this one area. Pretty insane. And I also have all the water right next to each other too. So I have so much water and so much coal in one concentrated area that it's like a gigantic power plant for any and everything that I want to do beyond that. It just takes the time and effort to do it. Now, we're going to go ahead and let this run for a little bit. And while we're letting it run, we'll go ahead and get up on the side here. You guys can see all of this stuff running along in here and feeding into here. Where's a good spot? Maybe up here? Can't get up there. Maybe. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's kind of blocked. How about up here? I always like to find a good spot to stand while I'm AFK. Oh, there we go. That's a really good one. Look at the conveyors going in all sorts of... I love to see the conveyors go in different directions. And then you're like, well, Kismet, why is there nothing on there? That's because the factory had to start back up again. Because I had to add some power to it. And now the factory is going to come along, and you're going to see stuff running along all of these belts here in a minute. Now, I'm going to go ahead and go AFK for a sec, just to stretch my legs. I'm running way over on my break. Normally, I use about 2 hours. I've been going for 4 hours. So I'm going to go AFK for just a second. I'm going to go Stealth Boy. Feel free to talk amongst yourself and watch all of this hard work that we did in action. Be right back. Isn't that mesmerizing, everybody? I find it incredibly mesmerizing. Just to watch it run. Put a 1 in the chat if you love to watch that stuff run, everybody. Oh, there's something super cool about it, bro. All your stuff just running in different directions, doing all the stuff you want it to do. I know, I love that aspect of the game, is that you get it to a point where you just let it run. Yeah, Cry Wolf knows what I'm talking about. He's like, I love to watch it run. Yeah, I love to watch it run and do all of its thing and do all that. Oh, yeah, MK Hicks knows as well. I find that's one of the great parts of Satisfactory, is watching all your hard work pay off, doing the thing. Now, here's the thing. When you get your stuff running like this and you're waiting to go to the next stage of the game, you're trying to unlock the next stage of the game, you just AFK. I've let the game run for hours. I actually had, one time I moved my base, and I had 14 boxes, the double boxes, full of stuff that I wanted to move to the other side of the entire world. And so I made a conveyor, and I let it run in the background while I was playing another game, Fallout. I was playing Fallout in the front, and then in the background I just had Satisfactory running, and it was just moving all my stuff over to the other side of the whole entire world, so I didn't have to. It's funny. It actually took like 8-9 hours for it to move all the stuff from one place to another. And I don't even think it got it all. I think it got the bulk of it, but not all of it. But that was 8-9 hours of me not moving it, not going back and forth, moving it back and forth. So that was pretty fun. So I love to watch it run. So we're going to let that run and do that. Now we're ready to get into our next part and get a battle going on. Let's jump down. Let's do our battle. And then we're going to get into our part. Okay, turn it on over here. I've got to get to my copper. So we're going to get into that too, and into rotors. With my headphones again. Get about 2-3 hours out of these headphones and then they die. Now I got to switch my other ones. I can't hear any of this. You guys can. And that's what's most important. That you guys can hear it. I gotta switch my audio. Wish OBS could just auto switch the audio whenever I put my headphones in. I'll figure it out eventually. All right, open the captain's chest. Grind you guys some rewards. Rotisserie G, Braveheart, Subi, Paco Taco. Get some love. You guys are getting lots of love up in here. What else we got? We got Tev Dad coming in at 13 kills, MVP. Congrats on your MVP status of that round. Let's go. We're going across this way. We're going to try to get you guys some more loot. Now, again, we've been playing all day long, doing tons and tons of stream raiders. I say we get right up against this Spidey right there. So now I always like to have it where you don't have enemies coming from behind, right? And they're not going to sweep around and get your support. So that's why I do a skirmish line this way and make them come to me. As opposed to being in the middle of them. Now, sometimes we do that. We have a lot of peeps. You can just put it in there and just all-out battle royale. But I like to group up and take them head-on because it just makes it easier for people to survive. Well, you know, it's your units. Put them wherever you want. It's up to you. This cursor thing is throwing me off. There we go. All right. Now, over here, we've been waiting for it to run in. Look at that. We got 35 of those now. We got 35... iron plates coming through. Now, I set an alarm, by the way, to copy some of the stuff off my machine because it's getting full again. So if you hear that alarm, remind me that I need to clear off my loot or clear off my videos. Good morning. How you doing, Man Steel Games? Hope you had a great day. I have actually let Satisfactory run while I was at work just to build the supplies and great things move to new location. As long as your power doesn't die, it just continues to run. Oh yeah, and as long as when your boxes fill, then it turns off. That's the only time it turns off. It'll just keep running and running and running. And it's really fun. And the game typically doesn't time itself out either. So you just let it run in the background for a really long time. It's up to you. It's because it's a single player game. If you were online on a server, it might time you out. I can't wait till we do private servers. We can all play together. Everybody can come onto the mega server. And we will build to our heart's content. Build gigantic mega factories. It'll be fun. Now, we can still do multiplayer now, by the way. You can do multiplayer. But I typically play in single player when I'm playing early access games. This way, you know, everyone comes in and I'm only in for an hour or two. I don't feel bad when I have to leave. And be like, oh, kids, we only play for like an hour. I'm like, oh, sorry, bro. I got, you know, real life things I got to do. I got real life things I got to follow up on as happens. Okay, so we got all that running. We got that. I feel like we're going to probably just goose our power a little bit. Since we can. We got 3 in right now. Let's see if we can just go straight to it. We need 60 of those. We need some rotors, and we need a bunch of cable. Well, actually, let's do our copper first, so we can do our cable, and we can get our copper in, so we can run more pipes and stuff like that. Let's do that. Since we have a lot of reinforced iron plates, we can go ahead and run a lot of constructors. So let's get our constructors in. Now, remember, we only have the ability to do so many. Because of our restriction of the input of our copper. So our copper's coming in at 60 right now. And so it's going to be limited in what we can do. So first, let's go ahead and look at wire. Wire is 15. So it only takes 15, and it produces 30 wire. That's actually a lot of wire. So we're going to only go ahead and feed just one of those in there. So instead of a merger, which this is, we're going to go back to our other set here, our key set over here. And we're going to go ahead and put our splitter in there. And again, make sure that we have our input on that side. There we go. That's the orange one. And then into there, into there, into there. Turn the screen sounds back on. And that's going to now start feeding that. Now, we have plenty of power for all of this. And so we're going to let that run. We're going to bring our power down way over there. Over here. Those are all running. I'm going to run these from the front, which I rarely ever do. But it's really the back of this. It's the front of the other one, if you think about it. Okay, so we got that wire back up and going in production. Let's go ahead and do the next one. Now, obviously, we're going to massively scale this up. Now, this one goes at 60 per minute that you need to bring in to make a bunch of cable. Wait a minute. You mean cable is a secondary item instead of a first item. So, here's the thing. We're going to go ahead and make more wire so that we can also go ahead and make some cable right in front of that, just like we did with screws, right? So this is going to go to that, and this one is actually going to be the cable. It's not going to be coming in at full production. That's okay. We're going to worry about all the numbers later on, everybody. You don't have to worry about the numbers. Just get your production going so you have those items to make the items that you want to make. And the numbers aren't really that hard. You will learn great ways to do numbers later on. You know what we should have done? We should have put this right up here. Let's get up here. Let's try to make this nice. I love putting these up there. I feel like they should snap there, though. All right, let's take this line out. There we go. And then we'll run it from here to there. And to over there. Take this out. Just to keep that nice and tidy. There we go. Okay, so same thing here. So we got that coming out. Now we're going to need one more constructor at the end. So we're going to go ahead and run this forward. Like this, move the constructor over. And again, you see how I'm putting everything in line? I'm not doing any center splits. I'm not running it all out separate. I'm actually making it in one long, clean line that you can do. You can just have these going one way and your other things going the other way. I like to have the output, obviously, going in the direction in which I want it to end up. Now look at this. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. No. Find the thing. Sometimes you get stuck in here. What do you do when you get stuck? You take it back out. That's what you do. You take that item back out of there again. You're going to run all of that again. But if you do get stuck in there, just take it out. I didn't mean to get stuck on purpose, but since I got stuck, I'll just show you that. If you do get stuck in there, that's typically why I leave a space in between those two. So I don't get stuck. Now this last one here, again, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to run it out. 1, 2 back. And then run this. And that nice 90. Okay, now the last one, of course, copper sheets. Copper sheets comes in at 20 per minute, which is an odd thing, because it's usually, you start with 30s. So it's going to be a 30, 15, right? Or it's good if you cut it in half. So 30 and half would be 15, 15. Or you're going to start with a 60 and cut that into a 30 and 30. Whatnot. Now, you can actually do these copper sheets really well. You can go in and make the math work out to 20. And we'll get into the deeper part of that as we get further into the gameplay. But right now, we just want to make a little bit of these as we go. So copper sheets in. Copper ignits should be running. How are we looking? We disconnect our power over here. I feel like we disconnected our power. Because again, if I don't see anything going on that belt, that means I did something. I goofed it. I disconnected something. I disconnected this back here. Yes, I did. There we go. Again, be watching them belts. You don't see stuff coming out, you know something's wrong. I'm always watching to see if stuff's coming out of there. All right, we'll go ahead and take this one over here. We had a wire. I love it when I run out of stuff. I run out of the stuff that I'm trying to make in the moment when I do it. This is a funny thing about that. I don't know what it is. I'm trying to make wire, and I ran out of wire, so I can't make the thing that makes the wire. That happens to me way too often in this game. But we're running low on wire, as you can see. We want to go ahead and get the rest of that running. And you can see I've actually fairly compacted everything together. I have a few things running at the ground level. I typically don't like it to be running at the ground level, but such is the way it goes. Now again, this one's going to be our cable. That's going to be our wire. We're not worrying about any numbers right now. That's a later thing we're going to deal with. And in fact, it's going to be really nice. It's going to be real easy. And we're going to go ahead and do all three of those together. And now that one's going to start up those copper sheets. This one's going to go ahead and do our wire. We took it out, so it stopped doing what it should be doing. There we go. And it's just going to take a bit of that, make some wire, and then convert it into cable. Now, we have our 3 items that we need from this. So we're looking good. So we're going to go ahead and once again use our lifters to get them up off of the ground. And these are our 3 outputs that we need. Now, right now, the easiest one, of course, would be off the center, so these ones could come forward. And to turn, that's what I would suggest. You can go ahead and decide at which one you want to be at the bottom, middle, and the top. Right? So in this case, we're going to go ahead and do it properly, as opposed to improperly, like we did before, just to show you the way you could fix it. But this one, we're going to go ahead, just bring it a bit forward. Right there, and right there. So this one over here, we're going to bring it right here, and right there. And then over here, same thing, we're going to line it up. Right there, and right there. Now, this is exactly correct. If you do just do it as a default, it's up by 2 of these lifters over here, or not lifters, they're conveyor thingies. I always forget the name of them. Stackable conveyor poles. That's what they're called. And there we go. So now we're going to go ahead and merge these based on which ones we want to go first, second, and third. Right? First, we want this one to go. So I'm holding down Alt, by the way. It allows me to switch my keys down here. And then we're going to go ahead and say, okay, you're going to go here. And then this one is going to go up there. And then up here at the very tippy top, we're going to go ahead and run that. Uh-oh. Can't afford. Such is the how it goes. So we got to run back again. Look at this. Feeding in nicely. Factory starting to fire up. Plenty of power. Ah, this is the dream right here. This is the dream. Oh, look at all that plates backlogging in there. We're also making a bunch of reinforced iron plates over there. And it doesn't matter if all the math works out. If we're making a little bit of everything that we need to make a little bit of everything more. All right. And now we're going to go ahead and tie it into our current system. Now we've established our stuff. Now there's ways to make this even more beautiful, everybody. And we're going to get into it, obviously, in the later game. We're going to go in and revamp all of this. And even some of this stuff is all going to run along the same belt. That's right, run it all down the same belt, so you only have one belt instead of all of these extras that we have running right here. Now we're going to have a little bit of problem when we get over here, right? We already got a bunch of stuff stacked up here. And so we're going to have a little bit of issue, but we'll go ahead and just run that up to there. That's why you need a lot of plates early game. Get them plates are pumping out every minute of every day. Yeah, and this is the early game stuff. This is fairly easy to get this down. You get down what you need to make and what you need to do. Now, a little bit of a problem there because that splitter's in the way. Really don't like it. I don't like to have to clip through stuff like splitters. We'll fix that here in just a second. All right, we'll go see the problem. See, it's clipping through the splitter. I really don't like it, but in this case, it fits in there perfectly. Just enough head level so we can get the one across the top. So very nice. Very, very nice. And below, we're looking good as well. I didn't mean to come off of there. Below, we're looking good as well. Those ones are not running into it. Now, if it's something high, like screws or rotors or something, then it would go through there, and I would take it out. I would, no. I don't like stuff to clip for any reason. Another good example, I always fall off these ladders. Another good example is your wire. Your wire is very high, so if that was running underneath, it would clip through there. It still work, but I don't like it. And if I don't like it, I don't do it. That's just the way it is. Kismet is all about the don't like it, don't do it kind of thing. Okay, next thing in line, what do we got over here? We've got our wire, and then our cable is going to go there. So let's go ahead and just help it out a little bit by raising it up to like this. And we're actually just going to raise these all up to the same level. It doesn't feel like the right level because I looked at those things on the side and I can see these two are a little bit too low. Let's go ahead and try it again. I hit the F and then middle mouse button, by the way, and then we can look at the lines on the side to line it up so they're all in the same spot. Now, easy, right? You can go ahead and run that down to there. Now, if I had some plates, I could do it. Let's go ahead and see we got some extra plates in here. Yeah, there we go. Again, you're going to be using a lot of plates. So here, that'll keep it from running into that one. That one a little bit higher because it's further away. And this one, oh, so close. So close. Need a little bit more plates. Now let's make it a little bit ourselves. Just speed this up. Now, because we have 3 pure iron nodes, we're going to be making a crazy ton of plates. Don't worry if we're hurting for a little bit of plates here in the beginning. Believe me, we are not going to hurt for power. We're not going to be hurting for plates. We're not going to be hurting for any of this stuff in the long run. But I like to build it as I go. I could just AFK right now, come back, and all this stuff would fill up in the boxes, and I would have resources for days. Sometimes I do that, like if we're waiting for some stuff to run into the space elevator. After the stream, I'll just let it run, and it will run all that stuff in the space elevator, and then the next time we come in, boom, we're good to go. But for right now, we're just going to try to do it as it goes. Now, look at this. Now, we want to see that the stuff's going up and down in the lifter. This is a great reason to have your lifters up like this so you can see if something's happening. Now, right now, what we want to see is we want to see some cable going down into that box. Now, you see all of these are working, right? Stuff going up and down. Where's our cable at? Did we do it right? Did we run it right? Did we screw up the belt? Is there something that messed up along the way? Does it not have enough power? Those are all the things you should be asking yourself right now, and why we don't see our cable right now. Now, one of the reasons why we probably don't see the cable is because it's making the wire first, and it made all of this before this even got started. So it could be a bit of a lag time in it making cable and running cable down. Now, we can go ahead and start to backlog to see if there's any cable by running up here and get about the cable level. No cable there. And it doesn't make cable that quickly. And actually, I could see it way over there on the other side. But we don't see any right there, right? So we go ahead and jump back down. Oh, careful. Careful, don't jump too far. And we can run along here. We can look at the next one. See if we see it there. Nope, nothing there. Whoa, look out. That's a long ways down. All right, over here. And you can check it along the way. Now, obviously, it's smart to go right to the original source, but you can check and see that we don't see anything come along. Now, you can actually run along the top of the conveyors, and we can see there's something that's red. Oh, okay, it's red. You're like, Kismet, did you do that on purpose? Yep. Yeah, I did, because I wanted you to see how to solve the problem. Now, I could show you how to do it, but you thinking how to make a problem, solve a problem, and notice the problem, noticing something is a problem, is the most powerful thing. There's a problem there. Why do I not have it there? Now, I know what the answer is. There's a red thing that's telling us right now what the answer is. If we turn around and we look, there it is. This thing right here. It's saying, Kismet, duh, I need some power. So we need to run some power to it right over there. Now, we got a bit of a problem, though, because we've used up all of our power lines back here on that. But I can go ahead and pull another line forward from way over there, and it's going to connect to this. And now this is going to work. Now, the cool thing is this has been making a bunch of wire back here while you've been waiting. So it's got like 200 wire in there. And you can just feed it forward if you want to speed it up a little bit. You're going to put 500 in there, and now it's going to output that wire much faster. And why is it going to do that? Because it actually needs a 60 input. We're only doing a 30 right now. But because I put it in the machine, it's actually going to crank them out at maximum speed at 30 per minute. And the same thing over here. If you have a little bit of extra of whatever it is that this needs, like copper ignits, feed them in there. And now this is going to go much faster, right? This is going to speed up. So even if you don't worry about the numbers, if you got excess stuff, I suggest use it up. Put it in there. Use that extra bit. Great thing, limestone, right? We got a bunch of extra limestone on me right now. And I've got extra limestone producers here. And this is probably starting to catch up. Yeah, look at the gap. Starting to catch up now. That means this is empty. See, I just know it by the conveyor. It's just the visual cues that it gives you. See, look, it's running out. So let's go ahead and use up that extra limestone we have. There's no reason to save all that extra stuff. It really does just consume your time to macromanage that. Now, what would I like to do? I really like these plates to get going, but they're already at 100. Those are looking good. Those already got a lot. How about here? 100 there? All right, looking good. How about down here on these rods? 100 there, too. So that's all rocking and rolling. Nothing I needed there. Oh, that's at 100 there. Those are all beautiful, running just fine. How about over here on these? What are we doing on the smelter? Smelter looking good. Do I have any extra copper? I could put that in there. I could. How about iron over here? How's our iron looking? Oh, our iron's running a little slow. All right, let's cut that in half. Run that in there. Because that third one is going to have a lot less than the first ones. Run that in there. And you know what? Let's just go ahead and say, well, the first one's got 100. This one's got 33. And this one over here has got the least amount. So let's cut it in half again. Do that and do that. Now, why do I have excess iron? And why is this one so low versus the first one? And that's because this is coming out at 60, but going in here at 90, right? So it's actually not coming out fast enough to support all three of those. And that's good because you know what happened over here? It's going to start downgrading this and start using this up when I start to upgrade the speed. And so I'm going to go ahead and upgrade speed. I'm not even worried about the inputs and outputs and all that stuff. I'm just going to upgrade that to 120. I'm going to upgrade this one to 122. Make sure you get that little piece. And now you should see it nonstop moving. Now this over here, I'm going to say, okay, 120. That one 120, this 120, that and that 120. Now, that's going at 120. Now, why did I do that? Well, because this actually is consuming it at 90, but it's being produced at 60, right? So all the excess that I have in the box back here, all this excess is now going to start to be used up. And that's why I built up the excess. I built the excess to give me a little bit of extra boost to my production, and so I can have an extra overflow should I be producing too much of any given thing. I like to have too much, then not enough, if you know what I mean. And there we go. So the same thing here with copper. So we have our copper running out of here, right? It's coming out at 60. It's running over there. Now this is a lot of our reinforced iron plates to use, so I'm not going to worry about that right now. We need to make way more reinforced iron plates first, and we are making them right over here. Let's run over here and check them out. Let's see how many we got stacked up now, because we were busy doing that. It's over here doing some work for us. Aha, 34. Okay, let's go ahead and see if we can get our copper upgraded. Now, one of the things I'll do when I start to go upgrade my copper is I'm going to go ahead and retool. You know, I think I'm going to make number 1. I'm going to switch this around this time. I'm going to make number 1 my jam here. Let's do it. So first production, or no, logistics, splitter, number 1. Conveyor, number 2. And then number 3 is going to be power. And then number 4 is going to be our Mark 1. Number 5. Number 6 here. Now I'm pressing the buttons on the side of my mouse. And they're setting these hotkeys down here from the build menu. Number 5, number 6, and number 7. There we go. Now, also what I need in here is I need some stackers. So you know what I might want to do? Is I might want to put my stackers number 4, and then put this as number 5, that number 6, and then my other foundation as this one 6, and that one. Wait, no. This one is 6. There we go. That one's 6. This one is 7. Press the right buttons. 7, and then the double ramp being number 8, because I know the double ramp should equal number 8, so that's how it is. So now, basically all I did was I programmed a whole bunch of keys here to be able to do my stuff. Now that allows me to not have to keep running back and forth between all of my things, because I have this one also, but this one eventually want to take all that out and just use our number 1 there, which has all of our stuff that we typically use for when we're running lines. So we're running lines there. So now I need number 6. Now number 6 is going to be my Mark II belt. And so we're going to go ahead and first start at the very beginning, right here. And burn up my axis. Notice I'm not worried about any numbers. Oh, we forgot to do our nice 90. Hold on, let's do our nice 90 here. Hold on. Let's do our nice 90, everybody. And then there, 1, 2. There we go. Beautiful 90 in there at 120. So now we're producing more of those things. So now we're going to be producing 90 of those copper ingots and 90 of the iron ingots over here. So that's really going to crank us up. Now here's the thing. If you do it on this side, you're going to have to do it on that side because it's going to output at 90. So we want to just double check by rolling over all of these. Make sure that we've got all of these going at it. We do. So now the output of this needs to be that 120 as well. Get up here on the top. I find it's easier to see. Up here at the top. That one's already done. In there. In there. Now we're out of plates. See, I knew that would happen at some point. That we would run out of plates. Now this actually is not really using up all of this. Especially at 90, right? This right here is only doing 30, so that's using half of it. This right here is doing 15, so that's using another quarter. And this is using 15. So this really is only using 60. And that's producing 90. So this is really actually perfect for just 2 of them, but I like to burn up the excess so that I have extra iron ingots in here for when I kick in more of them down the road. I'll have tons of extra iron ingots. Very good. Now you can also just say, okay, I'm going to have this come in as the raw, then go into the smelters, and then the smelters go into a box for iron ingots, and then that goes into the next thing. And you'll see me do that as well. Every step of the way has a backlog so that when you build out the rest of it, it will have that backlog to speed the production of all of that. So you didn't waste that production time. Now, I never really worry about too much about wasting production time. I know that if I need it, I'll just let it run. So, oh, okay, there's that copying is done. Hold on a second, I got to slide over here. Like I say, I record every single stream. It builds up quick. It builds up quick. There we go. Plenty of room now. Plenty of room now to record those videos. All right, let's keep going. Let's run back over here. Now, again, the thing we need right now is plates. And you saw how quick those plates went. I got 7 more. Those take a long time to make. It is fairly cumbersome to make those plates. So what we want to do is we want to move on from doing level 2s and just go right into level 3s. Level 3 conveyors and say, screw level 2s. Level 2s take too much time to make. Right? We're gonna go ahead and upgrade. Upgrade all of this. Did I already do those? Apparently I already did these. That's a Mark II. That's a Mark II. That's a Mark II. Mark II. This one's the one I didn't do yet. Right? No, did that one. Huh. I guess I did them all. All right, did all of those. Now let's go around the front. Maybe these are the ones I didn't do. Yeah, all right. We didn't do the front yet. Okay. Oh, that was not even coming out of there. My bad. My bad. Okay, again, now we don't have enough. But these are cranking out now. Now we're getting a bunch of those going. Nice, nice. So that's going to burn up all the excess of the of that backlog that I have. Really a great way to jumpstart when you're building stuff is to backlog it into a bunch of boxes and then overbuild. And then you overbuild because you have plenty of power. And then boom, it's going to really make a lot of that particular resource at a faster rate. So if you're progressing through the game, it really does help you in that way. So great Kismet tip for you. That's how I like to do it anyway. But we definitely need more plates. And we need to make more coal generators. So our biggest hurdle right now in the game is our plates, is our reinforced iron plates. They just take a really long time to make, right, in our production. And so we're going to go through and we're going to just make some ourselves right over here. Now, while it's making some, I'm going to make some too. And I can make 35 right over here. I'm actually going to use these plates for something else other than to upgrade my lines over there. And then we're going to come back to upgrading those in a minute. Now, I find you normally don't want to burn up all of your resources because in a minute you're going to need that particular thing, like plates or whatever. So I'm going to make about 30 of these. All right, that's good. And then we'll go ahead and upgrade the lines first, and then we're going to do something else with it as well. And we still got that power in the back of our mind that we want to work on that power. So we'll get that going too. So these are already Mark IIs. When you hit F, by the way, it tells you, it's kind of hard for you guys to see it, but you can see it right there. It says conveyor belt Mark II. That's telling me that that belt is Mark II. That's a Mark I. Again, hard for you guys to see it because it's in white text. But if I go like this, it'll turn blue. If it's already been upgraded, nothing will happen. See, that's how you know. Again, I don't care about the numbers. Don't care about the numbers. Don't need to worry about the numbers. I just want this to make that stuff really fast, make this stuff really fast, and to run it down the road. Now, all of this up here is only Mark 1s, but it's going to make them faster over there. And because these are all separate lines and running at 60 individually, the output of this is only a maximum of 10. So it doesn't really need to go any faster. Over here, this one's 30. That one doesn't need to go any faster. And the output of this one here is 30 as well. So even if I did upgrade it to 120, it's not going to help me in the long run, and I should really use those plates for something else. And that's what we're going to do over here. Use it for something else. Woo! Over the thing. For sure. God, I love having this giant chat. Wait till you guys see my chat. I actually am going to plug in another monitor just for Stream Raiders up there as well. But I have an absolute giant chat. It's the greatest thing ever. I saw it at TwitchCon. I saw that Alienware had like a vertical chat. So I can just have, massive chat so I can see you guys chatting in there as well. So pretty cool. Kids, I just want to say thank you. And Banlish helped me through some hard times and helped me fight my depression. I really mean it. Thank you from the bottom part. I know how it is, bro. I've been there. I know, man. You're losing your epic job from Apple. I mean, that's a depressing thing. You have to climb out of that, man. It's like falling down into a well. And then see the dumb thing, like sometimes people do, is people start digging. They fall down in a well of depression and they start digging a hole. I've been there, bro. I've been there. And I was like, why am I doing that? I should be climbing out of this well of depression. And you got to be in the right place. And sometimes you just need someone to say, hey, I think you're awesome, right? Because I do think you're awesome. So thanks for being in the stream. Let's go ahead and battle it out, everybody. Let's battle. Always have fun doing battle. What's up, MPV? What's up? Thanks for hanging out. You're from Hossman0787. I don't know who that is. I have no idea who that is, but thanks for coming in, hanging out. Sometimes I get that, by the way. I go to TwitchCon, I'm all dressed up as a Wasteland Tycoon or whatever, and people are like, oh, you don't know so-and-so? Like some, high-end famous streamer with thousands of people on their channel. There's millions of streamers here, but I don't know them all. I don't know them all. I know Summit1G. I know the people who inspire me. Summit1G, Co-Carnage, Tim the Tap Man. Those people I know. They inspire me a lot. They're funny. They have great streams. They have great combinations of what they do, and they inspire me every day. Swifty, another great example. He has a very positive stream, a very positive guy. He does things that are fun, right? Very kid-like, right? He goes skateboarding. He'll go bike riding. He'll go not surfing, but sea doing, and all that stuff that keeps you young, right? All the fun stuff, and he looks at stuff like, in that constant state of wonder. And that's what I love about Swifty. He always is just having the greatest time in what he's doing. So that is very inspiring. Same thing with like Summit. Summit's like, you know what? I don't want to play this game. I'm going to play this other game. And then he turns that game into like one of the top games, right? He just stopped playing Fortnite because he couldn't handle it. And he's like, I can't play this game. This game is not for me. And hey, if this other people's game, more power to you. If that's your jam, go for it. But he's like, no, I'm going to go over here. I'm going to do Sea of Thieves, and I'm going to make my stream more popular than it ever was. I love that. See, I don't play games just for clout or for cash or, for, being the top of Twitch or whatever. I play because I love it. If you see me playing it, you can tell I'm enjoying it. And hopefully it inspires you guys to play some games as well. As I often do. I got lots of people who whisper me and buzz me and say, Kismet, I went and bought Fallout 76. I went and bought Satisfactory because of you, or I won the game on stream. I won 7 Days to Die, and I've been playing it, been having a great time. I love to hear those kind of stories. That's my favorite thing. I'm not here to sell you stuff. That's not my job. My job is to entertain you, bring you little moments of joy. That's what I feel my primary job is. Now, if you turn you on to an awesome game, more power to you. Or I inspire you in your day, Awesome. That I'm doing it right. All right, so congrats to Keyblade Knight. Who else we got? We got Subi, Valhead coming in. We got Man Steel Games, and Rotisserie G. I always seeing those names, man. You guys get crazy loot. And Lawnman coming in, overall MVP. I like seeing new names in the MVP, though. Nice job, Lawnman, becoming MVP this round with 14 assists. Nice job. All right, we're going downside, right? Yeah, we're going downside over here. Oh, yeah, Norbert time. Oh, yeah, another one of these. Okay, so left side. Yeah, left side. I'm going to back up a little bit so you guys can get out in the front here and line up. I'm going to heal the heck out of you. Get you guys tons and tons of loot. All right, let me go ahead and turn that off. There we go. All right, now it's going to be running for about 30 minutes before we go on. Being from California, can you deal with what I deal with? The other offices in the world will ask me if I ever met insert movie star. Oh, I got that all the time. The two things the people want to talk about if you're from California, movie stars and earthquakes. Right? Am I right? Yeah, tell me in the chat. There, LOC Plays Gays. I bet you people talk to you about earthquakes all the time too. I have met a lot of movie stars. In fact, I lived in Westwood. You know what they do in Westwood? That's where all the premieres are. For all of them. You know what? I've met Dudley Moore walking down the street. If you know who Dudley Moore is, I've met a lot of movie stars and whatnot. I don't get like, oh my God, I got to get a selfie. And oh my God, oh, it's a celebrity, whatever. I'm like, hey. And he's like, hey. And then I'm like, that's it. I don't get all into that, the traps of fame. But it's funny, Dudley Moore was walking. We were doing an art show. Me and my wife are artists. So we were walking around the art show and looking at everybody's work and all their different art. And he was walking this way and he was walking in the art show. And I know he doesn't want to be bothered, right? He's just, he's out there looking at the art too. He just wants to walk around like a normal person. And he walks at me and I walk at him and go, hey, good to see you. And he knows that I know who he is because he can see it in my face. And he's like, hey, how you doing? I'm doing good. And I said, oh, great art. Yeah, you're great. And then he walked that way and I walked this way. It was with my wife at the time, or girlfriend in those years. But yeah. I've seen a lot of movie stars. Big deal. So, put their pants on just like everybody else and whatnot. You're not enough without that fame and fortune. You're not going to be enough with it. Some common theme I tell people all the time in this stream. Okay. Now, we need to make more stuff. And to make more stuff, we need to make the stuff we need to make. And in this case, we need to make some more rotors so we can make some more rotors. So let's make some rotors for the rotors. You know what I mean. Now, we're going to need a lot more screws because we are not anywhere close to up to our screw level that we need to be. So we're going to go ahead and make another one here. Now, this one I'm going to go ahead and lift so it's not in the way of what we're doing. Now, we do not have enough production to do any of this, but we are just going to run it anyway. Now, we got screws coming out of there, and so we've got it split going into the box and into here. So we've already got our screws. So what we can do, again, just go ahead and put in a splitter. Now, you're going to have a little bit of a problem doing a splitter that close, right? It's going to be right up next to the thing. But here's the thing. You could actually utilize the other part of the splitter over here, and you could run this out and run that into there like this. And say, okay, I'm going to go ahead and take it out of here and run it into there. Now, as you can see, it is very awkward. That's not going to work out very well. So how can we make this better? Let's just clean this up a little bit and try to make this splitter work out a bit better. Now, we know we want to split it 3 ways, so we want to go ahead and bring this out in such a way we can split it nice and easy into 3 ways. I'm going to use this one right here. So I'm going to go ahead and bring my splitter. I'm going to line it up. Now, don't trust that line. Sometimes the line does this. That's not it. That's not the one. You want to look at it and see where it's at. And so we're going to bring it in from this side, like this. We're going to just stack it up. That doesn't matter. The bottom one really doesn't matter. It's really the top one that matters. And I'm going to take these out. I'm going to run those screws from up there into there. This, possibly down into there. It needs to go up just a little bit. We'll work on that in a second. This one, trying to go forward. Oh, well, small problem. Can't get it into that one. So let's go ahead and take that one out. And then this one over here, we go ahead and try to run that down there. Oh, sorry, too steep. You can see a little bit of problem that we need to go in and fix. Didn't mean to put it down. And then we need to rotate this around. There we go. And then we go ahead and bring it up just a little bit. Now, you can use the things on the side to see how far up and down you need to go. So I'm going to go ahead and do it a few times. That one's up a bit high. Let's go ahead and bring it down. And we can use, again, visualize the side here. Let's say just right there. How about that? How about that? Is that good? That looks pretty good. All right, how about just taking this and running in there? Nope, I'd say run it over there is much better. So let's go ahead and take this, try to line it up. See the two arrows lining up to each other? And then run that across. There we go. We don't have to put it on the left side. We just put it on the right side and the right side. So now we're splitting those screws there. And then we need to bring this up about the same. And then across over into there. Ah, too steep. Still too steep, right? So we'll take that out. Now again, we got to watch out we don't accidentally run into our other stuff. And let's say 2 up. Aha! There we go. And we don't have it running into anything else. Everything else looking good. And now we're 3-way splitting those screws, which you need a lot more screws, bro. A lot more screws coming out of there. So there we go. So what else do we need to get this running? We need to get our rods in there. Now we're also going to need some power. So let's go ahead and figure out our power situation. I believe we're running it from the corner. We are. Go ahead and run that from the corner. That'll get that started. Now we got a little bit of a problem there too, right? We got that running right in the way. Now we can move it forward and whatnot, but I'm actually going to just let it run into the thing like I was talking about earlier. We're going to let it run. So where's our rods? Now our rods are way up there, out of the way, and they're running into this one. And so that'd be kind of awkward to try to run and do that and run that all over. But you can just try to go up here and just do a splitter up here. It's up to you. It's your game. You do however you want. But it's real awkward to kind of run it just like that. Up there. And then we're going to try to run it from there into here. See, it's really going to be in the way. So what's a great way to fix that? Well, you can actually have it run back from the front of that and run up there. Or what you can do is you can go ahead and just change your mind. By change your mind, I mean take the splitter and say, you know what, I'm probably good on rods right now. I've got plenty of rods in there. And just say, you know what, the lifter, and just run it from the top. And then run it in the opposite direction, like that. Now to do that, you're going to have to back it up a little bit. Maybe work this a little bit so it's not quite in the way. But I'll show you a little trick here with your conveyor pull. A little bit back. Let's say right there. With your conveyor pull, you can bring it down from up there, down to here, and then run it underneath as well. Like that. So you can divert it and run it in there. I've got plenty of rods now. I'm fine. Just use all the rods for making me lots and lots of rotors. We'll go up here and we'll look, make sure we got the right resource. Yeah, right. Rods going in there. Now make sure you don't run the wrong resource in there. You run the wrong resource in there, forget about it. That's it. You're screwed. You got to take all that out, rerun the right one, make sure it's not in the belt, and so on. Make sure nothing's got stuck in the lifters as well. Take the lifters out, redo all of that. Yeah, earthquakes. The guys in the Manila office that always talk about earthquakes. But the guys in the offices in other states always want to ask about movie TV stars. Yeah, well, you know, that's like the pastime of people from the urban areas. They want to know all about the movie stars and did you meet so-and-so and whatever. You know, I always forget. If I'm at TwitchCon and I've run into someone like Cole Carnage or whatever, I don't think about getting a selfie with him. Like I was talking to Soda Poppin'. Soda Poppin' was standing out there. He's a big streamer. Been around forever. And he was out there, and I was like, hey, Soda Pop, I really liked your video, bro. Because he had a video, and he was really honest. He's like, I'm already established, bro. So if you're trying to establish yourself now, you're going to have a long, hard, uphill battle to become a partner streamer. And I appreciate that kind of honesty instead of saying, oh, well, it's really easy. If you just do this, this, and that, and then all of a sudden you're partnered. That's not realistic, everybody. If someone's telling you that, go to another video. Go to a Kismet video. I'll tell it to you straight. But yeah, I really appreciate this. So I started walking away, and my mods were like, hey, you forgot to get a photo with Soda Pop. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I forgot. And I'm like, hey, Soda Pop, do you mind if I get a photo? I always forget to get photos with people. Because, you know, you guys who are watching the stream live vicariously through me who might not be able to go to TwitchCon or whatever. And that's why my mods have to remind me. And so I'll get a picture with so-and-so. And like I wasn't bothering Co. I was like, nah, Co, that's okay. I don't need a picture, whatever. And then it's funny, my mod says, oh, well, I'm going to get a picture. I said, well, if you're going to get a picture, then I'll get a picture. And Co didn't mind. And then I got this really awkward picture of me going like this. And, you know, I got Co Carnage and me going It was my favorite photo from the entire thing because I embrace the awkward, everybody. I embrace those moments. Some people are like, oh no, I wasted the moment. I didn't get the picture or whatever. Picture no big deal to me. I thought it'd make you guys laugh, and thus why I love it so much, right? I feel like that's pretty fun. I should actually find that. I should actually find that picture and show that on stream again. We used to have it in the Discord, but I took it all out of there for now, and I'll probably put it back or not at all, one or the other, if I get enough time. But there we go. So now everything working wonderfully, and it's going ahead and working at our rotors. And we're doing all the inline this time. We're not doing any offline for right now. All the stuff inline in a nice little compact little area. And we'll just let it run. Now, it's going to take a while to run. So if we want to speed it up a little bit, we're going to go ahead and just kind of force feed it. 500 there, 100 there, and that will speed that up. Now, this stuff takes forever. It takes a really long time for this stuff to run. It's 5 per minute. This one's 4 per minute. But, you know, you can see it's made a couple of them already. It's at least the less that we need to do. So, obviously, if we want to make a lot of those, we're going to have to really ramp up what we're doing. We'll definitely get into that. And then, of course, it already made 32 there. So, I got some 32 plates that I didn't have to make by using the little converter thing right here. It did it for me. And that's what this game's all about. Building it up so it's making you more and more cool stuff. Now, while we were doing all of that stuff, there is another thing that we need to make, and those are heavy modular frames. Now, heavy modular frames are also done in the assembler. Do I have enough for assembler? I need one more. That's why I always keep tons of concrete on me, because I'm always expanding. Now, of course, we'll optimize all of this later on. But we need ourselves a rotor, and there's some right there. Perfect. Ones I didn't have to make. And I'm just going to throw this down here, and we'll take a look. Okay, so what else do I need? I need modular frames. So I need reinforced iron plates and iron rods. Now, again, I'm not worried about any of the numbers right now. We're just worried about making that particular thing so we can progress in our progress up here. Now, at some point, you're going to have to stop and upgrade and really tier up all of your stuff that you're doing. But right now, do I want to make modular frames or do I want to add power? Right? That's your decision. Do I want to add power or do I want to do modular frames? Well, definitely want to add power first. I'm almost at 3 more things here. I'm at 32. I need 60. I need 30 rotors, and I need a bunch of cable. Now, cable, I most likely got already backlogged in here. Sometimes it's real awkward to get in these. There we go. Yeah, plenty of cable in there. So cable, we're good. Rotors we need, and reinforced iron plates. Now, to scale up my base, I need to, of course, produce more power so I can scale up my base so I can produce more of these rotors and more of these iron plates so I can make more power to scale it up again. You get the idea. All right, so we need to get that going. Now, we also got our steel production milestone going up here. We're going to try to get that done today. I feel like we get to our steel production today, GG. I feel like we got it on lock. Okay. How many more of these we need? We need 30 or so reinforced iron plates. Let's just go ahead and see if we can make some ourselves. We need more plates. Let's go ahead and snag what plates we have in here. And let's go ahead and fire a bunch of them out. 32. Look, we got it right there. We got it on lock. Now, again, I could go AFK, come back. Eventually, that'll have a whole box full of them. Or I can let it run all day and come back and have a lot of these reinforced iron plates. But I like to, you know, if I'm waiting in between production, I just make it myself. It actually goes way faster than waiting. And that allows me to then go to that next stage. And I find a lot of times making it yourself is the fastest way to go to the next stage until it tiers up. When it's like 500 or something, then you should be automating it. But when it's like 30, 40, 50, 100 of those things, you can usually make them pretty fast, and you can make them way faster. Look how fast. It's just going 5 per minute. I'm making about 50 per minute over here. I'm making a lot. Get that last one. There we go. Now I also need rotors. So here at rotors, I can make 15. Let's make a bunch of those. All right, 17 of 30. Strangely enough, not going to run out of screws this time. Actually running out of rods. Interesting. I always find it interesting when I run out of a certain thing. Now we got our rods diverted, but we have lots of rods in here that we can go ahead and use toward more of those rotors. How many rotors can I make now? 56. So I could just wait around for the rotors, or I can just make them. I find making them much faster. Now we're about to double the amount of power we're using right now, and thus it's going to allow us to double the size of our entire factory. You got to think that everything here, everything that's running over there, all of this, those assemblers, all this stuff down here, and all of our extractors are using about this much power, right? So even not breaking, let's see, we're going to break the tip of maybe 170. 170 there, we have 225. Now we're about to double that. We're about to have 500 roughly power. And we're going to be able to do this entire thing all over again, just from what we're doing right now. So definitely worth just setting it and forgetting it and getting your power working. And then once your power squared away, especially when you start with your six of these together, then you good. Okay, so let's get up here. Now the easiest way to get up here is on this little edge right here. If it's going to let me jump, there we go. Now if you have your skates, you can jump up a lot easier. You can see that I can just kind of go underneath there if I want. And you can see I've got my water. Now this is the center of my water right here, and this is the center of my item, but it's not really the center of all the stuff that I'm going to create, right? So I need to get more of these in here. And so we'll go ahead and go back under here, and come back on that side. Now the reason why I'm not putting that water up higher is because I don't want to have to add pumps. It has no pumps. It's basically running as is. Now we're going to run into some of our stuff that we have built before. We're going to turn our power off. It's going to turn our entire factory off. And there's nothing else that really is more pressing than making our power work. So let's go in here and let's go ahead, now that we know we can put 3 more in. Do that, and then we'll add 1 more. Oh, something's in the way. Approaching something's clearance. Oh, the oh no, that's an angle there too. Huh. Yeah, see, this is in the way. My ramp's in the way, so I can't go any further that way. No big deal. I'll just go the other way. No biggie. Go for a little swim. Cool off a little bit. Easy. All right, so we got 4 that way. Here we go. Number 5. And too steep. Oh, gotta add some more foundations. I love building just below the water line. It really does help a lot. I highly suggest it in your next playthrough. Now, I only need 3 water. 3 waters over there to easily run all of these. Now, they did add some new stuff in the experimental right now, if you guys want to check it out. They added ladders, they added level 2 pipes, and they also added vertical power connectors. I'm definitely going to be using those in the long run. So very cool. Now, we need to make sure these are inputs. The way we can tell is there's 3 lines right there. 3 lines, all looking good. Now, I'm going to go ahead and take this out temporarily just so I can walk through here. And that's going to turn our power off, and that's okay. Now, what I want to do is readjust this so I can better set up all this piping. So I'm actually going to take out all the piping now that I have kind of the final of what I want. Now, the funny thing is this is going to turn off and stop at some point. So what we want to do is go ahead and work with our coal actually first. And we want to go ahead and make sure that we can run our coal all the way down. So we're going to do what we call inline runs, and that's where we go ahead and line this up like this, and then we line it up here. Now notice how it's just a bit offset like that. It's not quite right next to it. Let's go ahead and make it better. Oop, let's try not to accidentally get our foundations up there. Let's make this a whole lot better all the way down the line like this. And so we've also got this one down here. Let's put that one in. make sure we put in all of our lifters. Okay. So I like to start with my coal. And again, we're going to do this all in line. So we're going to go ahead and just line that up, eyeball it. Now here's the thing. It's usually 2 or 3. So this distance you can see between this box of our splitter and the kind of white box that goes around, that kind of perspective line box, that goes around our coal plant. I usually do the first one, what I call the first one for free. And then what you want to do is you want to move forward by 2. 1, 2. Now sometimes that works, and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's too close. In this case, it works perfectly. So there you go. Now make sure this top one is going in the right direction. If you don't remember, take it out, do it again, and then put it in there. Now, here's the thing. You want to go ahead and actually take this out. And I talk about this all the time in here. You absolutely want to take that conveyor lift back out again and make sure that you reconnect it into there, because a lot of times it will stop working. All right, so make sure you get that going. Same thing over here. We can line it up off the one that we just did. Now, I recommend not taking it out like I did there. I would not take this first one out. I would leave it in there so it helps you line up a bit better to that and then to this right here. But it's going to get you the line anyway, but I suggest to leave it in. Just makes it a little bit easier. Now we got that lined up, nice. And just, you know, rinse and repeat down the line here. Check those directions, looking good. Remember, the bottom ones don't matter, just the top one. There we go. And you want to do items that are like each other. The same. The last one we need to do that. Last one we can just go into there. All right, so we'll go ahead and take these back out. All the way down. And then pick up that last one, which we already fixed. Put all these back in. Make sure they look like they're connected. And that one we don't have to worry about, because what we're going to do is we're going to run that last one like that. All right, and then we need to connect in between. Watch your belt directions. You're like, Kismet, it's going to be in the way of your pipe. Ah, is it? Are you sure? Are you sure? Oh, can't afford. What a bummer. What a bummer. Need some more plates. But here's the thing. They're not going to be in the way when I take them back out again. Like this. Take this one out. And I can take all these out all the way down the line, and now all that is running up above. So awesome. Running up above my main thing. Now, here's the thing. Don't worry about these. Come back to these in a minute. What you want to do is, I've already got it offset enough where I can run a pipe along there, and I can connect all of that together. So what I want to do is think intuitively. I start at the beginning, or the end, depending on how you look at it. And then we go ahead and go to our pipe set, which is certainly on 3. You know what? I'm going to set number 2 as my pipe set now. Let's go in and readjust our pipe set. Let's go to logistics. And this is going to be number 1. This will be number 2. And this will be number 3. Number 4 is going to be our power. And just for funsies, we'll make this number 5. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to run the pipe out nice and straight here. And then we want to look at where we want to run it. We're going to run it right underneath. We want to pause for sneezing. We want to run it right underneath here to make it look nice. Then we want to turn it and then move it forward by 2 so we get a nice 90. And look at that. There we go. Now look how it's kind of offset. Now the reason why it's offset like that is because the snapping of it is not exactly perfectly lined up. So if it's not perfectly lined up, we go ahead and try it again. We go ahead and look over here. We say, okay, try it again. Move it by 2. 1, 2. Rotate. Click it again. And there we go. That's a little bit better. It's still a little bit offset. Not perfectly straight. But that's going to happen based on how you put your coal plants down on your foundations. And you can line that up perfectly if you want, but I don't worry about it that much. I feel like that's good enough. And here we go. Now, all the way down the other end, same thing. Bring it out. Line it up to that one over there. Try to bring it out as straight as you can. Look for the green line. And then 1, 2, and then turn it with your scroll. And there we go. Now we got the pipe there. We got the pipe way down here. Now, you can basically do the same inline thing that we've been doing with all of our other stuff by go ahead and running that. Now, we got a little bit of a problem, right? How do I get up on the thing? Now, this right here, this little ring right here usually works fairly well to get up on the ring, but we've also got these in the way, so I'm going to go ahead and jump inside here, and then we're going to line all these up. Now, the in ones, we don't need to line up, just these ones here. So I usually find it's easier if you're up on the thing to do it. It's definitely easier to line it up, or you can just go ahead and stand, turn around, and aim it as straight as you can, like that, and then fill that in. Now, before you fill that in, go past it, so you don't get stuck down in there, right? Now, you can always run out this way, by the way, because you do get stuck back there. But just a good thing to think about. And again, same thing here. Line up here, turn around, go there. And we're just going to speed up because you get the general idea. Uh-oh. Oh no, I'm out of copper stuff. Now, if you do get to the end, you get stuck or something, or you get stuck here, you can take out a portion of this, but it is actually one long piece, so I don't typically like to take it out. I'll just go right here to this. I'll go ahead and jump up on that, try to get over to the other side. Now, I'm going to go ahead and run what pipe I can right here to keep a little bit of that water running. And then over here, we're going to need to tie this in to there as well. But we're out of copper. So here's what we can do, or copper sheets anyway. I don't think I brought, did I bring any copper with me? No. We're out of copper sheets. So what's going to happen if we let this run too long, it's going to run out of power. Now, it has a backlog of coal and a backlog of water in there right now. But if we take too long to switch all that stuff out, all of our power will go out throughout our entire factory. How do we know it's gone out? Well, one, we can see if our belts aren't running. We can see stuff on our belts that's stopped. It ran out of that because that particular thing stopped. We can also look at our machines, and we can see that they're red. It's got the little red thing at the top there. Now, that one's not plugged into the system. But you can see these ones are red over to here. That means that the power has gone out. Even though it sounds like it's running, the power itself has gone out, and my entire factory is off. So whenever you're fooling around with your power, keep in mind that if you take too long, it's going to, oh my gosh, I made a bunch of that. It's going to run out. In fact, we'll just grab it all. But luckily, while we were busy doing other things, it was making me a bunch of copper wire. And now my copper wire is styling. Plenty of copper wires. We can run down here. That regrew. Alrighty. And a good thing to do is to get these going. Now, if you can, line these up from the start there with something that's already there. Then you're good. Like we go over here to the end. We go ahead and climb over this part right here. There we go. Get this one in. Just the one straight across from here. I'll say right there. That one in there. And then we climb over this. We could put one right here, but this already got one there. So we could just kind of do a little zigzag over to there. Might as well just utilize one that's already there, right? Now, we got all of our power in there. Now, we want to turn our power back on again, right? Because all of our power is off. How do we know? Well, the smokestacks aren't running. We can look at the front here. It's all red. This one's green. Cool, cool. That's awesome. Now, the rest of these aren't running. Now, the reason why those aren't running is because they're not connected into power. These ones are actually still running there. This one's not connected into power, and then that power is no longer running back to the rest of my base. So, let's go ahead and run this down to here. Now that power is going to run back to the base. Let's go ahead and run, oh, this one's already running. Let's go ahead and run this one forward. Connect that into those. There we go. Now those will start up. And then one here at the end, which looks like it doesn't connect into the rest because we just added that one. And now, so all of this is going to go ahead and start back up. Now, I also see that right over here that these are red. How did I see it? There's a little thing on the left side that's red. You can also jump on the back of this, by the way, run around the back if you're in the middle of the water. And you can look up there and say, okay, what's going on my water running, and so on. So you can see it right there. There it is, up on the pipe. So if it's red, that means that I've cut the power to the water generator. So I also want to get those going. Otherwise, I'll have no water, and then I'll run out. Now, let's go ahead and run back under here. And let's go ahead and run that back. Let's say to right there. And we'll tie that. Actually, let's tie it. We tie it that way. Let's tie it up here. Now my water's going again. Okay, so now I need more water. Now, luckily I had extra water. Now I had enough time to keep all the power running. Because now what it's going to do is the power that I have left over is going to start up my water. And my water is then going to run in and be able to run the plant. Now, the other thing that I need up here, before we do that battle, is we're going to need a bunch of coal to come down and run in there as well. Otherwise, it's going to run out of coal. There it goes. Now, we also need to double check that all of our coal is fed in there. So we're going to go look down the line here. Oh, yeah, looking good, looking good, looking good. All of those lines are run. And so we now need to also feed our coal. Now, our coal is nicely... Get in there. Our coal is nicely backlogged because we had run our coal before, so it's just sitting on the conveyor, so it'll work even if you have no power. So that's going to just start running into this. Now you're like, well, Kismet, how do I get up here if I'm down here and whatnot? Well, here's what you do. You can go ahead and use your jetpack, or you can just go ahead and build some of these a little bit closer. Build some of these nice and close. Allow you to get up here. Use those as a ladder to get up on top, and you can see what's going on. You can jump up here, see where your coal's coming in. And we're going to start to see these other ones fire up. There we go. Those ones start fired up. Those last two over there need some coal. Let's make sure that it is feeding. We look down here to make sure that it is going down. See it there? And then that one's going to start up in just a second. Make sure it's got water. Water's looking good. Power's coming, water coming through there. Let's watch that one. Oh, that one fired up. All right, this one right here. Come on, I believe in you. And there we go. Now, did you hear this start to slow down? The reason why it started to slow down is because it has more than enough water. 3 of these is excess water. These only take 45 each. These are producing 300. So if you cut it into different pieces, you know that this actually equals all of this. And we can go ahead and look at it just by looking in here. Right, this is 45 is what it needs, and the current amount in there is 50, and it uses 45 per minute, and it's pushing 50 per minute in there, right? Because if you take 300 and you cut it into a third, you can say, okay, 50 and 50, that's 2, 50 and 50, that's 2, and then 50 and 50, that's 2, right? So that's 300 right there across all 6 of these. That's why 6 works so great. Now, normally I underclock these down to 100, because right now they're producing 120 each, more than enough. But right now, we have more than enough power. Now, that was it. We just doubled our power. We just doubled it up. Don't believe me? Let's go look at the pipe over here, or the electric pole, which I have in the water, which is probably very dangerous. Look at that. Woo, 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 woo. So it's going up and down until it finally starts to get its rhythm. And then we're at 450 power. And this stuff's going to happen like this when you're doing inline. Inline, it needs to feed all the way into the first one, and then all the way into the second one, and all the way into the third ones, and it overflows, overflows, overflows. So you're going to have this up and down, still doing it. Still having an up and down when it comes to the coal right now. The water's fine. It's really the coal that it's taking a minute to get in there. And get to the very last one. The very last one's going to go on and off. See it go off? It's going to go on and off because the coal hasn't backlogged in all the new ones. Like this one's new, so it has to backlog the coal in there. Let me just help it out a little bit. And I'm going to fill that up. And then it's going to basically not run as much coal down here. And it's going to run more coal down the line. This is going to backlog. And it's going to run much more. See, there it goes. Much more coal down the line because this one's now maxed. So if you want to speed that along so your stuff's not going on and off, you can just literally just run along here. And if you've got some extra coal, just go ahead and feed it in there and max it out. Great way to speed that up. Over here, same thing, 100 there. 100 there. Because your last one's going to be starving. See, this one's starving right there. And this one over here is going to be starving as well. So those two are going to be going on and off. Now, do I have enough coal for them? Sure do. Right now, it's running pretty well. It's burning one every 4 seconds. And usually it's balanced at 10, right? It's 10 per item. So if I have a little bit of a backlog now it's going to have enough to start to backlog across all of those. And all of those now. See, that one stopped. And this one's going to start filling up. And this one's at 31. Now, here's how you know. You sit there and you watch it. Does the number, by the time it goes all the way across here, does this number go up? It's at 34, 35, 36, went down to 35, 36, 37. You get it, right? It's actually getting about 5 or 6 of them by the time it uses one. So you know this one's filling up pretty quickly. And whatnot. So when that one fills up, it'll really help this last one so it doesn't turn off all the time. Now once you have it up to speed, then you're fine. It all works really, really well. Okay, so there we go. So plus we don't even need all that power right now anyway, but we got it working. It's good to go. Now notice that I didn't need to use my biofuel things over there because I did it quick enough to where it didn't run out of power. And then it could power my water and it could also power my coal. Before I ran out of power. And then also, now it's turned back on the rest of my factory. So very awesome. I do the same with the water line. Yeah, I love doing it a little bit. Well, I learned that, I think, last time or the time before. I did a little bit below the water line. Let's go ahead and make this a little bit nicer. Foundation is what I'm looking for. Just have this as a thing, not as a level up there. There we go. Very nice. Okay, so we got all that going. Now, we need to get our basic steel production going. We've got all of our other stuff unlocked over here. So let's look in our hub. We've got all of our level 0, 1, and 2 unlocked. We're working on level 3. We've got our coal power obviously unlocked because we're using that right now. I'm not going to bother with that. And right now, we got basic steel. Now, here's the thing. We get our basic steel going. GG! Now, I already won this game. How I know? Because I have 3 coal nodes right now. Pure nodes. I know I've already won. I win within the first 5 minutes of this game. I'm telling you. And I've never even played this area before. It's very, very fun. See, I know because you know what you need in the long run, right? All right, start a battle. Let's do it. Aren't the videos available anymore? Watch the 7 Days to Die video from last weekend. All VODs and all clips have been removed. Twitch's VODs and clips are dead due to DMCA. I don't know, I might have had something from 5 years ago that I walked by some radio in Fallout. All gotta go, bro. I don't have the time to go look through 15,000 clips and do it. But I did download them all. If you'd like to see my playthrough of 7 Days to Die and all of that, you can go check it out. Why is that not going down? You go ahead and check it out on, what do you call it? On YouTube. Check it out on YouTube. Why is my, I just realized my ducking is not working. Huh. Why is my ducking not working? Huh. Gotta get that working. All right, so yeah, that's why, sorry, I had to take it all down, but know that I have, I put every single video up on YouTube. In fact, I have so many queued up on YouTube. There'll be 1 to 2 per day all the way into April of next year. That's how hard Kismet works behind the scenes. I'm telling you, see, I did it because you guys wanted me to. My community said, Kismet, you know, I don't always have time to watch it on Twitch. It'd be great if you could go ahead and put your past streams on YouTube so I can watch them, you know, at my leisure, and if I can't be there during the time in which you're streaming. And I said, okay, so I started doing that, and it was a huge undertaking. It was massive. It was a huge undertaking. It took up a lot of my time, but then I got a whole production system down on how I do that, and so it's not too bad now. So I upload every single stream and all highlights and guides that I make and clips and highlights and whatever else they call it, the other stuff. The other stuff too. All right, Grant Rewards, Bo, Nitox, and Rotisserie G getting the love. And let's see, I'm MVP. Oh, I gotta go open the door. I'm MVP. Look at me go. Let's see. We don't count me. 1T Ninja coming in with the 19 assists. We call you MVP of that round. Nice. Let's get you guys some more gold so you can go ahead and level up your units. Now I'm going to go ahead and just use my flying rogue. I don't really know where to put him. I'm just going to put him in the middle. You guys can get lined up there, and I'll just help you guys out. So there we go. Yeah. So yeah, just check it out on my YouTube. You'll see it all roll up on my YouTube at some point. But thanks for asking. I appreciate you asking as well. And again, it's beyond my control. The music company right now is being a bunch of D's. I'm using the stronger word to talk about them because yeah, that's not cool, bro. You could just say, hey, cease and desist, don't do the thing, and so on. Instead of just like making everybody delete, 10 years of VODs. That's not right, bro. That's not right, but you know what? I'm not in charge of that. Somebody else is in charge of that. I can't fix it. There's nothing I can do. I would have fixed the problem already. If I was in charge of it, I would have already taken care of it. Because that's how I do, everybody. Let's go ahead and start feeding some of this in here. Like that. And let's see. We need more of our modular frames, and we need 150 rotors. Now, I found a bunch of modular frames, which means I don't have to make some, which is awesome. And so we'll go ahead and put those in there. We found 5 anyway. We need 150 rotors. Now, this is not going to make me 150 rotors in the time we have left to get this done today. But we're going to go ahead and go over here and grab the 20 rotors that we don't have to make. Now, this over here actually uses rotors, and we don't need modular frames right now, so we're going to take that out. And that's going to get us a little closer. And so we're going to run up here, and we're going to go ahead and put those rotors inside there. All right, so we need to also make some modular frames. Now, I find it's easier for me to just make the modular frames, especially 50 of them. Now, here's the thing about modular frames. Modular frames, you making them and it making them is about the same speed because it takes forever to make these things. But the biggest problem is these right here, is the reinforced iron plates, and these take a while. I'll go ahead and grind it for this one, but any future things that I make, I will have it make those modular frames for me, especially on an offline production. And I could do offline production right now, but there's really nothing else that is... sorry. I'm just sitting here making modular frames. Nothing too exciting. Sorry, my bad. Thank you, Bo. Appreciate that. Wrong screen. Now, when I screw up, guess what? Boom, you guys get 1,000 kids caps. Hey, Skullhead, what's up? Still on your stream, Reggie? Thanks, Blair and Fire. Thanks for backing me up. Appreciate it. I'll give you 2,000 caps for all you guys backing me up. I appreciate you guys showing me the love here in the stream. All I'm doing is I'm pressing this button. That's all I was doing the whole time while I was talking to you guys. It was like running modular frames. Well, you didn't miss nothing. Just me holding down the button. Pretty exciting stuff. Right, Alpha? Yeah, exciting stuff. Me holding down, making modular frames. So again, I find it's about the same for you to have it do it, then you do it, and I guess it's just as easy to sit there. And I'm trying to get in the habit of holding down the space bar too. Now I need to make some more reinforced iron plates, so I need some more plates as well. Now, if you notice, I fully diverted the rods, but I didn't fully divert the plates because there's times in which I want to just help out like this and make the plates myself over here. So I need more reinforced iron plates. Actually, in this case, it's probably better to make it up here. So I can just go ahead and keep feeding this stuff in there. Very nice. And we have our... Where'd they go? Already fed them in, 24. And then we'll go ahead and finish the easy stuff first, which in this case is the modular frames. So let's get these going. How many more we need? We need about 19. So what you can do is just keep making reinforced iron plates until this number right here says 19. Which is basically what I'm going to do. Now, the interesting things, too, is you can go ahead and instead of me making more reinforced iron plates, is I can let it make the rest, right? So if I need 19, I'll do 10. Maybe it'll do the other 9, which is definitely not going to do, in the same amount of time. So you can split the difference between it making it and you making it at the same time. All right, so we made 12 there. And then over here, it's made a few more iron, reinforced iron plates that I don't have to make. And then over here, a few more. Okay, we're looking real close. We'll go ahead and put those in there. Now we need 5 more. Okay, reinforced iron plates, go. Okay, more modular frames. Like we're going to need more rods. More rods is what we're going to need. Yeah, let's get a little bit more rods. Nice big stack. There we go. Just in case. Reinforced more of these. How many we got? 4. We need 5. Probably end up with an extra. That's okay. Okay. Boom. All right. Looking good. Now, rotors. What do we need to do? A bunch of rotors. So let's go see how many it did for us. Let's run around. Again, this is why you don't bother to run it out into a box, because I know I'm just going to come over and grab them all. All right. Out of screws. Let's go ahead and just feed the screws and feed the rods. Now it's going to speed up a little bit faster, making us some of those. But we're just going to make a bunch ourselves. So let's go over here to our screws, which are this way. Take out all the screws. Take out all the rods. Sort that. Maybe put 1 stack of rods back. And then we're just going to make as many as we possibly can while we're waiting. Because we want to kind of forward this a little bit, make it go a little bit faster by manually doing it. And then down here on rotors, we can make 41. That's a lot of rotors, everybody. A lot of rotors. Now, if you want to, you can get yourself a nice heavy rock and take your heavy rock and put it on your space bar. And then it will just sit here and do this for you all day. You can just walk away. Me, I'm just holding down the space bar. You can also hold down the mouse button. But I'm trying to get transitioned to holding down the space bar because I'm so used to holding down the mouse button. Space bar is much more convenient because your index finger, I feel, gets tired more than your thumb. Your thumb, you can just hold down the space bar. And so that's what I'm doing. And this is going to get us close, but not close enough. Okie dokie. You're welcome. 44. All right, getting there. Let's see. We need 70 or so. Yeah, 70, more than 75. 80 or so, more of those. So, what do we need to get a whole bunch of? More screws. Are we looking on screws over here? 24. Bunch of rods. Let's take all of our rods out of there. As many rods as we can. Let's sort that, and let's go ahead and just convert them into screws. Let's go. Now, another thing you can do is start to close the ones that you're not really using. I'm not making any cable or concrete or biomass, but I do want to make rotors. And so while I'm creating the screws, you're going to see the rotors actually go up. And we'll just keep it running. Again, now, I can just AFK, come back. I'd have plenty of everything. Right? A great tactic in the game is just AFK. Come back. If you don't want to make it yourself. Me, I don't mind making it myself. I find it very relaxing. Anybody else find this game very relaxing? Put a one in the chat if you find it relaxing. I find it very chill. Very much like Astroneer. Very chill. Just sit and build and have a good old time and not worry about space battles or stuff battling you or none of that stuff. You just sit here and do your thing. And we got a lot of rods. There ain't no reason for me to save these resources for a rainy day. I need them right now, not 5 minutes from now or 10 minutes from now. Now, I also could create more production for my screws and speed up my screws by adding more thing. And actually, that's not a bad idea. Let's go ahead and do that right out here. Here's what we do. We go ahead and put a constructor down. Oh, we need our plates. Now, funny irony is I need to use some screws. To do the plates, let me throw that away. Let's speed this up a little bit. Put a constructor down right there. Doesn't matter what direction they're going. We'll grab some power since we have a lot of power right now. You know what? We should run our power down the center here too. Let's run our power down the center. Make me some screws. Put in the rods. There we go. They're like, oh, kids, we could have been doing that the whole time. Yeah, that's what I call offline production. You just feed it in there. I got plenty of power. It's not like I'm hurting for power right now, that's for sure. Right over here, so I can speed it up just by simply feeding it into there. Same thing with rotors. I could just go over there and just feed it for rotors and feed all this stuff just here in the front. But I already got some running over here, so we'll go ahead and grab that out. How we look over here, we'll go ahead and stack them screws in there so that that doesn't stop. How are we looking over on this side on these reinforced iron plates? Oh, another problem with screws. Now, screws is the number one thing you're going to run into at this stage. Oh, I got to be right back. Hold on. Forgot about my kids there for 12 minutes, everybody. My bad. Luckily, she just came to the door. She's out there knocking on the door and said, hey, try to get in. It's raining out here. Luckily, we have an overhang. So she's fine. Yeah, my bad. My bad. See, I got all involved in talking to you guys. I get in trouble. I get in trouble with the fam. All right, so it's made a bunch of screws there, a bunch of screws here. You know what? Screw this. Let's do it, bro. Come on, let's get it going on. Let's really scale up this production now. What do we need? We need iron. We need plates. Let's get some plates going over here. We got 91. All right, awesome. Now we're going to start scaling everything up so that we can scale everything up. If you know what I mean. Get some more reinforced iron plates going. There we go. Now all the stuff right about here starts requiring screws, right? And that's why you want to really start scaling up your screws here. So I'm going to take the screws from here, and I'm going to run them over here to keep this machine going. And I'm kind of like manually feeding the screws in there now, because it's going to make it go faster. So if I feed those in, and it's got plates in there, now it's going to go a little bit faster here. And these rotors are going to really be cranking. There's 10 there. Then we go over here, and then we've got a little bit of these plates, reinforced iron plates done. So we're basically just having it do it for us without having to do the whole running the lines and doing all that stuff. Because we're just trying to get to the next stage. So I'm going to put 29 in there. Now we're very close. We're about 53 away. What do we need most of? We need screws. That's what we need a lot of. Now, I have a bunch of plates here, so I can go in and make more constructors to speed all this up. Again, it's all about the power. If you got the power, you got the speed. Oh, now, more screws, please. More screws, please. And there we go. So this is the part where your screws get all way behind. Let's do it. Get the screws out of there. Now, I could run a line and combine all these together, but I'm just going to go ahead and manually grab them at this point, and run back over and make sure that all of this stuff is just running at full speed. How are we looking over here? That's running low, so cut that in half. Go, baby. This one over here. Boom. All right, nice. How about some plates, too? Throw some plates in there. All right, get those plates going. Now, I got all this stuff running, and it's doing it faster than I can do it now. Because I have a bunch of multiple things running simultaneously. Now, eventually, you're going to run out of resources, that's for sure, no matter what. Now, it would be nice to go in and put these into mergers. I probably should put those back just a little bit. In fact, I think I will. Oh, wait, no, they're running this way. They're in there and running out here. Yeah, I should run them around the other way. All right, let's take them out. By the way, I get all the resources back from all of that because I don't need an input. Back. Let's add some more. Let's add some more to that fun little chain we got going. Boom. Boom. There we go. And let's say screws. Put those in. Convert those for me. How about you? Screws. Convert those for me. Screws. Convert that. And so on. Make sure we get the power in there. Then we move one forward so we can get enough power for the in ones here. There we go. Now this one, that one's got rods. This one, rods. Now you see how I kind of speed everything up by doing power first, and then after power, you can just keep adding more and more machinery if you want to make it faster and faster. Now, of course, when I'm doing this, I'm also using up some of the resources that I need to make the other thing. And that's kind of the funny part, right? You're using resources that you need for the resources that you need. And so on. Let's get a little bit more of our plates over here. And then we'll just have this merge down the line. I already showed about how to do inline merging, so I'm just going to go ahead and just do it real quick. Now you want to do all of these in a row because it's easier to have it going the correct direction because they'll all stay the same direction. Sometimes it defaults back. It defaults back to the wrong direction. You knew I had to do a 90 there. Now here's the problem with this. See, all these screws are running out of here, and they need a place to go. So I need to go ahead and just throw down something where to go to. I need a little bit more plates. Yeah, that's why I have this all in line. See how convenient that is to just run over there and grab the thing? Very nice. And now this one needs to be beyond my space elevator, or it'll get in the way. And so we'll go ahead and try to run that. Oh, no. I can't quite get it going. One, I don't have enough plates. But also, it's going to run into the thing, I think. Let's see. No, actually, I think I'll just make it. Just make it. Nice. Okay, we need a bit more plates. Let's go. Again, this is why we have to scale up our production later on. Once we get our steel production going, then everything else is going to be sped up. Oh, yeah, that's nice. All right, here comes the screws. Whew, really slowly, though. You know what's faster? Me grabbing them out of here. That's way faster. Which is why I typically will grab them out of there instead. If I can run along, grab them faster than any belt that I currently possess. But we'll let them run down the line, too. Just to also get a few over on this side. And again, we could upgrade these to 120, but then again, it's using the resources that we want to use for making all the stuff that we're trying to make right now. So again, we go ahead and feed those in. Boom, nice 500 into that one. And then over here, feed all that into there. Along with those, we got any more plates? Nope. No more plates. Grab these 11 from in here. Again, we're just right on the edge. Now, again, we can spend time going and getting our other stuff set up. Or I can just let it run. Because it will eventually do all of that when it's letting it run. Now, when I have extra, and that's running over there, well, I can go ahead and double up on my end and get those rotors. Now, the rotors are running into the machine itself. So let's run around. Again, normally that's why I leave a gap so I get it between there. Got 9 of them done over here. This is the main thing I need right here is rotors. I need that big time. Let's get all those converted into screws. Sort that out. What do we have? 15. All right, that's going to put us over 100. Nice. And let's see if we can make some more ourselves. We can make one right now. We don't have enough screws. Now we go over here, grab some more screws. Again, I'm just trying to speed it along. I can just AFK, come back, and be done. But I like to see if I can do it in the moment, right? How quickly can you get it done with using a combination of you and your machinery at the same time? I can make more machinery if I want. I can make it go even more. But I don't really need to, because in a minute I'm going to be making way too many screws than I need in the moment. And I could go through and I could, you know, run another line, make some more stuff running down the line, make a bunch more iron coming down the line, run that all the way up and do all of that. Where I don't really need to do that, because I'm very quickly going to have enough. Just by the combination of me doing it and it doing it, enough rotors and enough screws and all of that. So grab all those screws out of there. Grab the rotors out of here. There's 5 more there. Nice. Let's go ahead and just feed those screws back in there. All right. See how our plates are doing here. Plates are looking good. Got 38 of those. Now, I don't really need my plates as much as I need the rotors now. And I'm just trying to speed it along. It's all about the power. Hey, Bunny, what's up? Or Bunner Gamer. Bunner Gaming. So that was Bunny. I don't know why. My brain switches things around. Lots of ones in the chat. I haven't been in a stream in ages. Well, welcome, Choco Pixel. How you been? Thanks for being in the stream. I appreciate you coming in, showing the love. Lurking in my channel, showing the love. For sure, for sure. Oh, 10 away, everybody. 10 away. Now let's go see how many we got over here. Very close. Definitely going to have a lot of nice screws here in a minute. Still looking good. 6 there. Grab the screws out of here. Now, I can grab the screws out of there and just finish it with those screws, but we'll grab what we got over here. And we have 6 right now. And how many are? 4 away. Perfect. Now, I could have created a whole production and ran a whole thing, but why do all of that extra work when you could just do what I just did, and then you could press the red button?
Milestone reached. Steel production unlocked. Foundry grants access to new, simple steel parts. An additional project part can now be constructed. Progress to the next phase is now possible.
Whoop, whoop. Okay. Look out for my space elevator, bro! Whew, you just missed it. Who's driving that crazy thing? About to hit my space elevator. Too crazy. Okay, so we launched that. Now we're going into tier 4 here. We're going to do advanced steel production. Oh, our MK2 is super excited. Improved melee combat. That's going to be nice. We're going to probably work on that one straight away. Now look at that. That only needs actual less rotors than it took us for our steel production. Hypertubes. Yes, yes, please. This is going to be the toughest of that part in case industrial beams. Logistics, yes, yes. This is going to be easy peasy, everybody. All that's going to be easy peasy. I feel like this is our jam right here. Let's go ahead and select that milestone. Now, I can't do this milestone for another 7 minutes because there's a cooldown. Because it launches it up into the air, and then there's a cooldown for it to come back down. So we'll come back and we'll work on that one in a bit. Now, this is still cranking out screws, and I'm just going to let it run until it actually runs out the original rods. And then the rest of the screws are just going to run. It's going to run into here, and then it'll be done. And then I can go ahead and grab those screws, use them for other things. And this is still going to run at a slower rate, but it's going to keep running out those rotors and whatnot. And we can let all of that run. Now, we want to do steel production. Now, what's so cool about steel production is you just skip level 2 belts and you go straight to level 3. We need coal production, and we need iron. So, what we really need is a bunch of plates. That's right, plates to make our steel work. Why is that? So we can run our raw resources all the way over here. Now, we got 58 plates. We need a lot more than 58, that's for sure. We need a crazy ton. Now, down there, you can see it feeding up the way there. We'll just whoop, whoop. Down like that. Do we have our vehicle? We do. We got to have our little stab thing back on again, too. Let's get on our vehicle. Let's go scout it out. Now, before we go too far, make sure I've got wire, cable, rods, plate. I got a little bit of everything, and I got my concrete. All right, awesome. Probably get more concrete. My concrete back here probably full. Yep. See how it stopped? Concrete full. Let's go ahead and start our concrete back up again. There we go. Look at that. Isn't that cool? I can just watch it go in all the different tiers, all the different stuff. I just find it cool every single time. So neato. All right. We only getting started, everybody. We getting started up in here. It's going to be epic. This is going to be an amazing playthrough already, I can tell you. Just by finding all this coal and all these pure nodes, forget about it. It's pure insanity. We're going to go ahead and drive down in here into the Rocky Desert. You can see our 3 different ones running up there. Right over there. Now, what I could do is go and start to work on my reinforced iron plates and upgrade this all to 120 so that the iron would run at double speed. But why run it at double speed when I can run it at triple speed? And that's exactly what I'm going to do. Now, first, it's going to take a little bit of work. Whoa, easy there, bro. Easy there, Speed Racer. It's going to take a little bit of work, but it'll be worth it in the long run. Because we're going to end up tripling all this up. So we're going to run down here where we have all of our production going. You see our limestone going there. There was iron back there as a pure node. Or this is copper. Copper running there. Limestone was running up on the top. And so we're going to go over here and we're going to say hello to this dudes over here. Get our stabby ready. And let's see if we get owned. I think that was 3. I'd get a little hectic there. All right, over here. Pure node. Guess what's over here? Pure node. Ding, 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 ding. For the win. Now, which one do we want to use? I'll use this one. Doesn't really matter. We'll go ahead and use this one. Now, you got to take off the cap of it. Now, we weren't looking at the cap. We were looking at the actual node. That's why you want to look at the bottom part, not this part. That part's always going to be pure. But this part down here, pure node. So we're going to tap another one of our iron nodes here. We're going to go ahead and go into our production. We're going to say we need a miner, which we're going to have to make an extra miner. I'm sure I've got a bunch of them back there. We've also got our foundry we can use now. So to use our foundry, we need our raw ore, not the refined ignites. You need actual raw ore. So we need another line of raw ore. And we have plenty of coal, that is for sure. Our biggest problem right now is our iron. So instead of upgrading my conveyors, I will just run another line because that is way easier and cheaper than any other thing. Now let's go ahead and run our MK in there. Oh, hold on. We'll run our stuff out just to make it nice and nice, right? Make it look clean and special. There we go. Nice and clean. There we are. Oh, lines up nicely. And I'll leave that one out. You can't run it across there with a thing on the top. So we'll just leave that like that. And I like to leave it a little bit open so I can see it when I come down the thing. All right, that one's off and running. Now we need some power over here. So let's get our vehicle, which we parked somewhere up here. There's Fred. What's up, Fred? Now, we don't have to go far because right here, I'm going to pick up my vehicle too. Always pick up your vehicle before you start to run stuff. It's right here. So we'll go ahead and just bring this across. And then we're going to start bringing it down. Now I'm going to run it over here while we go ahead and do this battle. And then we're going to go ahead and start this up and start running it across the whole thing. And we're going to do it a different way where we actually start it running first before we start to run the lines. All right, that's a win. Boom, Nitox, Asgi, Fire, I'm butchering your name, Subi, Limo coming in, all getting some extra love, 50 gold each, nice. And what do we got? Vamp Tiger Warrior, there we go, Vamp Tiger Warrior with a 15 assists, overall MVP, nice job. Nice job crushing it. Okay, more to the boss. How much time we got? Ooh, I don't think we're going to get all the way to the boss. But we will try to get at least one more battle in. Let's go, let's go. I'm going to pull out the big guns, Norbert, to lend you a hand. Right over there. Very nice, very nice, very nice. All right, come and join us, everybody. StreamRaiders.com. Find the link right there in chat. Click on it, mobile and desktop. We have lots of fun running it. All right, now while you were watching that, I was running this power line over here. Easy peasy. I've already run it in there. You can see that it has already started up. Sparkle dog right under my feet. You can see it has started up, starting to drill into the ground there. And you can see it's got 100 ore right there. Now, here's the cool thing about running iron ore is the very thing that we need to do the rest of our stuff. Oop, I didn't offset it. Hold on, I forgot to offset it by a little bit. There we go. So it doesn't run into our power pole when we get up to the top there. Now, I'm going to go ahead and run this right out of here. And we're going to run out of plates for sure along the way. But here's the funny thing. We're going to be running the iron ore along with us. So if we do run out, we can go ahead. Speaking of taking things. Oh, I did take it out already. Speaking of running out, if I run out of it, I can literally just take the iron ore and make more as you're going. So if you do... oh, that was not high enough. So if you do run your iron ore, that's among the easiest things to run because you can just grab some of it and make the thing that you need. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, I'm going to go ahead and back this up by 2. So 1, 2. So it does a nice little corner here. And then over here, 1, 2, and then inset. Actually, we'll put it over here by the power pole. Now, why didn't I bring that power pole to the corner? That's because it didn't reach. Ah, there we are. We're out of iron plates. So what can we do? Well, we can go ahead and utilize our production. Right over here. You're like, Kismet, aha, you don't have enough plates to make even that. True. But I can just take this back out again. And then go ahead and use that for my actual craft bench. Thinking that next level. Now, of course, when I did take that out, it actually dropped that raw iron onto my character. I'm also carrying around a bunch of ignits on my character because I knew I would need them here in a minute. So I'm going to make a bunch of those. Now, this does take a while if you do it this way, but it's also producing it up there in my factory. And eventually, we'll gear all these up so they're just making a tremendous amount of all these plates. But I like to kind of work through the game as I go. And this is really going to be nice because we're going to be making a bunch of steel. Now, once I get to steel, I will no longer really need the plates to run the lines. I will, instead of going from level 1s to level 2s, I'll go straight to level 3s, and I'll be running tons of level 3 lines. That's what I really want to do right now. Let's grab that, run that across to there. Ooh. And we'll take this out. And there we go. And now, see, we're doing it as we're going, so it's going to go ahead and just keep filling this line as we go. And by the time we get up to the other side, we'll be able to run it all the way up to our steel production. So let's keep on keeping on. 1, 2, 3, 5, and number 6 right there. Now again, if you run it and then you run out, look out. I'm at 11 right now. And so how much do I need for the crafting bench? I need 3. So probably a good time to throw the crafting bench down again. and make more iron ingots. Oops. There we go. Make more iron ingots so I can make more plates. And I got nothing better to do, everybody. This is the most important thing for me to do right now is get this steel going. We get the steel fired up. That's it. We win. GG. We crushed today. So we already got massive amount of power. We've already got our all of our basics running, except for modular frames, which we'll get into probably next time. But steel production is the main thing I need next. That's my big next goal. And that's why I was working on all that other stuff and working on all those resources to go into there is so I can unlock the steel production. You got to have your little mini goals and then your big goal of all those little mini things that you're doing. Now, my big goal right now, steel production, and then improve melee combat up there. So there we go. And then more iron plates. So a great way to work this. Now, this is going to take a while to do it like that. And you're like, Kismet, what's a faster way of doing this? Well, I'll show you here in just a second. Let's get this linked up with that. Hopefully we have enough to do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's just do it right here at 5. And then we'll just have it turn the corner. There we go. Sometimes it has a little trouble snapping in there. All right, so now we want to get it right to this point. Right there. Okay, that's probably good enough for now. So we're going to go ahead and leave that there. We're going to go ahead and get up onto this conveyor and run across it, make it go a little bit faster. Just for fun. I could use my car, but I like running across it too. You can't ride up these things here, though. All right, now we go ahead and use our car. Now, we can sit there and do that back and forth. I was just showing you an example of how you could do that as you go. I'm not a fan of doing that. I'm more of a fan of letting it make the stuff for me. Woo, woo, woo. It make the stuff for me while I'm over there. Whoa, no, oh, no, oh, Nelly. Whoa, that was a little out of control there, brah. A little out of control. All right, now here's the thing. This is terrible on dirt. You want to pick that up. I got a little... That got a little intense right there, didn't it? Good enough. All right. Got a little intense there. Flew off the side. Whenever that happens... Add more foundations. That's my rule. Sometimes Kismet drives a little crazy. Sometimes a red alert. We need resources. Red alert. I love this car, man. This is my jam right here. Look at them all cramped down in there. So awesome. Catch some air! Whoop, whoop! Nailed it! Whoa! Now, interesting thing, it sticks like glue on the foundations, but on dirt, man, it's all over the place. All right. We're good. Now, right here, look, we've already got some plates already made. There ain't no reason for us to go down there and do that. Now, over here, we're making tons of screws, but you know what I feel like doing? I feel like maybe making some plates. Sounds like a plan. If we need a lot of plates, we just gear up our production of plates. And now if we had a bunch of extra iron just sitting around somewhere, it should be nice to just be able to grab a bunch of that iron and then feed it into the things that we wanted to make stuff from, right? Now I'm going to go ahead and switch this from what we got right now, which is screws, back to plates. And then I'm just going to force feed. Oh, I need the ignits. Sorry, I need the ignits. My bad. Wrong thing. We need the extra ignits. Now let's try to put this back in there before it gets full. Get in there. That one out. Put that one in. There we go. Alright, we need the extra ignits over here. My bad. My bad. Oh, that's not it. Not what I needed. Not those. Put that back in there. There we go. Wrong, 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 wrong. Over here. Yeah, that's where we got our iron ingots stacked up. I mean, they're stacked in there too. But let's get them out of the end here so these can all move forward. There we go. Alright, that'll all move forward there. Now we got a bunch of iron ingots. Now we need the iron ingots in the thing, not the raw ore. Getting ahead of myself. Thought I was doing concrete for a second there. Getting confused. Alright, sort that into there. There's 100 going there. Alright, over here, same thing. Let's go ahead and switch this out to plates. Again, this is what I'll do. This is what I call offline production. Faster way to get this stuff done. You can just retool part of your factory instead of going and doing a whole bunch of other stuff to make all that work. You can just retool this part to make more of that one thing that you need in the moment. And I'll do that a lot. Let's go over here and actually grab these too, because these are going to backlog big time. Over here. None of that. There we go. Let's just get them all. There we go. Alright. And those will just keep running anyway, so those are fine. Those will keep pumping those out. That one's running. Let's get this one at 100. I think this one I did a little bit less. Yep. Oh, I think I did that at 100. Alright. And then this, that. Oh, wow. Perfect. Perfecto. Alright, nice. So that's going to pump out a whole bunch of extra plates. Now, the first one's probably a little bit lower now. We just put the rest of those in these first ones. Don't need to carry those around. And now it's going to be pumping out tons and tons of plates all the way down the line. And we also have a bunch of extra screws over here, so let's grab those screws. So we can go ahead and pump those into here. Now again, you see I don't build a lot of structure, even though I have lots of power, and I could build a big back structure to all of this. I feel like it's not really worth my time to do that. I feel like it's more worth my time to just, manually feed that in there, let it run for a little bit, come back, grab the little bit of resources that I need. There we go. So we got a bunch of plates now. Is it enough to run our thing? Probably not. Probably not enough to run our entire line, but while it's making more, I could be running the lines, right? I could be down here running more lines while it's producing a bunch of stuff for me. I have to tune it 5 times the rate at which I can do it now. Because you have a lot of them running simultaneously. So very cool. What's up, Paul? Doing a mega lull, or whatever that's called, the Total Biscuit lull. I miss Total Biscuit. Dude was awesome. Awesome, bro. I love watching his videos, man. Really, really good. The original, the OG. The OG guy himself. Too many awesome people gone too soon this year and last year and years before. I feel a lot of peeps gone too soon. I still linger on, though. Not easy, though. You gotta really work at it. Lingering on myself. Despite everything out to get me. Alright, now here's the cool thing about doing the rest of this. This is already spaced out. So we've already spaced it, not like spaced out, but more like spaced out as in we've already figured out, this is 6 apart, that's a 6 apart. So all we gotta do now is just the easy stuff. And that's just to run the lines. Okay, now see how we're lifting that one up? Up over there. Doing that back there is a little awkward to do that. So I can run it around the side, or I can try to lift it up even higher than what we have going here. I feel like that might be our option. Now, it might be too far away for me to do that. Because that's pretty far. Right here is 1, 2, 3. That's 5, 6 maybe. Let's go ahead and give it a shot. Best thing you can do is just give it a shot. If it doesn't work, then you try something else. Alright, so there we go. And then we'll go ahead and grab it from way down there. And we'll try to connect it right up there. And GG! That's a win. Nice. Alright, so we've got it this far so far, but we are running low on our plates, and they're going to run out very, very quickly. But again, we've already got it all lined up. We already got our conveyor poles all set to go. We can just run along here and just add to our conveyor poles. Now, one of the things that's going to happen is that right here, where we have our 3 merging, is this one's actually going to go on top of my current limestone running there. Now, you can also just run through and just do all your conveyor poles if you want. And I could use my vehicle, but then I have to get in and out of my vehicle over and over again. I'm not into that. We'll just go in and add our conveyor poles. If you're going to be doing thing, I find it's easier just to do that one thing a whole lot to get all your stuff running where it needs to run. And normally I don't run raw resources. I usually build at the node and then convert it into plates or rods or whatever it is and then run the plates and rods. But in this case, we're trying it from the raw nodes. And we're going to run that right there. And that's going to be good. Now, while we were gone, it was busy working on some more plates for us over here. And a bunch more of them over here. We'll grab what we got in here. Oh, a bunch of them. Nice. And then we'll grab whatever's left in here. None. And none. See if there's any backlog. Nope, these are all running out nicely. So maybe a whole bunch of them while I was doing that. That's why I don't like building on the ground. I got to jump over those all the time. Drives me crazy after a while, but I will lift all of that stuff eventually. Now on the way out, just in case there's a few more in there, grab those. And back down we go. Now here's the thing. We could actually work our way in the opposite direction. You got to just be careful of your direction of your belts. You want to start your first one in the correct direction. And then once you have that in the correct direction, everything after that will remember what direction you had it in, even if you put it in the opposite direction, even if you're walking in this direction, as long as I start on that side. If I start on this side, then it will know that I want to go that way, where I've already established it, which I think is a genius mechanic. It already knows the proper direction. And we can look over here too, just to double check. See the arrows? They actually are going in the correct direction. So we go ahead and just keep running this down. Now I just got like 300, like just lickety split there. 300 plates. So that makes it nice and easy. Again, running that stuff. Offline production. Making it easy peasy. Ugh, these power lines are always in my way. Always and forever in my way. Okie dokie. Now we're getting somewhere. I basically supercharged my plate production by using those other constructors. And now we go over here. We should have another line of iron. So there we go. So now that's another 60 iron coming in. So let's go ahead and let that run. We'll go ahead and just jump down and use our vehicle because we were smart enough to pick it up. We're going to get there way faster than it's going to get there. That's for sure. And in a minute here, we're going to start doing level 3 items. Now, I'm probably going to let this run after the stream, so I can go ahead and queue up a lot of these extra items, so the next time we come in, we can go ahead and build a bunch of fun stuff into the next tier. But we'll build out our steel production, and we'll get it fired up. Whoa! He always gets a little crazy on that spot. Get a little crazy. A little crazy, crazy. Alright, we want to go this way. And we're going to start building out in this direction. And there's something we need right down there. You can probably guess what it is. You could probably guess. Oh, actually, I probably got some of these laying around. Let's go get these ones I made that are laying around. This way. Gotta paint my roads. Also makes it an easier visual to see which roads you're doing. Yeah, I got a ton of these laying around. Get a couple of those on me. Oh, that save lag is always a little scary. Okie dokie. Now, right off the side here, we have another coal pure node. Now, we could use the pure node we're using over there, but right now I'm kind of splitting it between the awesome sink and the power I'm using. I'm going to use this one over here by itself. And, not smelter, extractor. There we go. We're going to go ahead and put our extractor down. And that's going to get us another one going. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is start with the logistics. And I'm going to go ahead and bring this straight up to here. So now we've got our coal running right here. Now, way back here, you know what? We can just tap into it back here. Let's just do that. That'd be fine. So I move back by one more. And then we're going to go ahead, change our mind. Say, you know what? I want it to come up right there. So we'll take out the top one. Not even made it down the line yet. And we'll try to run it up here. It's too steep. No worries. Because it's the top one, we can go ahead and put a conveyor lift on it and bring it up. Try to line it up. This is one of the hardest things, is to get these things lined up visually across the thing. Good enough. And now it's going to come up, and it's going to go ahead and lift up into here and come up into the top part. We got our coal coming up to match it. Feel like that's a much better option. Well, sometimes I'll build stuff, and then I'll realize, you know what, this is better. I have no problem diverting or changing what I've done in the moment. Trying to pick that up. There we go. Now, it'd be awesome we had the wall mounts, but we don't have that yet. We'll get into it. Okay, we're going to pull some power from over there. We'll work on all of our power, you know, runs and all that stuff later on. I feel like most of this stuff is just temporary anyway. And we'll go ahead and run that down. Start that up. Now we're going to need multiple items to make this work. And then we're going to do a bunch of steel production out this way. There we go. Okay, so for steel production, we need foundries. Now, those are a new thing. The foundries are basically 2 inputs instead of just 1. To use foundries, you got to start using that higher level stuff that we were trying to make earlier. And that is your... oh, actually, I don't have enough plates. Not enough plates for that. How about we got a bench? Yeah, we got a crafting bench. Make ourselves some ignits. Make ourselves some plates. And actually just go grab some. I always have a sense of which direction I'm building stuff, where I'm going to be building stuff, and all of that. And later on, when we get into our walls and all of that, we'll make this a lot cleaner. I love making a nice clean run of your resources and stuff. Me and my inability to click properly. There we go, just trying to speed it along. Okay, so now we have a big platform here. Now we can just run over to the thing that we need in the moment. In this case, is some more plates. We're going to get our plates geared up next time. But right now we want to get our steel production in. We're getting pretty close on our steel production. Oh, look, there it is finally coming in. Here comes our iron. Now we want to make sure we have our iron backlogging a little bit so we can use it. So we're going to go ahead and put in our thing here. And then have it run into there. There we go. That'll keep it running in. And then the same thing over here. We want to go ahead and get our coal going. Maybe backlogging a little bit of that coal action while we're building other stuff. Let's see. Is that actually coming up here? Now see how that's not working? So that's not coming up. So it kind of tells me that there's something fishy going on there. Like my power pole is not connected. Let's check power pole first. Huh. I think I accidentally removed my power. That's what was causing it. The first thing I always suspect is the lifter. Because I've had so much problems with the lifters not lifting the stuff. But, actually that works out better. Sometimes when you do something the second time, works out even better. That'll fire up. Okay, now, again, we need these foundries, so we're going to need to get our crafting bench. Or actually, we have one. Let's move it over here. Let's move it on this side so it's a little bit easier to see. Right there. Very nice. Okay, now we need some modular frames. We need to go into build mode here, so we're going to say we need at least one foundry. Let's start with that. We're going to need some rotors and all of that. Let's go ahead and start with our modular frames. Those are easy. We need about 10 of those. All right, on lock over here, we got 6 more of these. We only need 2 more. Okay, nice, perfect. Now we're going to go ahead and make our foundry. I need a little bit more concrete. That we can grab. Right over here, which is currently backlogged, you can see. I like a nice, a lot of concrete, nicely backlogged. Actually, let's get a whole bunch. Let that production kick back up again. Look at this power. Look at this power, bro. I got so much overhead of power. Right now, topping about 160, and I've got 450. That's just from one coal node at level 1, and it's half the node. It's half of a pure node running right now. Having all this running, I could double it up, and now probably even more so. All right, that stuff's running into those boxes. It's looking good. And so we're going to go ahead and run our foundry nicely over this way. I say we'll center it out a little bit. And then we got our 2 resources that we need. We need this one. And we need our coal right there. Very nice. And then we say steel. Now we got our iron ore, the raw iron ore, and the raw coal. 45 per minute and 45, which both of these are currently going at 60, so it's more than enough. And then we'll go ahead and bring our power over, and we'll let it get started. All right, now we're making steel ignits. Now we want to go from those steel ignits, and we want to go ahead and throw down our constructor here and start making our steel beams. Now, our steel beams is what you should make first. These are what makes the faster conveyors, and so you definitely want to get that going. Now, I need the faster conveyors to actually use the faster conveyors, if you know what I mean. So we'll go ahead and just start this going. For now, we're actually going to do a little turnaround on these as well. Those line up pretty well to that. For some reason, the iron ones do not. Let's go ahead and do the merger, or actually merger here. Actually, I don't need a merger. What am I talking about? I've only got one. Do that. Just do that, everybody. Just run it out of there and run it straight into that. Duh. I'm always working in pairs, in doubles or thirds, and then I realize, wait a minute, I don't have to do that at all. All right, so there we go. Run that in. Now, here's the thing. If it makes a few extra, just grab those extra out and just feed those in there so it's got a head start. Now, it's going to go ahead and do 15 per minute. It needs 60 per minute coming in. It's only going out at 45, and that's okay. That's okay. We'll just let it run as many of those out as we can. And then we're going to go ahead and just kind of build this up. Now, we're going to tear this whole entire thing down when we gear this up here very, very soon. But for right now, we're just going to go ahead and let it start to build up a crazy ton of steel beams. Right over there. Man, that timing. That timing. All right, let's go ahead and do another battle. I think we're going to do one more battle here, and then we'll go ahead and call it because we're not going to have enough time for another battle. Let's do it. Oh, look at that line of epic peeps. Wow, that's a lot of peeps. How many units is that? 201 units. Oh, it makes me want to do battle mode all day. I got a bunch of stuff to work on behind the scenes. Got to work on these videos and upgrade my stuff. I'm gonna be tearing my machine apart and redoing it all. So can't do battle mode today, but makes me want to get into battle mode for sure. Makes me tempted to do some PvP. Put a one in the chat if you guys are interested. All my Stream Raiders people, if you're interested in doing some PvP. Because they are giving away epic stuff. I don't need it. I'm fine. But, you know, if I can get some stuff and give it away on stream, I'm up for that. That's cool. Nightox, Paco Taco, Keyblade Knight, and Limo. Getting some love. Who's the MVP? Let's see. Lawn Man. MVP with 12 assists. Nice job. Now we're going to pick it up next time. We're going to run through here. Wipe out all these bosses. Now, I'm going to be here for still another 15 minutes or so. Make sure to stick around to the end so you get tons of Kiz Caps for sure. But we're going to come back to that battle in the morning, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to be playing some Fallout 76. We're going to do half and half. Oh, look at the beautiful sunset with the stuff running. I can just watch that forever. Look at that. Oh, look at this. Oh, there's our first. Oh, we already got 30 of them. 30 steel beams. You know what steel beams do? They make everything go faster. I love steel beams. Now, it would be really nice if we could go ahead and take this and make this run very, very fast. Now, right now, we only have the first two belts. So we need to be thinking, hey, we got the resources now for belts number 3. How do we get our belts number 3 going as well? So let's go ahead and tool our way back to our base. I think I can sneak by right here at high speed. That was pretty dangerous. Boink! Pop out of there. Let's take a look at the hub. All right, now right now we're working on our current milestone, which is this, but we really want to get our logistics going here. And so we want to save up the steel beams so we can use the steel beams to unlock the faster belts. So we're going to go ahead and save up a bunch of those. But in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and work here on this one. And I think we got a good amount of that. I think we get pretty close. So let's go ahead and control-click that in there. Let's get that. Let's get that. That's looking pretty good. Now, what if we have some wire? I can guarantee that we got a little smidge of it over here. Holy mackerel, look at all of that. We got a ton. All right, we'll go ahead and feed that in there. That's easy. Boom, in there it goes. Now, wire. Wouldn't it be nice if it just had a bunch of wire just sitting right? Holy moly, there we go. And that's, see, all I was doing all that stuff while I was doing a whole bunch of other stuff. And I love that about this game. I find it really, really fun. When it's cranking out a bunch of stuff while I'm doing a bunch of other stuff, which is going to help me unlock the stuff that I need for the next stuff, and so on. And so if you can balance it like that, oh, there's 45 rotors in there. Okay, we got that. And let's see over here. I mean, we need 50. We got 88. See, look at that. See, it seems like it takes a long time when you're waiting for it, like when you're waiting for the pot to boil. My brain, the pot to boil, but when you're not watching it and it's just running and running in the background, before you know it, you got tons of it. So while we were busy off doing the other thing, guess what? Boom, boom, and that is ready for melee combat.
Milestone reached. R&D inflated your pocket dimension, added an additional hand equipment slot, and have provided an improved Xeno Zapper with increased strength and range.
Awesome. So now what we need to do is make our improved Xeno Zapper, or Xeno Basher here. What do we need for that? We need a Xeno Zapper, and we need some modular frames. I already have a Xeno Zapper. You got to take it out of your hand. You make one more over here. We got plenty of resources for that. Boom. But then we need modular frames. So we need to pop over here next door. Get ourselves some modular frames. Now you're like, Kismet, how can I put that in my to-do list? It doesn't show up over here. Well, what you do is you hit X to bring up your recipes. You go into your Xeno Zapper, with an X. And then you can go ahead and say add a to-do list, and then there we go. It tells you exactly how many you need over there. You're welcome. That's really handy, especially when you're doing this kind of stuff and you don't remember how many frames you need to make. Like I've already forgotten. I've already forgotten just in that like 2 seconds. It makes these 2 at a time, by the way. See the number that's right there? This number in the bottom right corner. That number in the bottom right corner is telling you how many of those it's going to make when you get all the way across. So good to take a look at that number from time to time. And now we'll go ahead and upgrade our Xeno Basher to take on the bigger guys. Yay! All right, now we got our Xeno Basher. Put that in there. Oh, yeah. Hit him from further away now. Nice. All right, Xeno Basher, good to go. Now, over here, we've got our MAM, which we've been kind of ignoring for a bit. But we're going to go ahead and see if we can upgrade a little bit more. Let's see what we got. Let's go ahead and just take a bunch of this stuff out. We got barrel, we got wood, we got Marcella, we got all of this. We don't have any organs. I don't think we got any organs. Up here, I think, is just raw resources. Yep. Okay, well, let's get into it anyway. What do we need here? We need to start some research there. All right, we get into our rebar gun. We can also get into another hand slot. Whatnot. Hand slot's pretty easy. I just need one more mob I need to kill. And then we need some flower petals over there. Marsilia, that we've got. We got that one we can unlock. That only takes 3 seconds. It's back! Such a cool animation every time. All right, back to the MAM. All right, we got that done. Okay, that was Marsilia. Now we could use our Marsilia for a medical inhaler if we want. Over here, we got some fabric, but we need some biofuel. Now, some of the biofuel, I went ahead and threw the actual resources for the biofuel up here, like leaves and all of that. We just go ahead and make ourselves a little bit of biofuel and start to work on our MAM a bit. Biomass, there we go. Let's just do wood. That goes really fast. And you could do it in a converter, but I find it's just easier to do it there. All right, what are we doing over here? Let's go ahead and do our fabric. Unlock that. And then I've actually done these parachutes before. It's actually really fun. You jump off and you hit the space bar and you actually parachute down. Very fun. All right, we got our pale berries now. We go ahead and start that going. All right, now we can search for pale berries. Now we need stators and we need steel pipes. We're not to that yet. We got some unknown metal. We got strange energy readings and other stuff, crystalline and chemical elements that we need to discover, which we haven't run into yet. But we'll get into it. Now, we go ahead and also find some hard drives along the way. We'll get into that. One of the things I do want to do is I want to get down this line. I think it's the organisms line and then the sulfur line. I definitely want to get down. But we need some alien organs. So I say, while we're waiting for our steel to fire up over there, we go find some baddies and we wipe them out. Let's go. Now, we got to make sure we got our coffee cup. That's important. Anything else we need to bring? A vehicle. Where's our vehicle at? Now, the whole reason they have the coffee cup is so you don't have to look, I feel anyway. One, because they're called coffee stain, so that's the name of the dev. And also because you don't have, this way you don't have to look at your big weapon the whole entire time, or chainsaw or whatever. Okay, we're gonna go wipe out some mobs. Not Fred, though. We don't mess with Fred. Fred's my boy. He's my bro. He's got my back. Unless I'm looking for pure notes, then he's totally not helpful. All right, I don't think I've ever tried to kill one of these parrots. Let's try it. Drop anything? I don't think he dropped anything. Oh well, now we know. We're not gonna hurt the doggo. We don't hurt doggos. Looking for baddies. Booyah! Kismet just jumping through the bushes. Now here's the funny irony. When you're looking for people to kill, ain't nobody around. When you're looking for something, never find it. When you're not looking for it, all up in your grill. All up in your business. Now there's actually an easy way to do this. I guess I should probably like work on my health a little bit too. Oh, not the coffee cup. One of the few times you'll see my health very high. We're taking on mobs. So much on this level, man. There's so many of these, oh. Some just, like, vanished over there. Look at this. Yeah, now we're looking. There you are. Get wrecked! Ooh, bunch of them over there. Alright, now as you run around, you're going to find some new resources.
Levels akin to synthetic quartz manufactured on Earth and can be used to improve communication and exploration technologies. A new research tree can now be accessed in the MAM.
I hear him somewhere. Oh, he's behind me! God, they always end up behind me. They are sneaky. You got to give it to them. So now those are easier to hit because they're further away, and this does more damage. Do we get a thing yet? No, we didn't get the organs. All right. See any more, Fred? You see any more, you let me know. All right, bro? Hey, there's another Fred. Bunch of Freds running around here. Bunch of Freds, everybody. All right, so we found that. So now we can also scan for certain items, but we can't scan for quartz yet because we haven't unlocked it. But we can scan, say, for iron. And it might lead us to a node that we can find. And we can go ahead and turn this quartz in so we can scan it later. Look at these cool little areas, man. This is, all I see right here is a bunch of power. I just see a bunch of coal plants and a bunch of water extraction going on over there. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to get the little glowy guy. Hold on, let's get him too. We can put him in the MAM. We got a little glowy Fred. Now you're like, kids, man, I haven't seen you out of the base in forever. I know, huh? I spent a lot of time in the base at the beginning. There's our little glowy Fred. Little wormy worm. Let's go, bro. You're with me. All right, now don't make the mistake of picking up too many leaves and stuff.
Unfamiliar energy readings, which could potentially be retrofitted into fix-it technology. A new research tree can now be accessed in the MAM.
Sounds pretty exciting. Flower petals. All right, come on. We want some big boys now. Where's the big boys? We're going to go and we're going to wreck them. Oh, I bet you there's a big boy down there. Oh, here's this dude right here. Come on. Get wrecked! Oh, yeah. There's the big boy. All right, now we're going to get spanked. Now, this is really tough because it's in the water. So you got to run and then jump and hope the water isn't too deep. Whoa, scary. Ouch. Don't be afraid to retreat if you need to. Where'd he go? He ran away over there. He's coming back. Woo, mama! How about you? That's getting me nervous. Ooh, yellow, too. Another one we can research, and we found some sulfur. Oh, not enough space. Such is my life. Let's get rid of that raw ore. There we go.
Data shows this as a mix of sulfide and sulfate minerals. It could be an indication of recent volcanic activity. A new research tree exploring volatile self-defense applications can now be accessed in the MAM.
Okay, we got a lot of stuff here we can research, but I don't see any alien organs yet. What can we ditch here so we can have another spot? Hate to get rid of all those leaves. Yeah, we get rid of some of this biofuel. All right, now we're looking for the organs. Don't see any. Copper over there. There's no sulfur node here. It's just a temporary thing. Let's go ahead and have ourselves a little bit more nom-noms. Those big guys are rough, man. They are rough. It's really easy with a jetpack, though. You got a jetpack, man. You're all over them. Whoa, ho, ho! You Toro, Toro! Hard to see over the lip. Oh, and there's his buddy over there. Get up the side. Gonna cause me to die, bro. All right, fine. Come on over here. It's weird without my skates. Fine. Get wrecked. I'll come to you. All right, here we go. Where's the other guy? Was there another guy? Was that the guy? Who be the guy? I be the guy. All right. See, when you get this is when it's really fun to run around and just own everything. And we are finding a crazy ton of these barrel nuts in this playthrough. Like barrelnuts.com over here. Looking for any caves, any glowies. Oh, hello. A little bit more sulfur. Oh, Caterium!
New technologies can be developed based on this new, superconductive, gold-like element, primarily in power and electronics. A new research tree can now be accessed in the MAM.
That's a little ways down, everybody. Ooh, there's a big guy down there, too. Look at him. He's right there. There's a big boy. We might have to go get him. We might have to go get him. I thought there was one up here. Oh, yeah, it was in the water, wasn't it? Yeah, it was in the water. We'll have to go get that. Ooh, look at these. More of these little guys. So I don't just stay in the base, but I do most of the time. Not going to lie. I do spend a lot of time in the base. All right, we still have no alien organs, huh? We got to keep the Caterium ore. We can always make more of that. We got sulfur we want to keep. Oh, these are tough decisions here. Yeah, we'll get rid of the biofuel. Tough decisions. Or actually, I get myself another slot. No, I've already got it. Nothing I can put on my body. Sometimes you want to look for stuff you can just put on your body or put into your hand slot or whatever so that you can bypass all of that. Ooh, mama. Straight down again. That's where I just was. Let's go this way. If you got one of that thing, though, it's going to stack. No nodes over here. Oh, look out for the gas. I don't have any gas masks, so I can't go in there. I find one of the things to do is, instead of making the gas mask, you just YOLO through that thing with full health. Just run through it at full speed. Oh, there's a big baddie over there. And there's like a big egg-shaped rock. I'd like to take on that big baddie. We're doing on time. Ah, we're over. Now I'm just getting into it. Just getting started. So now you gotta watch out when you get into the thick of it here. Whoa, hey, oh. I don't think I can hit those things. No. Oh, I hear somebody. Whoa, there he is. Nope, not finding the organs. Now, you gotta take a lot of these dudes on, and, you know, at some point you might find some. Again, you want to keep your inventory, at least some space open. Alright, screw it. Buy leaves. Buy leaves. Always get more of those. Alright, we're going to try to find this thing so we can upgrade our stuff. Whoa! Nope. We're trying. Man, we gotta drop off some loot. Alright, we'll be back. I see you over there. Coming after me anyway? Alright, fine. Wipe them out. We need to take a minute. Offload. Too much stuff. Too much stuff. Too much loot. Yep, they are. We're gonna go get some here in a minute. I'm just getting a whole bunch of this other stuff too while I'm at it. Alright, whoa, alright, now we're styling. Okay. We're gonna get those here in a minute. Caterium. Let's get that going. See, a lot of this stuff just takes like 3 seconds. Flower petals we already did.
Resource added to the resource scanner.
That we'll do later. Power slugs. Then I always neglect this till like the end of the game. I'm gonna try to be better, everybody. I'm gonna try to be better. Slug scanning. Yellow. Oh, there's our overclocking. Let's just do that one too. Hold on. Get all this stuff unlocked for next time. Forgot what the other thing was. Plates. Oh, now we get in a backlog. All right. Oh, it's 5 minutes. Ah. Darn it. I forgot. That takes 5 minutes. All right. Well. Too bad you can't restart or stop it. What if I take it out if it stops? Guess we'll find out. Survey says. Ma'am, up here. Nope. Nope. Keeps on running. Darn it. All right, I wanted to do the rest of that, but we can do that next time. That's okay. Let's go ahead and put a bunch of this stuff in our area over here. Marsilia, all this stuff. Put all that stuff back in there. Our different ores that we're going to use. Sort that out. What do we got on us right now? Our hands. Let's see. I guess we can bring... Want to bring the chainsaw, or would rather do beacons? Probably beacons. So let's go ahead and take our beacons, put those in our hands. So we got those. What else? Sort all of this. Probably want to go ahead and... Probably that's full. I can't put any more in there. Let's go ahead and put away our things here. There we go. Now we got lots of room. Alright, now we're going to take on some of the baddies. Trying to get this one alien organ thing. We're going to get that going. And then we'll go from there. Let's go find a big baddie. Let's go get him. I saw him down the side here. Kismet's coming for ya! Whee! Boink! Boink! Nailed it! Just so you know, you can just totally YOLO off the side of stuff. Now you know. YOLO! All right. See, that looks like it's something right there, but it's not. Just a black mark. All right, let's go find some baddies down here. Oh, I forgot to bring my thingies, too. All right, let's go switch those out for now. Bring those up. All right, let's myrtleize all of these guys. Thanks for the help, Fred. I see those guys, instead of hitting them twice, you only have to hit them once now. Really? Fine. Fine. Where is it? Always have your weapon at the ready when you're doing this kind of stuff. Didn't even spill your coffee. That's guy's got a little force field because science. Got a parachute for that drop? Or maybe a ladder? I could have made a parachute. I give it a 9.8 out of 10. Well, thank you. That was a pretty nice half gainer off of there. All right, now there's two of them over here. This is going to be painful. We take both of them on at the same time. So we'll let them separate, and then we'll just charge them. Jump! Comes his friend. Jump! Kismet bringing it. Whoop, whoop. Give me that. Bringing it hot and heavy. Here's how you win PvP. You either go all in or you don't go in at all, everybody. Same thing with sneezes. You go all the way in or you don't go in at all, right? That's how you do. Now you see two of those dudes standing around. They're standing around for a reason. What are they doing out here? What are they guarding? What do we got up around here? Feel like they're guarding something. What you got, brah? Now we're running a little bit over. I could have probably ran another battle. I'm sorry. Look at these little trails all over. Feel like they're guarding something over here. Maybe just the water. Look at this water. Holy moly. So much power I could be doing from the waters. Now I like to run around and grab little things of quartz here and there. A little bit of this and that in the other thing. Just to make it a bit easier when you're doing your research and converting stuff and whatnot. You can do the next level research without having to actually get a node for that particular thing. It does help a lot. Yeah, since we're here, we might as well... Oh, look at it up there. Stuff up there. Let's go ahead and cycle around over here. Kind of feel like there's stuff hiding underneath here. And I was right there. So we go for a swim. Whee! Now, this is the dangerous part of the game. Whenever you're in the water. Because you can't always do stuff. What do we got here? Limestone. Alright, don't need it. We're going on an adventure, everybody. We're getting further and further away from our base. Nom, 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 nom. Nom, nom. Hey, this kind of looks like where we started. In fact, it is kind of where we started. Actually, way over that way. What's up, Fred? You keeping that, holding that down for me, bro? Way over there. We started over there, but now we're way over there. Really, I think it's more like that way and then that way, but down there. Down that way. So we started that way, and then we worked our way all the way over to where the coal nodes are, because that's just a crazy ton of power. Now, there's tons of stuff out here that we could go find. I just eat these things for now. There are just a lot of these suckers around. Let's go back up on the high side. Oh, my headphones are dying again. And so we want to run back to our base. Now, our base is over that way. I'm just kind of looking around. Oh, that threw me off. My headphone died, and so I only heard it out of the one side. So it sounded like someone was walking up behind me. That's funny. That's funny. All right, I got to get this finished up. I'm so into this game. I could play it for endless hours. All right. Let me go ahead and switch my headphones real quick here. We'll try to make our way back, and then we'll call it there. All right, let's go. We got to go that way. Let's own some more peeps. Get wrecked! So once you stop being afraid of them, too, helps you a lot. Helps you a lot. That fear is the mind killer. For all of you Dune fans out there. Yeah, you don't want to... the second you're afraid of something, that's when it makes it 10 times harder. But you let go of that fear, and bro, you are all over it. You are ownage.com. Yeah, we got ways to go. Can I jump across there without falling in the water? Because we're about to find out. YOLO! Oh, ho, with the wind! I totally thought I was going to fall. That's where I came up. I'm walking up that way. All right, can we jump down without dying? Let's try it. Whoa! Okay, yo, there we go. All right, we were just here taking out those biggie guys. We got our alien organs. Now, again, I've played through the game many times before, by the way. Everybody just got it. Don't forget to hydrate. Oh, yeah, we'll get it going. Do you want some hydration? Now, my RP for this coffee cup is that there's a little force field under there. Hey, if they can build all this other stuff, they can build a little force field for your coffee cup. It'd actually be great in real life. And so whenever he goes to drink it, there's a little button. So he presses the button down, force field goes off, he drinks the thing, he lets go, and then the force field comes back on. It's like a default force field. That's my RP for it. That's why it never spills. You're welcome. Whoa, there the guy go. I was sneaking behind me. Sucker. That's a little guy hard to hit. We're going to have a lot of this. All right, let's go back over here, see if there's anything else. Now, we'll come out here and we'll explore and do all of that stuff. Let's do it. But I don't really spend a lot of time exploring until I get to right about this stage where I need all the various resources. And so we can scan for sulfur, and we can scan for quartz, and we scan for all that. So we can get our MAM fired up as well. Whee! Sploosh! Splooshy McSploosh. Let me just get up here. Yeah, with the rock. Whoop. That's a limestone node there. My current limestone node is there, and there's another limestone node over there. We just discovered that. Just discovered that in this particular playthrough because I haven't played this particular location before. Played the forest many times. I've played the new desert, and this is what I call the old desert or the rocky desert. And I played the third one over, which is really fun because it's called advanced, the advanced start. But man, it just starts you off with a bunch of pure nodes right there at the very beginning of the game. And I'm like, this is more like easy mode, bro. More like easy mode, because the only thing that you have to do is you have to build vertically. But I'm good at building vertically, so I'm on it. Whoop, whoop. Speaking of building vertically, look at this deal. Nice. Let's go. Let's see if we burned up our 5 minutes. I'm running way over now. Running way over. Boom. All right, check the MAM. How we doing? Done. All right, awesome. Our overclocking and underclocking, by the way. Okay, so overclocking and underclocking we can do. Let's go ahead and check our nutrients there. Now we need to do that. Power slugs, we'll get a few of those later on. We want to do our 3 seconds here. Now we can scan for that next time. Sulfur. Oh, do I not have enough sulfur? Oh, I put it away. I was like, I could have sworn I had some sulfur. I put it away right in there. There we go. Alrighty. Unlock all of that stuff. Now we can do our quartz crystal. We can do some silica. We can do that one. There we go. And this one over here, we need a bit more raw quartz. I think I had some in here. Not sure if I have enough quartz for that. Oh, yeah. See, look, all of a sudden we're just leaping forward on the man. That's why I wait till a little bit later in the game and I just leap forward on all this stuff. Let's see. Nutrients, sulfur, quartz. All of those are done. We got to come back to our Caterium later. We need more Caterium ore. We need 50 and we have 13. So we'll come back to that. Alien organisms. That's what we want. Boom. All right, now we're going to need some biomass, which we threw away. We'll just go ahead and make some over here. We'll just make some. No, not use that. No, no, no. No, no, no. We got plenty of biomass materials right up here. All the biomass is the same biomass. So you can just go ahead and use that and do this. Well, actually, I think that's unlocked biomass. This is what I want right here. I need to get some more of those babies so I can unlock my 5 inventory slots. That gives us to our inhaler. We got a bunch of stuff there. But we definitely need to get into... What is it? Nutrients? No. One of these gives me... God, I always forget which one it is. Don't tell me. Inventory slots. That's that. I think it's sulfur. Or it's either sulfur or quartz. Or maybe it's Caterium. I can't remember. But we'll search for all those. Now if we go and search, now we have a whole bunch of things we can search for. So we can say, okay... Where's our closest, say, Caterium ore? Let's hope it's close. Nope. It would have pinged already. All right. That way. 650. That's not bad. That's not bad. We'll get that going. Now, what's our closest quartz? I feel like that's going to be this way, too. That's really far out there. That's 1,000 away. Okay, 1,000 on the quartz. Yeah, I bet you back there we would have been way closer to quartz. Okay, no problem. What else? We got sulfur is the other one. Oh, that's in the direction of our Caterium. So we get our Caterium and our sulfur in the same direction. So that's good. That's all for next time, everybody. For right now, we're going to go ahead and climb up on the top of this. And we're going to peace out of here. Look at it all rutted. Look at all those things just churning away. Now, I'm going to go ahead and save right over here as, what do we call this today? We, Pure Node Fun. Pure Node Fun. There we go. Bam. Pure Node Fun right there. Now, I'm actually going to let the game run. And I'm going to let it run for a while so it builds up a backlog of materials. Oh, actually, hold on. Hold on. Almost forgot. Hold on now. By the way, while we were off doing that, booyah. It's got a ton of that done. Now what I should do actually is switch this. I should switch this to steel pipes. There we go. Now I'm going to have a whole bunch of this and a whole bunch of steel pipes. I'm going to let that run, and then we'll pick that up next time. There we go. Now we'll start over here. So I got to remind myself, steel fund for next time. Boom. That's how I name my saves. As whatever's going to be the next time. All right, let's go to my office and let's head out for the day. Let's go. Now, right there in the chat, you're going to find my schedule right in there, including my social media as well. Fear is the path to the dark side. True. Night, Kismet. See you next time. Oh, yeah, hang around for a second. I'm going to give you tons of love right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,000 Kids Caps. Now, did you know I'm going to give away a $150 Mr. Handy robot here in the stream? I absolutely am. You guys can win it. Just hang out on the stream, build up those Kids Caps. I'm going to be giving it away during the holiday season, along with a lot of other epic stuff. So make sure to be hanging out. Let me go ahead and check my Twitter. Actually, check it over here. Check my Twitter and see how we did on those retweets. I always forget to mention those during the thing. We got good enough. We got pretty close. Boom, there's 1,000. Blow up another 1,000 for you guys. Now, normally I get on the Kismet Love Train right here. I'm revamping my Kismet Love Train and a whole bunch of other stuff. We go raid other people. But for right now, we're just going to peace out. And we'll be back again in the morning, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm running way over. I can hear my family already doing their stuff in the background. All right, everybody. Thanks for being here. I loved each and every moment of it. Can't wait to play some more Satisfactory next week. We'll see you all then. Bye, everybody. Hey everybody, Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.